I'ma need some dope first. I just got some head in a ghost, and a ghost turn.
Yo, why is it playing the music? What's up, gang? Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing? Yo, if you ain't up right now, if you're subscribed, if you got the notification bell, set it so we can wake that ass up and come get this money. All right, we got a huge week. Was going to do a live stream last night, and I'm going to tell you guys right now, I went through everything. Gold, energy, banks, tech, semis, you name it. I went through it, and by the time I got done, I said, it's just going to have to wait until tomorrow. I just don't have the energy and the excitement to go through and edit a video and bring the energy. So I said, we'll just wait until the morning. We'll wait until the morning. GameStop, man. I was looking at this yesterday, and I looked at 25. Again, we told you guys 25 last week. These levels are pretty spot on. And look, you're starting to reclaim it. If you start closing up above 32, 34, it's on. Especially if you can clear. If you clear $40 and we can get up here to like... So that's where I expect us to kind of go today. Looking at it yesterday, you had such weakness Friday that it was only right that you had a bounce. If you looked at the indicators, it pretty much showed you that you could see more than likely, right? More than likely you would see a relief bounce. And that is what we have this morning. So what happened to my stuff? Oh shit. It's all good. So this was Friday. Well, you get a reclaim of that level there. Had a huge day. It's on. Remember, you have two gap fills above you. All right, so I won't be looking. I mean, I'll look at GameStop and stuff, but if we get up here, that's where I'm trading, whether it's to the short side or to the long side. If we cannot get through $48.50, I'll say $48 to $50, and we can't reclaim it, I will look to get short. I would say you could probably get a quick bounce up there. Well, it's hard to say because of the live stream later on, but if you get a quick bounce up there, look to try and get to buy some puts, or like I'm not telling you to. Right off the I'll bell. Look to buy. All right, last week, yo, just everything. Microsoft, right? Coinbase. We were long Coinbase last week, and what happened Friday? We went short Coinbase Friday. 17-cent entry for the $50 puts. Okay, we were up here. I got in for 17 cents. You could have possibly got them cheaper. They were the 250 puts were 17 cents, and they were in the money by the end of the day. All right, GME $30 puts. This is just Friday. This is just Friday. You could have got in them from anywhere from 40 to 50 cents, a little cheaper, a little more expensive, depending on what broker you use. They were $10 by 2:30. Okay. So just last week was spot on. JP Morgan 202 short. I mean, just left and right from Microsoft up here 202. We said get short. Look for the down move down to 200. Or really it was 198. We were looking to crack 200 to get to 198, and it gave you a further downside. I'm going to watch banks and the Dow specifically because of the strength that is kind of there, but we don't. We'll find out this week. I'm going to give you guys exactly what I think, all right? I'm going to tell you right now that I'm going to go into the intro. I think we could see a possible bounce, but here's the thing is the other countries are kind of red. Everything is setting up that semiconductors, if you look at all the semiconductors, they look like they're pulling back. They look like they're ready for a bit of a pullback. I haven't went through any charts yet and looked. Hit the like button for me. Subscribe. If you have any plays, throw them down below. All right. If you have any questions, throw them down below. Thank you guys for joining us. Please hit the like button. Subscribe. We get to 1,000 subscribers. I'm doing a giveaway. It's going to be really cool. But I need to get to 1,000 subscribers first before I do anything. So, just a great week last week. All right. Donations down below. All right. I'm not going to be doing this for much longer. But if you want to give back to the stream, all right, you take any trades, understand the risk. You have to manage your risk. All right. You have to manage your position. If you get paid, take it. If you are losing money, get out. You need to make more than you lose. If you have questions, post them down below. I'll help you. The chat, all that. You have access to help. All right. Trading isn't really that difficult. It is, but it isn't. Okay. We can make it difficult on ourselves. I'm watching. So the other trade last week, Microsoft. We had a lot. We had a lot last week. So I'll be going into like, some of the stuff that I'm watching. Oh, ARM. We traded ARM last week to the long side, and we were watching it up here. Our target, we said if we get above 130 and start closing up there, then we're looking for the top end of the range. All right, this was all last week. All right, we got above 130, and here we are. All right, let me make sure everything's on. So hit the like button, subscribe, join us down below. Guys, I'm telling you, last week there were a lot of setups, and I still think we're going to see some of them today, or like coming into this week. Coinbase, we were long and short. 232 entry. Well, really, it was 232 was our stop. 234 entry. You got it. You broke above 232. And we said, we're long. We're long. We're looking for 260. You got 265. And again, we got short Friday. So we traded this twice. We got long, and then we got short. 17 cents. And I think you would have got paid $6 or so, right? Because we were in the $50 puts at 17 cents. And then they were, what is that? We closed, we'll say, 243. So you were $7 in the money. All right. So that's that. All right. Let's get into it. We'll go through small caps. We'll see what we have on the scanner. We're going to go through the news, all that fun stuff. If you could, show us some love down below. Please hit the subscribe button. Let me log in really quickly. We have a few earnings. Oracle, Broadcom, was that Restoration Hardware, Adobe. Those are the two I'm looking for, Oracle and Adobe, for two different reasons. I haven't looked at Adobe lately, but it looks like Adobe was pulling back. Adobe was pulling back from what it looked like. All right. Yeah, this is actually, I ended up looking at this last week. I looked at this last week, and I seen this setup here. If you look at the daily chart, and then they have earnings coming up, so I was like, we'll see what happens. But you could have a nice little setup here if you pull back into this. What is that? 464, 465 level, but they have earnings this week, so premiums could be a bit high. So that's Adobe, and then you have Oracle. Pretty much a down name. Which I want to talk about Goldman Sachs. Let's get right into it. Let's just get right into it. Thank you guys for joining us. If you have questions, if you have tickers, you can throw them in the chat. We'll go over them. Let's go look at the overall markets. I will say this. Appreciate you guys for being here. Appreciate you guys hitting the like button, because it helps the stream. I put in a lot of work to this, and at the end of the day, I'm going to tell you right now, the reason I started this is because I wanted to have a place where people didn't have to give their information up to a bunch of data brokers. All right, people that are just there selling. The market is the front, right? You're getting backdoored with your information. Okay. Yes, Google will know mine and your guys's if you guys have an account with YouTube and stuff, but it's free. I mean, literally, we have the list goes on, guys. SPY, JP Morgan, Coin, ARM, TSM, Tesla, McDonald's we traded as well last week. Like Microsoft was a huge trade. AMD, GME, ARM, SMCI, Tesla, that was Friday, but and GME. All right. So we can go into GameStop first, whatever you guys want to go into. Let me pull up the scanner really quickly. All right, I got this up. All right, so there's that. And again, man, GameStop looked like it wanted to pop yesterday, and then it did. But it's just how far do we go? So S&Ps are easy. So I want to show you guys something. So we talked about this last week, and I'm going to move quickly. All right, because I need to get into some of the news. Yeah, Shopify. I haven't heard anything about Shopify from anybody anywhere for a while, you know. Especially with GameStop and all these meme names. I will say this, on top of the meme names, look at DJT, Carvana, AI, like just Rivian, any of those names that you could see a pop that are those, like, you know, small to mid-cap names. If GameStop goes, there's just, you want to look at those for not paying as much in IV, as a sympathy, right? As a sympathy. That's what I'm getting at. Because it can pay you. I mean, GameStop paid like crazy Friday. I mean, the $30 puts were in the money. They were 40, 50 cents up to $12. I just, last week, I can't get a gold. Gold was down big, which I think it's popping this morning from the looks of it. GLD is up. So anyway, look, last week, what did we, not necessarily last week, but the week before, what did we do? So if you look here, all right, this is nothing but a break and retest, right, and a climb higher. I'm just looking for the box. Where's the box? Come on now, bro. All right, so this, right, and then you have the retest, right, the break, and then the retest. So, well, everybody, and even myself, well, I bought some just to have it on. I'm going to show you something here. Now, if you look here, you'll see that this pivot low matches up where? It matches up beautifully with that flat top resistance. You made it support. You tested it again, solidified the support, and then what do? If you look to the left here, where would be your next support level? Oh, wow. Right? Right there at 522. Look, all you did, the sellers came in and then they left. You made higher highs, and all you're doing is, now back to the left. Look, there's the very top, and then look, that was like that Thursday, and then bang, we went and ripped to a new high. So, what do we do now? That's where we just came from. We walked it up, we tested a new high, now we're up here at 532, consolidating. We're still consolidating up here at 532. All right. I will say this. I will look for a break. A break of this level. You know, the overall market's down. What I would look for to make support is like 528. 528 area. And then see if we can't try to walk it up from 528. Go back, reclaim 530. Possibly 531, all in the same day or two. 532. Again, in my opinion, I really think that, one second. All right. So the S&Ps are a little bit oversold, all right? But I think it looks like we could set up for a bounce to this high up here. All right, I'm going to look for a bounce to Thursday's high. All right, what is that, 535, 536? Rejection. Tesla, let's do it. GME, what's up, David? Yeah, nah, we can do that. Cause what I usually do is I'm trying to listen to the scanner, and I'm, you know, what I usually do is, like, look. So we have the SPY, right? The SPY is sitting right below Friday's close right now. Qs, they're pretty much damn lined up, and I'm just want to see. So the Dow is well below, but kind of the same. So the market, yeah, the IWM is way down. Wow. All right. So the IWM right now is your weakest index. So looking at those names, you want to be a little bit careful. All right. So far, as of we stand right now, the Dow, Qs, and SPY, they're still right around each other. So that's kind of telling you, you know, the cues, well, technology, etc. Remember how I said semiconductors were a bit overdone, it felt like, and we could probably see a pullback in semiconductors. And if we can get a bounce in the Dow, possibly, just Monday and Tuesday. I want to see if we can get a bounce Monday and Tuesday going into Wednesday. Nothing crazy. We could just consolidate, but I just think that we could look for a bounce and maybe a pullback out of those names with the Dow, right? Bounce with the Dow. Just let me see real quick. And we'll go into Tesla. So Tesla's been trading sideways. I think Tesla is setting up, which is actually on the list, and I'm gonna get into that. I'll go into my list now. I just want to see the indexes so I know. So if we have a double top here and we're testing it, SPY made a higher high there. Okay, so the SPY made a higher high. It's not a double top. It's actually made a higher high. All right, if you guys can't see this, right? This right here, this pivot high, and this pivot right there, you guys will see that this is a higher pivot high. The Q's did a double top. Now let's go look at the Dow really quickly. Just in accordance to Friday's close, it's a little bit lower. All right, that's enough of that. I'm going to look for 532, 531. See if we can't test the top side of this range at 535 and see if we can get a pullback. I think you're going to get a little bit of like a pullback now from the way it looks. You could probably get you get a little more upside, and then a possible pullback to like 533. But we'll see. All right, let's do it. So I think that the overall indexes are pretty easy. We're just sitting up here consolidating, right? We're consolidating, play the range. Let's go into GameStop. So GameStop, we have to hold this level. We have to get above, and I said it. I didn't say. I mean, like last week, we were eyeing up $32. Like that was it. It was like, bro, if you break above and close at that 32 level, it was on. Like seriously, it was on. And why is that? Because look at this area you have here. Looking to the left of the monitor. Look at all that space you have there. At least to the close. That's $40. That's a $10 move. I said, guys, if we start reclaiming that $32 level, it's like 31.65, 31.68ish. You start reclaiming it, it's on. And then what happened last week? It made it resistance, and then you made that day's low support, and that's when that volume came in. Bang, and then here it was. And we got, guys, I drew this out. It's all fully recorded. We literally went long right here on this breakout. I said, guys, this is it. It's on. This was a beautiful wedge, breakout higher, right around lunchtime, right before lunchtime. And it's okay because I'm not going to have the SEC knocking at my door because it's fully recorded right here on YouTube. All right? I'm just saying what our risk to reward here at this level, we've been waiting for 32 to get reclaimed and hold support. We're closing above it now. It's time. Bang. You could have been a part of that if you were with us. And you could have been with the downside. So we ended up, here's what I thought was funny. How we got up to this area, and we've been watching this 45 to 50 level. All right, this 47, it's like 45, 46, this previous high here. We know that we know that 50 is the level. It's like 48.50 to 50. If I take you to the daily chart, we have not been able to close above that level during market hours. Here, I'm going to put up an hourly chart. Why is that important? It's important because it is between 9:30 and 4 o'clock is when the real money is at work. And we just have not been able to close above 45 and hold it. Well, really, it's $46. I'm going to take this off. Every time we got above that level, it was after hours. You never closed, you never got above it and held it during market hours, right? Look to here to the left. You guys can see here, you gapped up, and then what happened? You pulled back to 30, 40 or whatever, right? And then what happened? You bounced to 48.50. You gapped below it. So you turned it into resistance. All right, then here we are. We're coming back up. Oh, it breaks it after hours again, and then what happens? You gap below it. So you know $50, 48 to 50 is that level. And on top of that, you have on the daily chart would be that previous double top there. And you have nope, it's not there. So it's a previous double top here, right? It's just like $48. Because we said our plan was if we can close here, if we can get through 48 to 50, and you start closing here, you start closing candles there between 9:30 and 4, you will test that gap. You still have two gaps up here. The first one is at 70.65, call it 71 to $75, and then you have that final gap at 79 to 80. All right, so you still have two gaps up here. So if we just, for whatever reason, if we can break this level, I think you have to watch for, come on, man. Let me reset this really quickly. There we go. So if we can break and close above 48, and you can see here, we just have not closed above it. You have not been able to get above it, hold it in support during market hours, and I think that's important. So you ran up, tested it, pulled back. Watch if we can start climbing it back up again. You have a lot of people short. We were short. We bought puts. We bought the $30 puts. We were getting in at like 40 to 55 cents. It's like 40, 45, 50 cents depending on your broker. It was really early in the morning. Because we said look for a pop off the bell and a rejection up there at $48. We know that that's the level. So here we go. Look, it looks like you could not reclaim. You could not reclaim 30. You want to be able to walk this thing up. I think, man, that sucks. Let's look at a 4-hour chart. We could still have some upside. I just think that you needed to close up there. I mean, we'll see. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. So GameStop, I just wanted to see 30. I wanted us to start closing up here. Now, we could pull back and close at 28.83, 29. All right. I would look for this level. Look for 28.70 to 29 to try to hold as support. Because what we could do is we could put in a double bottom up here or down here. Bro, come on, man. You fucking piece of shit. Excuse my language. So you turned it into resistance, resistance, resistance. You gap above it, pull in support, resistance, you get above it. That's why I wanted to hold that level. It's trying to hold. This could be a failed break, but I think everything is still okay at 28.70, 28.71, because this could be technically a double bottom if you reclaim 28. If you break 28, then, 26, right? What is this? What level is this? It's 26.30. Yeah, 26.30. And we saw this happening, guys. We said, we got to get back up there. Once we started holding this box, the top end of that box is there. It's there for a reason. All right. So let's see if we can somewhat put in a double bottom here. 28.60 is where you got to be is where it's got to hold. Okay. And you also want to see a bunch of volume come in there as well, to be able to solidify, hey, we have more volume than the prior day. That's the other part to this, is looking at the volume and understanding when volume is greater than it was prior, right? Whether it's to the sell side and or buy side. All right. Let's go into Tesla real quick. Again, hit the like button, subscribe, donation. Link is in the description. We're going to be getting our trade ideas together. I already have a whole list already that I'm going to cover. It goes to the stream. If you want to help give back, that way, you know, a lot of the stuff costs some money, and you could help us provide a lot of things to people that, whether they can't afford it, want to learn, all that fun stuff. If you want to give back, links in the description. All right, so Tesla, I'm watching. If you guys notice, this 100-day is moving in, and Tesla is closing at a higher and higher and higher price. Like, it's sideways, yes, but it is closing closer and closer and closer to the 100-day. Look how far we were at times below the 100-day. Like, look at that. Now look at where we're closing. We're closing in on it, and the 50-day. So things are getting real tight, and shit's about to go down. And it's not ironic that you have this, you know, vote coming up. Which, listen, I think if there was an agreement, there's an agreement, especially with Elon, who hasn't deserved for it to be taken away, whether it makes sense or it doesn't. It was signed by a few parties or whatever. Especially Elon. He actually does shit with his money that has actually propelled humans forward. So yes, if there's anybody, it's him. And who are we as, you know, as a shareholder? You know, you should vote, and you should vote however you think. But he should be able to get that. We shouldn't even have this vote, honestly. All right, I don't know much about it, other than we're voting for his compensation that was agreed upon a while ago. At the end of the day, it was agreed upon. It needs to stay, especially because he hasn't done anything to have it stripped from him. Okay, he's actually done things to have more of a reason to have it. All right, but anyway, feels like we're still just consolidating here. Watch this 100-day. Watch the 100-day moving average. Tesla and the 100-day go together like two peas in a pod. All right, you guys can see throughout this whole 2, 3, 4 years, like top left, you guys can see double top, right? Where do you pull back to? The 100-day, which is the blue level, or the blue line there. Look, again, support. It gaps below it. Look, you closed right on it. You closed right on it. Right? You closed right on it. And then you come back up, reject, turn it into support, and then it plays with it for a little bit. Boom, bow. If there is a moving average, it's the 100-day. You guys can see there. It comes back up, slants down with it. Got that breakout. We actually caught this breakout right there. And that's what getting stuck between two moving averages do. Once you break out to one side or the other, you get a nice big day there. And we were actually a part of that. That was one of the trade ideas that I gave out. So we are actually closing in on it now. All right. And we're just hanging out at the 200-day moving average. I would say that I feel like it has room to break above it, all right, and start closing above it. But, like, what's going to set that off? We've been sitting here for quite some time. You have a wedge going on here. You broke down out of it, then you quickly came back in, and now you're seeing it stick to this orange line, that uptrend. You're at the 20-day. You held the 20-day moving average Friday. All right, that green box is the 20-day moving average. You came down, you just tested it. And that orange box, or that orange trend line, is coming into the 20-day moving average. I think Tesla, I think they're all waiting on that vote, but what I would say is obviously outside of 180. All right, if you start closing up here at like 178, I would today. Here's the thing: you have a move today is actually a nice setup because you can play a long off the 20-day like they're doing pre-market, right? Long to the 100-day off the 20-day if you get that chance. Or if you break the 20-day, look for the rejection, okay? You just have to understand that that trend line right here is in play, all right? It is in play. This thing has just been getting stuck to like glue, all right? It broke out, but then quickly came back in and retrieved back in the pennant. So a break of the 20-day, I would look for the 50-day moving average to come in as support, and look for, and it's not that much room. It's really not. Let me do this. So what is that? That is, yeah, that is 178. Look for 178 to 180 rejections, and if you break this 20-day moving average, look to pull back into 174 and or the 50-day. All right, that is roughly 178 down to the 50-day would be like a 3% move, so that's a nice move, and that gives you what, four? That's like $5 there. 8 to 174, so $4. And then to the upside, I think in order for me to play the upside, I think there's more room to the downside than there is the upside. All right, that's just my opinion. Volume is on your side longer term. All right, volume is on your side longer term for a breakout. I don't know if it's going to break out beforehand or not. I don't know. I really don't know. So you just have to play the range that it's giving you until it changes its mind. Now you can see that this area has been a little bit of support. Really, you could say it's there. See, that's why I drew a box, because it's kind of like I had a box drawn here last week on Tesla from 176 to 178, or 176 to 177, because if I pull this back, you can see how it's just, it can be above it and hold it, and then it can also break down from it and turn it into support at 176. But then it can turn 177 into rejection and or turn 176 into a rejection, like right there, right? Like you see here, look, 178 or 177 rejection, and then look, it gets down 176 rejection. So 176 to 178 would be your stop loss. It's a little over, it's about $1, right? So, but that's Tesla. I would look for, a bounce up to the 100-day and, a possible short if there's low volume. If you have low volume, and no news to break it out. Now you can see it looks like it's trying to break down here. I like the pullback into 174, 17, like the 50-day moving average. 174, 173. If you break Friday's pivot low at 176, you have nothing stopping you until you get down to like 173.50, 173. So write it down. Get your pencils out. All right. Let's say if we break 177 like we're doing now, right? And then you get a bounce into it, and then you start, then you look for the pullback off of that level. All right. So let's go into some of the movers. So you had Lyft, DocuSign, and a few others last week that reported earnings and or like Lyft raised guidance, which we're going to cover. I'll go over my watch list that I have right now. It's 8:22 already. You got to be kidding me. Fuck. I'm going to tell you guys right now, I'm going to still be watching Coinbase. I'm going to be watching Bitcoin. Let's go check in on Bitcoin. It's just flat. Everything is flat. We have such big catalysts coming up. Okay, 15-minute chart. Oh no, we are turning this into resistance. Okay, let's see if we get a pop and turn this 70,000 into resistance. And maybe another test of like, well, you're holding this. we need to reclaim some levels here. Oh, real quick. Tomorrow. Nobody's talking about this. You see what happened? Look at this move. What was that from? Right? If you look. Look at that. You see that pop in the 10-year? Look at that pop in the 10-year. Bang. And then Bitcoin. Bang. To the downside, right? Alright. Let's go here. You know what you have tomorrow? On Tuesday? At 1 o'clock? That nobody's talking about? That could give you the move before the move of CPI and stuff? 10-year... you have a 10-year auction, guys. We keep that on your watch list to be able, you know, to keep an eye on it, because you could get a nice move there before Powell. All right. So I will be watching Coinbase and kind of watching that. I will be watching the 10-year, and I'm gonna expect a move. All right, I'm gonna expect a move going into CPI. Hold on 1 second.
Also, just retail trading GameStop. Only about 11% of the turnover, which is a proxy for trading activity, has been from individuals. It was above 15% if you look back 3 years. Data points to high frequency institutional traders also.
All right, what's going on here? All right, so let's go to some of this breaking news. I will cover some of the semiconductors real quick. Weakness said to be tied to hope it would be included into S&P rebalance. Coinbase. All right, I can go over my list really quickly. We can start with Microsoft. Let's start with Microsoft. No, stop. But like, this is what I hate from CNBC. I hate this.
Front running. Performance data demonstrates that this is not turning into the widespread bullish phenomenon for the meme stock cohort. So that's one factor there. Some also have deja vu. If you think about the losses in GameStop since the all-time high, the moderators of Wall Street Bets, that infamous Reddit forum, which really was the poster child for online meme stock trading a few years ago, saying recently that they don't want the stock discussed there at all. They say people ended up bag holding last time. They say we'd much rather, I'm paraphrasing here, but you go do that stuff elsewhere. They say good luck, Roaring Kitty, but your whole shtick, as they put it, and then disappearance really effed up retail guys. Back to you.
No, it didn't. They did it
all right,
to
Kate,
themselves.
thank you very much.
You know
watching this pretty closely. I mean, when you were,
but I know it's not her saying it, but like, come on. We're all responsible for our own actions here. Stop playing victim. Stop playing victim. Go get your money. If you get paid and you don't take it, that's on you. Keep it at that. All right, Microsoft. So, Microsoft, I'm watching 426, 420 range. And I only like the long if we hold 425. If we can break above here, you guys will see on the daily chart. If we can break above here to 425, then I want to, and close up there. If we start closing at 426, 425, then I want to try for the long to 431. Get out your pens and papers, okay? Microsoft, 420, 424.50, 425 to 426, this orange box. And what I'll do is I can actually go here. All right, I'll go here. We'll go to a 30-minute chart, hourly, whatever you want to go to. All right, let's actually go to a 15-minute. Hourly looks better, right? What do you guys think? Hold on. Let me. And if this mouse is too much on the mic, let me know. All right, so you guys can see here on a 15-minute chart, right? You guys can see it as flat top resistance at 426. I want to see if we can, if we start to reclaim 424, 424.50. All right, we're holding up here now. If we can continue to hold here, I want to look to see if we can if we can bust through this level and try to get to 430, 431. All right. That is the level that I'm going to look to try to get to, which I don't think we can. I think you try and then it gets taken back. I think it gets taken back. And there's another side to this trade. You have the 20-day moving average there. We're about to get another pullback. We're about to break. I think Microsoft is about to break this level now. You could probably look from Microsoft back down to 420. If you break this pivot low here, and it's holding up comparable to the SPY, it's holding up okay. 421. I think you have a little more upside, and then we could look for the rejection actually on Microsoft. You could look for this 425.65 to 426. Let's see here. Let me pull all my stuff up right here. Hold on. Let me go down. Let's pull this up. Pull my MACD up. I hate this talk. You don't want to see retail traders holding the bag. Well, they need to sell it and understand how to play the game. Like, this is crazy. We're taking away responsibility from people. Like, would you go into an octagon and fight a professional UFC fighter and not expect to get punched in the mouth and win? What, do you think you're going to win? Versus a trained professional and you haven't done shit in your life? Come on. Stop playing victim here. I just hate this talk because it brings the government into it. And they don't need to be brought into it. There's nothing to be brought in for. It's crazy. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. Alright. Microsoft, look for a pullback off of 426. And I'll write this down myself. Rejection of 426. If we get a pop-up there. I think this thing is a bit overdone. And it feels like we could look for a pullback. And you know what? Looking at this, nah, I don't really like that for that idea. I think Microsoft is just in a consolidation. All right, so you see you have the 20-day here. All right, 20-day moving average, which is this green box. We don't want them holding the bag. Shut the fuck up, man. Just look at her face. Look at what she looks like.
To be an investor. And it's a lot harder to be a trader, whether you're a pro or whether you're a retail investor.
Right. There's always winners and losers. Day trading is one of the highest risk positions that you can take.
Yeah, shut the hell up. I'm going to look for this trade, guys. I'm going to look for this. I'm going to look for that trade idea. What I'm going to do is actually save. There's way too many levels here, but I need them. Come on. So you can see that we pretty much are retesting that support level, and it looks like we're trying to break it now on Microsoft. Right, this pivot low, you retested it. You know, we could try to get this thing back down to 418 and back down to the 50-day moving average. Alright, so that's Microsoft, alright? I'm going to look for today. I'm actually going to look for a 426 rejection of Friday's high. And possibly look to get back down to Thursday's low. Or try to crack that 20-day moving average. Alright, that's what I'm going to look for. Again, depending on where we open up at. Let's see here. I'm going to set all of my stuff up really quickly. Why was that so high? I was wondering what was going on here. It was weird. There we go. All right.
Pharmaceuticals, ticker MIRA, announcing preclinical study results for its ketamine analog, ketamine 2.
Yeah, I would like to try and get a pullback into the 50-day. All right, that 50-day moving average is what I want to target. Let me get all my stuff set up real quick. I don't think there's anybody here anyway. I think this could be a nice trade. I do. And I think if we can get a pullback with some of these tech names, then we could look for, you know, what an area that is going to go higher, right? If yields go higher, we could see a bounce with banks, right? For instance, banks. That could be a really nice move if it could give it to us. I'm not sure if it's going to. Not sure if it's going to give it to us. We'll see.
If Trump were to regain the presidency, former President Trump, what are some of the planks of his plan? I'm seeing something about even further cuts for corporate taxes. Is that really being considered? Hey, Joe, good to be with you, and good to be with Jason as well.
Oh, my God.
Look, I think there's no question the top priority will be to make sure that those tax cuts are Lap and I and Larry Kudlow.
All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. All right, we're good there. All right, so you guys can see here, top left chart. I just want to see what's going on with the overall markets. We'll cover NVIDIA. You have a range, and the range is very simple. If you break 120 again, 119.90, 120, and you start turning that into resistance, you could probably plan on 118 breaking and look for a test back down to 116 on NVIDIA. All right, that's what I'm gonna eye up today, because I think semiconductors could use a nice pullback. I think they could all use a nice pullback, all of them. ARM was on a run there for a little bit. All right, ARM was on a run. Let's see, GameStop. Boom. Let's see. Yeah, watch. See if GameStop can hold 29. I want to see GameStop hold 29. If it can turn 29 into support, that it'll turn that double bottom there. If you look here on the hourly chart at the bottom right, you guys will see. Which I'm going to go to a bigger chart, but you guys can see this. You guys can see here, right? This support from Friday, or resistance Friday, that we gapped above support, pullback support, start getting some buyers in there. That would be a nice double bottom, but we have to break above 30.50. Then we would target 32, 33 area, and then we're just going to try to ride it up higher if we can get it. All right. I still think even if this, I think we can still get a pop. It could just happen on the bell, like going into the bell. All right.
Real Vision, ticker RVSN, announces the installation of its shunting yard product.
All right. Semiconductors, I told you guys, I want to see if we can get a pullback. Oh, Biden's tariffs work, but other tariffs don't because of who the person is. People are fucking retards, I swear. All right. All right, Microsoft 426, 424, 50, 425. 425 to 426 rejection I'm looking for, and I want to see if we can try to get short a bounce up to that previous high, which I already told you guys. I'm just recapping it and looking for a possible short entry up there. All right, I think this could be a nice little trade for the next day or two if the markets are going to pull back. All right, that's Microsoft. Let's go to NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA. You have this bit of a reversal pattern on volume. Let's see here. You can see a nice support here at 119, 118.40, 118.50. I mean. All right, 118.50. Oh shit, we're gonna look for a bounce first, aren't we? We are. Shit. All right, I'm gonna change up my NVIDIA play. I'm still not counting out a rejection, but I think if you do get a pullback, which I'm not sure, I think you're gonna get a bounce now, so it might work. It might work. What I was gonna say is I think you can get a bounce and then the rejection, right? Like coming into the bell, then we look for the rejection. I just still think a lot of these names are oversold. All right, Micron. You have, look at this wedge on Micron. And I still have some names I'm going to give out here at 9 o'clock. I'm going to cover my watch list with you guys. Just give it a second. It just froze up. God damn it. Come on now. Don't do this to me. Okay, there we go. Good shit. All right. You have this level here. You ripped above it, right? On what? On volume. Then you had a low volume pullback and you held it. Okay? Now, coming in Friday was a bit of an indecision. You did close the day green. You're still above this level, right? If you get a bounce, I'm looking for the top end of this range. And I want you guys to remember what these patterns are. When you see wedges like this, all right, when you see wedges, in my opinion, for the most part, depending on how steep and where the volume is, which is what we have, they're reversal patterns. Ascending wedges and descending wedges, they're trend reversals. They're signals of a trend reversal. Back it up with the volume, right? Look at the volume, and it looks to me, it's kind of a mixed bag here, right? It's a mixed bag, but I'm just eyeing it up. It's something that I see I'm going to pay attention to. Let's keep it moving. All right. So, again, your level here is at 130. You're still holding 130. You're holding it this morning. This does not look like yesterday. The way everything looked coming into Friday. I don't know why. That's because we came in with a small gap down. Yeah, we could look for a bounce, and this is what backs my thesis up. Okay, that's the thesis, right? I told you guys this morning that I'm looking for a bounce today into tomorrow, and then a possible pullback Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. Well, like that's what I'm looking for, right? A bounce early in the week, Monday, Tuesday, maybe getting us into like the 10-year auction Tuesday, and FOMC. Depending on how FOMC goes, which I don't think FOMC is going to change, but we need to look at the summary of economic projections. We'll get into that later, because that if they change that, that's what could give us our direction. Let's look for Micron at a 130 entry. I just don't know if you get it. You know what? You could get it. We could get it, guys. This could be a nice entry. This could be a nice entry here. Look for 130. Yeah, 130, 128. Yeah, 129. 129, 130 long if you hold the top end of this range. All right, 130, 129. 129 would probably be anything below there would be your stop loss. All right, if you start cracking and closing below this level. The thing is, though, is you have your 20-day moving average coming up right up in there, too. All right, 20-day moving average. So I don't know if I'll play Micron today. Let's go look at ARM. We've been watching ARM for a while now. So that's Micron. What do we say? 130 longs up into the top end of the range. Let me go back and give that to you real quick, since I didn't give it to you. I gotta get better. I gotta get better at this. I'm sorry. Profits off in front of 132, which is Friday's high. I'm gonna tell you right now as well. If you get above 132 and you start closing up here, I think that's the trade. 132 up into 134.75, 135. Back to that previous high. Because the thing is when you start closing up here and you break this pivot high from Friday, guess what? You have nothing. Nothing stopping you until you get to 135, 134.75. And guess what? That's also the top end of the range. That's also the top end of the wedge. I'm sorry. You guys can see this long wedge that's getting put in here. I mean, technically, you could put it, you could start the wedge there, right? Which would make a little bit more sense. But technically, what I would do is I'd measure this, boom, and then we would put this. If we did come into that downside, which would be here, and where does that take us? It takes us right back to that pivot high at $95. So that would be a nice trade. If you get downside, you can look for a nice swing trade to the downside. Oh, I didn't show you guys, which I will. We'll get into it. Let me see something real quick. All right, so you have that previous highs there. We'll look to go long Micron. That could be a trade idea. All right. I don't know if you guys wrote that down. Let me keep it moving real quick. All right, what's going on here?
I don't know, Jason, Steven's backdrop, I don't know, man. It just, when he's talking about
34.
I'm not even listening to what he's saying, but I'm looking at that backdrop, and then with yours, you gotta get something like that, Jason. Did you see it? You know what I'm saying? It's better than remember when you were
134. So what is that? A 130.
This is better than that, but look at, he's got the cap. I mean, it's just the gravitas.
130 entry. MU. I'm watching Moderna also and some banks, which I'll get into.
Jason, thank you. Steve, let's do it again sometime. You'll both come back and do it together again? It seemed to like each other, okay? It's nice to see. Okay, great.
Coming up, Eli Lilly's experimental Alzheimer's drug up for discussion at the FDA. We're going to
132. I'm writing Micron down. 132 break. Targeting 134.75. Target. 134.75. I don't know if we get up there. I don't know. I really don't know, guys. I don't know if we can get up there. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Alright, ARM. ARM has done the thing. This was a beautiful trade. Alright, this was a really nice trade for us. We ended up going long on a break because I had mentioned to you guys, if we start breaking, it was this level, I think, right there. And I said, hey, we have a really nice shot. Where was it? Was it down here? It was down here, wasn't it? Because I said if we can break above 118, then we would target 130. All right, I have it all written down here. I can always go back, and everything's recorded live. So you can see here this trade line, it has been acting as support. Let's see what happens now that we're at the top end of the range. You still have a previous, you know, kind of a support level up there at 149.50 to 150. All right, this area. If there's still any strength. All right, rate. Is that 149.50? Oh, bro, come on. I hate this mouse, guys. I got to get a new mouse desperately. 48.49. Right there. All right, right there. I will say this: if we break 140, we got a nice $10 move back to that previous upside. All right, previous upside there. That's what I'd be looking for on ARM. It's a move back into 150, depending on if we can hold and we don't get a crazy volume sell-off type of day. ARM is a bit overdone in the near term. It is a little bit overdone. You're way above the 20-day, way above that 9 EMA. It has some relative strength with it. So, you know, today I would like to try for a long, which would be, the long would be a lower high. See, it's probably going to start bouncing now. Let's see here. MACD curling. Let's get MACD trying to go back down again. Let's see if it can hold here. Yep, look. And that's that little pivot low from Friday. All right, ARM. I'm gonna. Everything is gonna remain the same for me on ARM. All right, and I'm gonna watch this level here. Let me see here. What is this?
I think this is a nice additional therapy. We're probably still in the infancy stages of getting a treatment that works really well for patients to the point where they're excited, the physician community is excited. We just did a neuroscience panel a couple weeks ago, and the physician community up there was not all that excited about these current treatments, but I think we're at least getting closer. Well, so that's the question. If the doctors are not excited about it, who's the use case for? Well, I think the problem is, like, you got to have the patient come in or present with symptoms at a stage in which the drugs are going to work. So this is mild to moderate. So I think in some cases you're threading the needle, and also the amount of times you need to keep on coming back for therapy is also an issue. For Biogen, it's twice a month, although they're pursuing once a month, and for Lilly, it's once a month. Right. So I think getting patients to some sort of infusion center is also an issue. And then briefly,
oh my gosh.
You think this is not a mover? I don't think it's a big mover. I mean, the stock seems to be, it's a complete monster, just a real anomaly in healthcare.
Let me see something. Okay, yeah.
This is a tiny little, I think it's a small deal for the stock. I think a full approval, stock is up a decent amount, but I feel like even if it's a limited label, maybe flat to down small.
But if we are getting closer to something that people are excited about, is this the building block? And I'm trying to compare this with technology.
So let's see what happens here. Let's see how we hold on and all that fun stuff. Let me go here. Let's see. So I have my list. Let me let my cat in real quick. I'm gonna go make some coffee really quickly. So I gave you guys some of my watch list here. Let's go like Coinbase right now. Let me actually go see here. Let's see. Where are we at here? We don't have that many views. It's all good. We'll just keep it moving. Let me go get some coffee. It's 8:52. And
significant. If this drug gets approved over the near term, you're going to have 2 therapies now approved. And I think what I'm kind of looking forward to is if they can get these drugs into better modalities.
Considering as we come and work our way out of this most recent round of earnings, as we have some dust settling now from the Fed ultimately this week, leaving rates unchanged or expected to. And even as you look at the 10-year yield, I mean, one could argue about 4.5%. That's supportive of, again, a market that's just kind of content and holding its own, as mentioned before.
I'll tell you what, if this were September, if this were October, if this were December, I would go with the what have you done for me lately. But I think the fact that this is a summer market, it's relatively slow. I think that equilibrium is in place. And I don't think the market is upset with that. And again, I think you're seeing sentiment reflect that. It's just kind of sitting and waiting. The market is comfortable at this point waiting for that. There's enough going on, with the NVIDIA split and looking at Apple and all of these other things. But I think that becomes kind of the backstory, obviously, to what the Fed is going to say coming up this week.
Okay, and in terms of what could upset or disrupt the apple cart, we were talking earlier about the U.S. dollar, right? And what if we were to get some sort of a bit more of a hawkish tone from the Fed and ultimately further pushback on some of those rate cut expectations? Maybe we'd have a bit of a reckoning for this market under those circumstances.
For sure. I mean, I think it could be a total wardrobe malfunction down to that 5,200 mark, Ben.
Let's hope we get the latter of the two and not as a result of the former.
You bet.
Ben, appreciate you joining us here. Actually, we shouldn't hope for the latter of the two. We should, in terms of the bulls, 5,200, I think you said. Hey, that's our show for today, Ben. You got me speechless here. Ben Watson joining us this morning. He got me there. Download the Schwab Network app. Check us out on the Apple App Store and tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. We got Morning Trade Live headed your way next. Oliver Rennick is up next here on the Schwab Network.
So what can you watch at the Schwab Network? Let's break that down for you. Every day from our studios here in Chicago and on the floor of the NYSE, we deliver more than 8 hours of live programming. We kick off every day bright and early at 8 a.m. Eastern with our Futures Show hosted by Ben Lichtenstein, breaking down commodity markets, futures, and technical trends. At 9 a.m., I'm in studio hosting our 2-hour opening bell show, Morning Trade Live. It sets the blueprint for traders for the day. We invite top analysts and investors to determine what's driving the early action, how to interpret the news, and what's on the agenda for the session. Hey, Nicole, tell them about our shows at the NYSE.
Thanks, Oliver. Welcome, everyone, to our beautiful NYSE studio. We are here on the New York Stock Exchange floor, broadcasting live each day. I host a watch list, which provides investors a fun midday update on the major news stories and themes. Best part of being down here is we are right in the center of the action. The energy is palpable. The sights are unmistakable. It's back to Chicago now. Jenny Horn.
Thanks, Nicole. Hi, everyone. I'm Jenny Horn, the host of Next Gen Investing.
Nicole.
We all.
Let's do it. Yo, I'm so ready for this week, you guys. So far, we're just trading sideways on like everything. It looks like we're getting pullbacks on like ARM, Coinbase trying to pull back. NVIDIA, it's got to break that level. GameStop with a nice bounce. I will say it right now, guys. I will go long if we end up getting, let's see here, the Dow is still up by the close. It's actually bouncing. Let's see here. What is that? 5. Give me a 30-minute chart. Let's see. Yeah, we do have Apple, which I was talking about. All right, it's 9 o'clock. So we have Micron. So I gave you guys Microsoft, Coinbase, right? 240, 245 holds. We go for the long, which 240. It's still holding because it hasn't broke yet. Understand that the 50-day and the 20-day is down there at 230. So that's a really nice move to the downside we could look for. But keep an eye on Bitcoin. I just don't know if we get a big move. Until we have that 10-year bond auction tomorrow. I think people are overlooking that. Yields ripped and Bitcoin, you know, pulled back. So if you get another bad or really good auction, I think that's going to be market moving. So you saw, because what it is that you saw already how stocks and crypto and the dollar and stuff reacted towards the labor data we got Friday. And that's the other thing. What happens today? I told you guys Friday to watch to see if we take back that move, and we did. We pretty much just traded in a range. We made one big range. All right, so the SPY is trying to reject up there, but you have mild support up here at 532. Let's just see what happens, okay? I'm going to just see what happens with the data that we have coming out. You know, I'm going to keep my expectations pretty low until it shows me otherwise. All right, let's go back to the chart. So ARM, and VID, GameStop holding. GameStop holding up. Actually, it's trying, you know, it's holding, but it looks like it's trying to sell off. All right, I want to look at this. There was an upgrade on Walmart. You guys can see a little bit of resistance here on Walmart, 67, 67.30. Oh, we also went long Palantir. For anybody that's new here, we went long Palantir really early in the week. Let's see here. I want to go through some of this news. All right, so Walmart, that's crazy pullback. I don't know what that was about. Walmart sold off big time. K&G. All right, DraftKings, you broke above here. You have some nice support. Come on. I think that should be our level. 36. Why is it taking long now? What the fuck is going on, man? Is anybody else having trouble with Thinkorswim? Get into that gap there. I would like to try to take DraftKings long, if we can get it, up to $39. It's got a nice trend here. So you broke that, yeah, 39. Let's see if we can bounce back to 39. I guess it sold off because of earnings. Does anybody know why DraftKings sold off like it did? And look how much this thing is up this year. You opened up around You opened up around $11. It is usually good to see what the name is up on the year, so you had a chance. Okay. Oh, damn. 317%. Oh, no, this is this year. Oh, shit. What am I looking at? Damn. Even that was 50%. Wow.
KDLY kindly collaborates with Curaleaf to expand patient education on medical cannabis care.
All right. I don't think this is going to be a trade, guys. Just don't really like it. I'll keep it on watch if there's volume. But other than that, I don't really care for it. Just gotta be honest. I don't really care for it. I think you could see a pullback, and I would look for $36. I would look for a pullback and look for that $36 level.
Friday's number. It was a nightmare for the bulls, and yet it didn't seem to matter in the stock market. It mattered in the bond market. The thing I thought was most disconcerting is that there's this whole cohort. There's actually the jobless.
Yeah, that's what I would look for. Well, you are up there. Look for pullbacks in the 37. You have that resistance up there.
CEO and NVDA Planet Labs collaborating with NVIDIA on onboard processing capabilities for high-resolution Intelligent satellite. That's Papa Lima, November Victor Delta Alpha.
You know what? I don't know. And I'm happy to say that I don't know. I'm glad to say that, because I really don't, I just don't really see a trade there just yet.
Let's say the promotion side, and suddenly I realized we do have two classes. I don't want to generalize too much to what happened with
ADV Advantage Solutions sells strong analytics to 26.
Why is this not saving? Let me go back and save this really quickly. Alright, so we cracked 200, which is okay.
Meta says using content that people have chosen to make public to build a foundational AI model that was released openly. That's Michael Echo Tango Alpha, MTA.
And the current order was one which said it was like a so-called popular front in the 1930s. So it was like, hey, listen, we're for everybody, but the right is saying, oh no, you're not. You're just for what we regard as being a period where we just spent a lot of money. So the
AWE more highs now. K West Microsystems 72 cents now. Up 32 cents.
I think the difference is that they have snap elections and do something about it. We have one every 4 years.
Right. Macron's definitely going to take his chances and try to teach Le Pen a lesson. But
98.
This is somebody who's been on the fringe and is clearly not on the fringe. If anything is now.
Sorry, I'm just trying to go through and get yeah, 197 looks to be like an area that would be a nice pullback. Yeah.
A right-wing old Republican. No, it's a hard right.
Some did argue this morning that the center right basically held, and that the far right is chipping away, but at the edges.
I think that would be.
I think you have a range you would want to just sit there and play, honestly.
I think they're in denial because I think that no one's used to having a right in Europe that is as close to that we've seen to the 30s, not to the 40s, and I think that we're all kind of like, are you kidding? But no, nobody's kidding, and there's just a note of rage in these elections. I saw rage, and I think the mainstream media does want to call it rage.
Right. All that said, Jim, I mean, it's not like we've been dealing with political uncertainty for a while, and we keep hovering just below all-time highs.
I know, and by the way, the bonds of all those countries are awful versus ours. I mean, a lot of time I hear that that we have such a big deficit that our bonds are therefore, there's a great deal to be had going higher. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be in any of this European.
Sorry. Again, if the clicking gets old, just let me know.
I thought it was insane. I mean, I think that interest rates are going higher, and Friday was a divorce.
All right, JPM. Let's see here.
And it looks like today is a kind of a reckoning that we realized maybe we got a little too bullish on in stocks versus bonds is what I felt.
Right. We'll see. There is some discussion this week about very short-term seasonality. Back half of June is usually not too hot, whereas the beginning of July, fresh second half money comes in. Are you kind of prepared for that chop?
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I like that. Here's what I
don't buy into, and I did a piece for the club. There were so many the equivalent of get out now pieces, but they're cows.
Yeah, JP Morgan, watch for that 199. See, watch the 20-day. If you start rejecting 200, then I think you have an easy move back. Not an easy, but look for a move back down to 198. I still think you bounce, though. I still think you bounce back to 200. All right, Moderna. Wait, I want to cover a few of the other ones. Let's go look really quickly. So there's Tesla breaking down. And we said I like to trade to the downside because it had more room. 76 to 80. It's a 2% move in Tesla if you can get a bounce from 176 to 180. It is a nice move. If you guys could hit the like button, subscribe. Link in the description for the disclaimer and donations to the stream. All right. All right, DSY. We have a lot going on here. Okay, so CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike as well. We got to talk about CrowdStrike. So, if for anybody that's new, we get pullbacks into, 160. What is that? 360. Man, I wish I still owned this name. Fuck. I really wish I still owned this name. Watch this sector. Keep an eye on this sector, okay? If CrowdStrike helps this sector out at all. What happened there? My stuff is glitching. You have this previous high here at 365 on CrowdStrike. Normally what happens is you get a lot of fund managers that buy the stock outright in front of the S&P inclusion. At least, for whatever reason, you want to come up with. So we have 365. We got that there. Let's look for pullbacks. All right, 4-hour chart here. Where is the 20-day? So the 20-day bounce. So Friday was weird because there was no theta or nothing at all. It was so weird. And the reason I brought this up on Twitter, yes, there was an S&P inclusion, but there's no reason why the options still should not have decayed a little bit. And they were still $5, $6, $7 going into the close, which I cannot understand why. Yes, they're supposed to be they're supposed to go into the S&P, but none of that takes away from the fact that the stock was not in the money. Do you know what I'm saying? And the closer you get to that time of expiry, those options should be moving, and they were not. They weren't. So, I don't know. But that's just something I noticed that I thought was a little fishy. Because even if there's news or no news, if you're 10 minutes away or a half hour or 2 hours away, the options should cost less than they were the day prior and or the morning or when the bell closed. Come on now. That's what I thought was a little bit fishy. All right, anyway, pullbacks 360, 359, 360. I thought we said 365. Yeah, 365. Oh, that's 360. Okay, I see what's going on here. Sorry. We got to hurry up. We only have just a couple more minutes. I wanted to go through some of the news. All right, so this is the area I'm going to look for on CrowdStrike. Right there. Right there. That's what we'll look for in CrowdStrike. I think it's a little bit overdone. Let's look for a possible pullback for buyable dips down here at 360 to 365, right in that area. It's still really expensive for this name, it feels like. We have Apple Day, which I'll try and play. I may have to delete the live stream after we're done, but So.
And I want to acknowledge that they're angry and upset. And the same way I want to acknowledge that the people in their 20s are the loser for Friday's number, and the people in their 20s have little hope, a la Larry Fink. And this man comes along and he's like, look, at least I'm amusing.
That's a really sharp point of view, Jim. Having an open mind.
I just have been bombarded by people who just say,
Let me share this really quickly. Volunteer, Baba.
That's a good way to kick off the week and give us viewers something to think about. When we come back, look at the Southwest. They're getting a boost this morning on this reported stake out of Elliott. Take a look at the pre-market. Also get to a couple high-profile downgrades of some tech names like AMD.
Hopefully I don't stop the stream. I gotta watch doing that. Shit. Now I just messed up what I was doing. Vid, Palantir, Baba, all that fun stuff.
I'm just here for the internet. AT&T, it's super fast.
reliable. We want this out? Solution oriented. And most importantly,
Is the internet out? Don't worry, we have AT&T internet backup.
the next level network. I saw the pillow.
Alright, we'll see what happens there. Alright. Let's go see what's trending. I did not look at Reddit and or DJT, which were some of the names that were starting to pop. I did bring those up to you guys, though. I said, guys, keep an eye on those because I don't know what's going on, but things are acting a little slow. Newsmax. I don't even know what the hell that is. The fuck is a Newsmax? Newsmax. Alright, so NVIDIA, GameStop, NVIDIA, stock market, Tesla, stock futures, Apple, Amazon. Oh, Amazon. I was watching Amazon a little bit last week. AMD, AMC, Reddit, Tesla, GME, Tesla. Okay. This is always good to look at, guys. Apple, CNBC, futures. Oh, NEO. Okay. NEO, Coinbase, SMCI, Baba, NVIDIA. Okay. No. All right, let's do it, guys. All right, let's go through some of the news really quickly. There were some upgrades and downgrades. Like, I don't understand what's going on here. Something is just moving a little slow today. So hopefully we have 15 minutes and just waiting for this to load. What's up, Big Mac? Damn right, bro. Yes, we need to get, the only thing, it's not the only thing, but I love it people drinking Biden's juice. Just because I don't like big government. Like, you just see, like, there's just parts of him that come out, which is the asshole politician that comes out of him. But, I'm going to try not get, look, come on, man. What is going on here? But thanks for joining, Big Mac. Bro, what is going on? Let me look at the SPY, make sure my level 2 is running. Time and sales. Alright, time and sales is going. Fuck.
Yeah, they do, and there's an excellent deck out if people want to see it, calling for a stronger Southwest, and they embrace the idea that there's a lot of upside to Southwest and that it did well over a long period of time. It kept the balance sheet during COVID, but everything else, frankly, is just underperformed. Bottom tier of unit costs. A lot of empirical analysis.
534.70, 534. Damn, we're that far below? Holy shit.
That it's you, Carl, my view on Southwest is that they won't be happy unless wholesale change. This is not minor change. This is not even what I saw with Texas Instruments, where they kind of
534.
I think this is basically a genteel group of people and a board that's genteel, and I think that Elliott needs
533.95. Okay.
Questions here. There's a look at some longer term charts. I think it's down 45.
That's why, because of that Sunday night shit there.
Their operational issues from what Boeing has handed them.
I don't know what's going on here.
Southwest is they never kicked Boeing under the tip, never kicked through the curb. But they did say they were going to hold Boeing accountable, and then they just kind of said, "All right, you know what? There's nothing we can do. Let's we're lovers, not fighters." And I think that Elliott would believe, why would you fight?
I don't know why this isn't coming up. I don't know if it's the site.
This is like the great Don Budge, who was this tremendous tennis player. He said, "Listen, when things are good, don't change a thing. When things are bad, be willing to change anything." And they're not willing to change anything. So you've got this secular.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, bro.
Religious cult, and they come in, and I'm sure that Southwest is going to say, "Hey guys."
There we go. Finally. God dang. Alright, Advanced Solutions, strong analytics on 1.6, ADV. Vista Outdoor shares rising after rejecting MNC Capital's fresh takeover proposal. Elliott confirms investing approximately $1.9 billion. LUV. Bitcoin price. CrowdStrike, KKR, GoDaddy shares rise in S&P inclusion. Macro, Mr. Bet, Apple. Oil. Let's see here. What do we have here?
All the interviews that Bob Jordan has had with us, of which many are with me, many with Phil, where he just keeps saying, "Listen, it's strong. I'm very proud. It's strong." And the biggest problem is.
Let me see something really quickly.
Bob Jordan told CNBC, and it was all. We had a strong first quarter 24. It was.
We have just a couple more minutes, guys. Well, we have 10 minutes here. 10 minutes here. I have not looked at Palantir yet. I have not looked at Palantir just yet.
This is a stop. We had a strong first quarter. We lost a lot of money. We didn't do well, but that doesn't matter. So I think the painful thing here is that you really wish Southwest well, because they, I think when we have them on, whether it be Gary Kelly or later Bill or Jordan, you really want them to get it together.
All right, let's go through. We have 10 minutes.
But that in the end doesn't matter. They didn't deliver. And this document is filled with a disconnect from reality, which is what they call it. Leadership has ignored calls for change. And
What is Big Tree Cloud Holdings?
they view, I believe, is incredibly lightweight. There's people who have done a good job in life on the board, but maybe they're not the right board.
Interesting. You know, it is funny how we always look to them as a highly
NASDAQ debut. What else do we have? DSY, KWE. I don't know what this says.
It's obvious that something's not working. The idea that they have been
Checking my phone, seeing this crash. The folks I held during the beatdown. Gain, private Discord, subscribe yourself and refresh so quick, blah, blah, blah.
when it comes to finance. But I think that quote is so important. When it comes to finance,
What was the news?
that's not mattering enough. And it matters to shareholders. And I think that what Elliott says is, you know what,
All right.
I think you're a good airline, but you got to make money. You got to make more money than you're doing. And I would totally respect their view. I think they're right. I mean, the company's...
Does anybody see any small caps with news? ICCH.
But what matters is, in the end, they've got a good balance sheet, and they've done very poorly, much poorly than every other airline. So
What was the news?
let's say it's a football team. It's like, listen, guys, you used to be in the playoffs every year. You have not even been in the first part of the division. Don't you think we need change?
I know, and it's not like you can blame the backdrop of travel demand.
No, you can. As you mentioned, travel demand is as strong as
We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash countdown.
Let's see. H to BR over Horizon News. Securities fraud. Okay. I don't know. I'll go through them later. We'll go through them later.
Dow futures down 88, Nasdaq down 54. Crude is up 35 cents now at $75.84. Natural gas is up 14 cents at $2.
All right, I'm done with this. Let's see here. Let's just go to all right, guys, let's have a great day. Let's have a great day. No, there isn't really anybody here.
What's up? Why is Mark here? You said to get this merger done, I should ask Mark. I said ask Markham.
Ever wonder where the people with all the answers get all the answers? Ask Markham, accountants and advisors.
Is this how you're hoping to retire? Well, hope isn't a good retirement strategy. You've worked for a comfortable retirement for years. Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Call for Fisher's Comfortable Retirement Kit with the help you need to make your retirement a success, including the investment.
So there's DraftKings.
13 retirement blunders to avoid.
We have 6 minutes left.
Call 1-800-759-4447.
Fisher
tailors a plan to keep you on track for retirement you want.
Mutual Capital, Novacorp, Private Diamond, Tesla Motors. Sees investment bank analyst rating update. It's down. Oh shit! I could just put it into whatchamacallit for the news. I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot.
Call 1-800-759-4477.
With the Fundrise Innovation Fund, you can invest in some of the world's top tech companies, including those leading the AI revolution before they go public. The future is now open for
All right. Let's have a great day today. I'm going to have a great day. I don't know about y'all. I'm getting my money today. I'm getting mine. See if the IWM recovered at all. It has not. The IWM has sold off. Keep an eye on KWE if you guys want to.
The semis today as Morgan Stanley makes some calls, resumes coverage of Broadcom and cuts AMD down to equal weight. Jim's going to give us his take on that and this downgrade of Adobe over at Melius in just a couple of minutes. Opening bell in about 4 minutes. Walk on the street. Stay with us.
Why do I love the U.S. Open? It pushes the very best to the very brink. And without the greatest challenge, you don't get the greatest triumph. The U.S. Open on NBC, USA, and Peacock, part of the greatest summer of golf.
Go for the whirls and the twirls. Go for the walks and the rides. Go for the savory sweets. Go to celebrate and rejuvenate. Go for the win.
Enjoy store-wide savings with up to 20% off your entire purchase during Raymore and Flanagan's Summer Savings Event. The more you buy, the bigger your discount. And with delivery in 3 days or less.
Alright guys, if you guys need any help or you guys need anything at all, just give me a holler. What did I have up here? Fuck. Alright, I'm going to be watching. I'm keeping an eye on GameStop because you did hold this level again, but you know, you got to get above 30. You got to close and hold 30 and try to get up off of that level. Okay, it's going to be important. That level is important. Moderna, I'm watching Moderna. Also, I know I didn't tell you guys about that. I have a couple that I didn't get into. But pullbacks into 150. Let's start with the daily chart. Or hell, we can start with the weekly chart. Pivot off of that 200 weekly moving average. Daily chart. You're just I feel like this could be just a consolidation you know, starting. So I'm watching 150 on Moderna. 155 short, 140 target is my trade idea for this. All right, just giving you that now. I want to see if we can get a bounce and a rejection. It might end up being up at like 160. So I'm not sure yet, because yesterday when I looked at some of these names, it just felt like we were a bit oversold. And then coming in, well, even coming in with a gap up, it should be a little bit, I don't know. I'm not sure what I was thinking. I know I was seeing things correctly, I thought. Yeah, let's see if we get a bounce here off 150. And to get a bounce back to 155. And then see if we can't get our pullback off of that level. Yeah, we're starting to pull back now. So you could actually, in my opinion, you could look for a long off of 150 in the 156, 158. I don't know what I was looking at yesterday, because it didn't have any pre-market stuff. Yeah, like look at this. Like if you look yesterday, you could see a lot of this stuff was overdone. And that's why you got to watch, you know, when you go looking at stuff like that, you could get a pop up here in the 155. If I pull up like even a 4-hour, that you know, you just got to be careful. That's all. Anyway, good luck today. If you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat. Let's have a great day today. I'm ready. I don't know about you, but I'm ready. All right. What do we have? ARM, NVIDIA, AMD. Didn't really check that out. Tesla. Let's do it. GameStop, NVIDIA, ARM. I have Tesla up here. I told you guys. Okay, so Tesla. Already. Look at Tesla bouncing into the 20. Where's the 20-day moving average? What the fuck? Why is it? Okay, there it is. It's bouncing into it now. Bro, what is going on? Keep an eye on Tesla. Keep an eye on, man, come on, bro. Yeah, watch this level down here for a bounce. It feels like Tesla is really kind of ready for a bounce. I didn't write it down either. I don't know what the fuck is going on here.
Goldman takes a crack at what splits do for liquidity over the long term, and he argues, I think that he would argue over the longer term it is a positive.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Because you don't want, I mean, no, always good for employees. That's what all CEOs say. But
all right, so there's a hold. You're getting that rejection. Let me go to the right here. Trade. What do we have? 30-minute. No, I don't want that. All right, so you're getting a bounce into the close. Watch that 178. Watch 178 on Tesla. Wow, it already rejected that quick, guys. It already rejected that quick. Unbelievable. If I could just get these damn charts to set up correctly, I'll be on to something. Keep an eye on Bitcoin. Bro, I'm getting pissed, bro. These fucking charts are pissing me off, bro.
People ask me about him all the time, and I just say, listen, you ain't seen nothing yet, because what you're getting, if you go to the Melius Ben Reitz's piece, which is very intelligent, which just says basically enterprise software. Look at
I'm gonna wait a minute.
the way the software is going to be created. Now, it's a downgrade of Adobe, which reports this week. Adobe does have a terrific suite, but the suite's expensive.
Shit's fucking killing me, man. I wish I could get the 20-day. Does anybody know how to get the 20-day to stay there on that? Alright, so here is the 1 minute.
Shares are performing back now 15. Moving higher as stock traders circulate.
I'm just getting so fucking pissed off at this fucking shit, man. Like, seriously.
Apple will watch both conferences coming up later today. That's OPRA and that's up to front.
And Salesforce and Snow, which he doesn't cover.
No, and I discussed with Jeff Marks today. I said, listen, I mean, Salesforce has been a core holding of ours since we basically started the trust, and I respect Ben's work enough to be able to rethink how long will it be. Can Salesforce pivot? The problem is he's using, again, we've got these people who...
Yeah, you just keep rejecting there. I think you got to look for a pullback. In my opinion, off of that. Where's Tesla at? Let's look for 74 target. Fuck, man. I need to be quicker than that, man. I need to be quicker than this. Alright. I did not. So June 13th vote, 100-day breaker, reject 180 level. Alright, so come on, bro. I'm just trying to give you guys my target for this. Alright, so 176 break. 176, we're going to target 175. Oh my god, I'm not going to get it, man. Bro, come on, you stupid fuck. You stupid fuck. I fucking hate you, you piece of shit motherfucker. Fucking faggot motherfucker. Fuck you. So let's see if we can't get a break of 176. And look, it didn't even change. I don't know. Fuck it. I just... Target 174.
Replacing Robert Half, Comerica, and Illumina.
You know, Robert Half, I'm eager to find out why that thing keeps going down. Illumina, you know, that's a change of pace. Comerica's the worst bank, is what my feeling. The worst regional.
I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to get in it. I just fucking can't. I'm trying. I just got it. Alright, let's see here. Target 175. Let's see here. 163. You have a lot at 170. I think 170 is too far away because bounce backs are going to kill you. Bounce backs are going to kill you there. I'm going to wait for another shot at like 177.50.
Meanwhile, as we watch consumer, Jim, I know you saw this upgrade at Walmart out of JP Morgan.
Makes a ton of sense. When you roll back 7,000 prices on
I'm going to try and wait for this level and see what happens. Even though it's just running up to the 20-day and rejecting right now. Yeah, it's not going to move today, I don't think. But you got a nice shot to test this lower end of the range. You got a little bit of support here. Once that 176 opens, you got nice $2 to the downside. You can look for the 50-day moving average also.
barely tapped.
Yeah, I mean, Walmart.com, there's a lot of
That's the war.
if you want upside, Costco.com has got
I got to keep my eye on GME also. It's a nice rejection off the 20-day there.
But look, Costco and Walmart, they're the winners.
You have a lot lining up at the 175s now.
Winner. Now, what's winner? Lowest price. Everyday lowest price. EDLP. Those are the three. I have to tell you.
All right, ARM is trying to find support there. See if we can get a bounce. I might end up looking at semiconductors. Okay, GME broke. GME unfortunately broke down. So I would watch this. Watch 25 on GameStop. If it does hold up, you have to hold that level. Come on, look. I'm clicking arrow. Arrow. Click the fucking arrow. Piece of shit. 2650, 2645. All right. NVIDIA bouncing up towards previous date, Friday's high. Oh, ARM got some volume in there. ARM just had some volume. Everything's just moving slow for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. I don't know what's going on right now. Moderna with the volume to the downside, guys. Fuck. 155 short, 140 target. You're already at 140. Never got the bounce back. Fuck. Alright, well, here's a relative strength play, guys. That's happening right now. Big money mover right now. Fuck. You might have room down to 139. But you got to get bounce backs on this. Let's see here. Fuck, I had Moderna on my watch list too. Let's see, support 142. There's your gap. Support a little bit down there at 142. Okay, looks like it's rejected the 20-day now. Well, we were on to something there with Moderna. And once you break, you should have room down to 140, but you need to get it on bounce backs. Motherfucker, yo, I'm so mad, bro. I'm so pissed. Microsoft, keep an eye out for Microsoft because that was a nice break and retest on Microsoft. I'll zoom over to that real quick. I just think that's it. I think that's it. I think that trade, you gotta just, it's gone. And it is what it is. Alright, I think that trade's gone. If you want to take it, go ahead. It's down already 5%, and it's not even 940, and it's down bad. It's a bounce back rejection on Tesla. Let's look at MST. There we go. Microsoft's up there. That's the area we want right there, guys. That's what we want right there. This is exactly what we want. Let's find out. What you gonna do? What you want to do, Microsoft? Thing is, we just need this thing to move.
I'm sure people would say this time is different as a killer chip. Don't do that. But these are very good companies, and they all amalgamated and they own the country.
We saw an upgrade last week, Jim, of 3M, and today it's an upgrade of Honeywell.
I really hate when I start the stream and then everything slows down. Look, click. Like, because I have to, like, shut down the stream. I'm going to have to shut down the stream and then restart the stream only to speed everything back up. So, Microsoft, watch this level here. I'm going to try and take this. Fuck.
short's been right. Why do we own it? Well, because it's too depressed, and that some of the cycles the short cycles kicking in. This is a very inexpensive stock versus the rest of the cohort, which has had a big run based on reshoring and the IRA.
As for pharma, Lilly, I think, this looks like an all-time high. And then, of course, Moderna on Squawk today with this phase 3 combined vaccine result.
Right. I mean, Lilly, congratulations to Annette Ashkenazi. You got a great package.
Fucking every time Kramer talks, bro. All right, keep an eye on this. We're still holding. We're still holding 425. 424.50. Like, just, you know, this can still act as support. This is still support here. I don't know what's wrong with my charts. It just looks like shit for some reason. They just really look like shit. And it's just like really hard to trade off of them. All right, sorry, I had to use the restroom.
You mentioned revolving doors in management. Planet Fitness, a new chief starts today, I think, Jim. Jeffrey's up to buy as well.
Again, this level here is still kind of support down here at Friday's. It's like 424, 424.50, guys, okay? I'm not in anything just yet. See what happens here. So ugly of a chart. It really is.
That didn't happen. That person didn't exist. No, that person did exist. That was a man who came on the show and he existed. And you can't just erase him as if he's Stalin's assistant going to.
All right. Man, that's really sad, bro. That I was hoping for a pop on Moderna and try to get this thing back into like 154, 155 or so to get short. That would have been a huge payday for us. All right, the S&P are trying to break, but Qs are holding up. Could get some downside here. Might. NVIDIA pulled back. That's what you want to watch for. Damn, look at ARM. ARM recovered, kinda.
Just say what he did. If he did anything, or he didn't do anything, because right now you don't presume the best. I mean, do they not acknowledge that this was the person who came when
We'll see what her introductory commentary.
All right, GameStop is holding up at $26. Keep an eye on that. All right, the Q's finally broke. What's the Dow doing? Tesla is back up there at that 178 level, coming into the 100-day. All right, come on. We have there's a lot to choose from here. Let's pull up Coinbase. Just gonna get rid of that and look at coin. All right, look, Coinbase held 240. Base held 240 right now. See if it can't climb back up to 250.
During the Jeep Make This the Summer event, get 2,000 bonus cash allowance, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on the 2024 Jeep Gladiator and most 2024 Jeep Wrangler gas-powered models.
Could look for a 244 bounce in the 250. That could be a trade there. All right, watch this level here on Tesla.
I'm gonna do my laundry. Better hurry. Then all schedules. Sign up for Rinse at rinse.com to get $20 off your first order.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful.
I wish there was a way that I could get this 20-day to show up on like an intraday chart. That way I didn't have to move it all the time.
Is it me or is work not working? At least not the way it could work. The people are buried in busy work. And you might be thinking, can AI make it all work? Can AI help your people work without all the workarounds?
I'm done looking at that. MSFT. You could also look for a sympathy play from Microsoft. Looking at Apple. There goes Microsoft on the break. Microsoft broke. Let's look for pullbacks on Microsoft. Let's do it. 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 All right, Mike. Let's do it, guys. Fuck, man. They're so expensive today, bro. I don't like that. They're so expensive. We're paying so much money for these things. Oh, no, they're not. 132.50. 132.50. 135. 35. What is that? 135.
Going into today's WWDC, I think fairly high.
Yeah, we need to get to 430s. 430s. The volume sucks on those. Alright, 430 calls. I need a pullback. We need a pullback. I need a pullback. 430 calls.
The all-new GoDaddy Arrow helps you get your business online in minutes with the power of AI. With the perfect name, great logo, and a beautiful website. Just start with a domain and a few clicks and your business. Make now the future at GoDaddy.com/arrow.
Transfer a self-directed individual brokerage account over to Robinhood and receive a 1% bonus. The bigger the
I'm watching Microsoft right now.
you transfer, we match. Offer ends June 28th.
Once upon a time, there was an infinity. Meticulously crafted to stir your imagination. And dare you to dream. Luxurious, three-row dreams. Where everything, for every passenger, could be just right. Introducing the all-new three-row Infinity QX80.
Bank of America Institute's Liz Everett Grisberg, May's Consumer Checkpoint Report.
I just don't know, guys. I gotta be honest with you. I'm not confident in Microsoft in holding. I'm not confident in it holding. I'm really not.
The energy, reflection, dare to take chances.
I just don't know if that's a... It's a nice breakout. Maybe it can go. Maybe it can go, and it'll be oversold like a motherfucker, but I just don't know. It's just very hard to trust that move, which is probably why it's a good long. I just need a pullback. I need this thing to pull back just a little bit. Even if it stays sideways, even if it can stay sideways here,
It's time for GameStop trading.
Congratulations to David and his family, his daughter, for graduating high school. One of the greatest days ever for when they get there, because it shows you that you did it right. Right, they got there. All right, so Roosevelt has a piece about ARM Holdings saying that this is the setup for the shares that they really like. I totally agree with this. I think ARM Holdings, people want to find out the next NVIDIA. Now, there is no next NVIDIA. That's foolish. But ARM is involved and will have the number of ARM chips. Remember, they are software. They're not really hardware. The chips are made by elsewhere. But the number of ARM chips that are going to be in everything is extraordinary. That is, NVIDIA tried to buy them.
why doesn't Kramer just say, he's talking about ARM right now, and he just can't say, look, that's a nice bull flag breakout. See if it fails here, though. See if it fails. See if that's a failed breakout and you get a pullback. It needs to pull back, guys. I'm not going long. I'm not. You guys can. If you guys want to chase it, go ahead. But that's up to you. You got to be responsible for yourself. I think you get a failed breakout here. That's a low volume break. So that is also confirming I think this is a failed breakout. Zoop.
We've seen the last couple of quarters.
Reddit, by the way, very, very much, I think, and not just because of what I said at the time. Reddit has loyal users, and I respect the people on Reddit. Do I respect Wall Street?
I'm gonna keep it on Microsoft. Let me just look real quick. It's starting to pull back. There's Moderna. And what did we say on Moderna we could look for? 140? Fuck. That's tempting. That's tempting. What do they want for it?
Maybe they should be touching. And by the way, NVIDIA's going to be in them. It's not only NVIDIA has big ambitions to be in the PC. Big. So let's not forget that it's
big.
It's an NVIDIA big chip.
You know, it seems like just the other day you said Fed's buying 90, but it's basically there.
It's like no volume. It's like no volume. I do like it. I think you can get Moderna back down to 142 or so. It's a nice increase in volume there on the breakdown. Like, that's a picture perfect move. You put in that bear flag, and then what happens? You get an increase in volume on the breakout. So, and let's see if I do this.
Jim, that's good work. We'll see you tonight.
Boom, and we'll see where does this take us. Isn't that funny? Let's see. I could look at it on another chart, but what time is it? It's 9:56. MSFT. Let's keep going to Microsoft. Thank you guys. If you could hit the like button, subscribe. 1,000 subscribers, we're doing a giveaway. I think it's going to be a really cool giveaway that you guys are going to like. Right now, I'm watching Microsoft. Right now, I'm watching Microsoft. I can't go long up here. I just can't. Do it. I just still think it's premature. I do. I think it's premature. And if you go chasing it, you get caught in a pullback, then you're screwed. The only thing that you have on your hands is even if you're in a weekly, you have time on your side. That's it. I want price and time on my side. So I'll be patient and I'll wait. If it goes to the gap and it fills the gap, then hey, I'll get short up at the gap. All right, let's see here.
Custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
It's the stackable savings sale.
Yep, she's gone.
Come in today for cabinets, countertops, flooring, installation, and more.
I don't know if there's any upgrades on Microsoft today or not. But we were watching it for a couple days, and we were still the trend was still intact. The play was intact. I just think it's a little bit overdone, and I feel like it could pull back here. I do think there's a pullback coming.
Crude's popping here near the high, 76.40, up about 88 cents now on crude.
Which means we can take tangible actions to address things like climate and age welfare. Ambition is being the desire to do something greater than oneself, pushing above one's own personal limits to achieve something that's for the greater good. Isn't that what makes us succeed as a society?
Watch Exxon. Exxon has some strength here. Could be back at 115 before you know it. You reclaim that double bottom area. Let's see here. 115. Let's watch CCJ breaking out to all-time highs, I think, last week.
So that's the context. Take a look at treasuries this morning, still kind of digesting jobs at the end of last week. Also some moves in European yields, pushing yields up.
111.24 on the 111.44 on the CB Employment Trends Index. The April number revised from 111.25 to 110.48.
All right, there's your pullback on Microsoft. Again, I thought, you know, I think we can go higher. It's just I also think that we go lower before, not lower. I think you get a pullback before you go higher. Like, that's the only way you're going to get people to feel confident in the long. All right, is a hold up here at 426. Yeah, today we'll talk about, we can talk about the FOMC summary of economic projections. I want to also talk about why the hell my charts are not saving. Look at this. What is going on? You gotta be kidding me, man. I'm going to be strict with this entry. I want pullbacks. I want pullbacks before I take a long. I want pullbacks.
Here's basically some of the research that stood out to me. So Deutsche Bank said on the parliamentary election, look, first of all, we should note that the center still holds. So the status quo still holds. However, the shift to the right in the parliament, all right-wing parties winning 22% of total votes, is likely to have some impact on the policy debate and could influence the shape of new legislation in policy areas like migration.
All right, so right now I'm paying attention to these orders on Microsoft. Paying attention to the orders on Microsoft. and exactly what's coming in and what isn't coming in.
Could make it even more difficult for the government to bring down the fiscal deficit, which was 5.5% of GDP last year. So it makes sense that the spread on French over German government bonds has widened, albeit only slightly. The government has repeatedly pledged to bring the deficit below 3% of GDP by 2027, but has not spelt out how to do so. While there is potentially concern about spreads within the currency union as a whole, those risks seem to be low. This comes, interestingly, Carl, after France was downgraded. Its credit rating was downgraded by S&P last month. So there are some concerns about the deficit, and investors are clearly worried, I think, more about the political just uncertainty of what a divided government might look like. No one quite knows why Macron did this. He'll still remain in power till 2027, but it might be much harder for him to govern.
The MSCI France ETF, worst day now since July of last year. Their own 10-year highest yield and so far this year. Germany, though, will not hold snap polls.
It's getting a little fishy.
Wins from their own alt-right parties.
It was a blow against Olaf Scholz as well, but not quite as stunning as Marine Le Pen, which won double the number of votes in France than Macron's own party. And I don't know, it reminds me a little bit, because he's coming from a position of weakness calling an election. It reminds me a little bit of David Cameron. Remember when he called for the EU referendum as a way to sort of calm the opposition, and it turned out it was a big miscalculation because they ultimately voted to leave the euro. I'm not saying anything like that in the stakes here, but people are wondering what exactly the motivations are on that. As far as so we'll watch Europe, because euro's down 0.6%. As far as the other story of the week, it's all about the
So the contracts I'm looking at is the 430s if I go long. 430s if I go long. I'm watching the S&Ps right now for a pullback and hold a VWAP at like 533 area. All right, let's see here.
To the first cut in September. JP Morgan thinks first cut in November. Goldman Sachs, we talked to Jan Hans.
And then now it is starting to pull back.
But interesting, and the first one in September, but he says they don't have a lot of conviction because the cut is optional. Then inflation, he says, should continue to go down, but it's not such an obvious, for instance, decision. So the commentary from Powell on how he's viewing the recent inflation reports and just signs of weakness in the economy is going to be so key.
He did say that the moves by
What's everyone else's thoughts on that?
a bit that the Fed will do the same. So they're looking for 2 this year, 4 next year, and then
Why do I not? Oh, look at the Dow. The Dow is going ham right now. So we got to look at Exxon. Fuck. Look at JP Morgan. There it is. JP Morgan back to highs on volume. Fucker. God damn it. Oh my God, bro.
As Sarah says, it is an important week for stocks. Inflation data, the Fed decision on tap, as the NASDAQ does come off the best week since April, and the S&P hovering here just south of all-time highs. Senior markets commentator Mike Santoli is here at Post 9 to help us get ready for the week. There's a lot coming our way.
Pull it back, Mike. Pull it back, Microsoft.
I think mostly it is the combination of CPI and Fed. As Sarah was saying...
Okay, so the Dow has some resistance here at 389. It's breaking above it. It was some nice volume. I thought we could get a little upside. That's what I say. I thought we could get a little upside. You do have a really bearish signal on the Dow, which is not a golden cross, but a death cross. Oh wait, no, that's not. Is that with the 200-day? I can't remember. Can't remember if it's the 200-day or the 100-day moving average. We have the 50 crossing below the 100-day moving average. All right. JP Morgan breaking out right now. To 202, possibly. I need pullbacks though, unfortunately.
you see things like GM and Ford up, and you see the big retailers up. But I don't think that amounts to a trend. It amounts to the way the market stays settled at a time.
That 460 level, 20-day.
Ridiculous to work backwards from, hey, we're going to assume a flattish index and high dispersion under the surface. But that is what the trade is right now until we get more clarity.
I think you got to look for 460, guys. Possibly. I don't know what Goldman Sachs is doing right now. It's a little weird. It really is. It's a little weird. Healthcare down. XOM pulling back. Apple straight down. Wow. Selling into the news. Okay, ARM's doing really well right now. Come on, man. I need this thing. I need to be able to see this 15-minute a little bit better. Come on, let's go. Okay, we could look for this area to be a bit of resistance. Watch this level here on ARM. That's a huge move, guys. That's a nice double bottom. But that's so weird because that's a gap on a gap down. It's just weird being on a gap down. I'm not gonna get anything. I feel like I'm not doing myself a favor here. Data breach on 23andMe. All right, looks like you have $2 more room to 140. Room to 140 on ARM. This level here is a bit of, let's say resistance, but 138 to 140. If we break above there. GameStop held up. It's working its way back to $28.50 or $29. NVIDIA holding down there at the bottom end of the range. ARM's holding up nice. AMD, come on. I just can't get anything. Dude, AMD with a huge gap down. What happened to AMD? Does anybody know if there was a pullback or like a downgrade or anything with it? You do have support down here. You do have support there. And then you could have room pretty much to 165. 165 there. All right, MSFT. All right, Microsoft's pulling back in the 426, guys. Microsoft 426. 426, we're there. 426. I fucking hate this fucking charting software. I really do with a passion. I'm gonna change it. All right. It's a decrease in volume. All right, let's go. Let's do this. See if we can't get some volume to step in here, guys. It's 10:15.
And I think we'll see that today when we'll hear about these capabilities, which have been widely reported.
Come on, baby. Let's try to hold this. Let's try to hold this. I know we can do it. Damn, it's gonna sell off, man. It's just it's overbought. It's just so overbought, guys. I feel like Microsoft needs. I feel like it needs to pull back. That's a low volume break too. I still like the short. I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest with you. I think this is gonna suck a lot of people long. I think a lot of people try to go long, and then they find out the hard way that this thing breaks the level, and then you end up back down at the 20-day moving average. That's why it's important to do all the research, or like, you know, all the due diligence that you can. Let's see here. We broke that pivot high and increase in volume. Chances are it should stay. So we have VWAP. 15-minute trade line didn't even come up hardly. Let's see. Now we're going to find out. Watch your orders that are coming in here. Watch the orders. 430. 432. 430. 430.
Tony, just because you cover Tesla, it's a big week for Tesla as well. Pay package. You think it passes? And if so, how does it impact the financials of the company and the direction of the stock? I know you're underperformed still at 120.
Hearing investors business daily swing trader pick on proxy CROS.
And the math is relatively straightforward. You have to get a mature.
Bro, you can't even see the volume on this thing. You kidding me? You can't even see the volume on this thing, bro. And look, there's your break. Let's see. Let's see. That's a low volume pullback. All right. I think I might try this, guys. We can get in at 260 now. Just got to watch out for that extension, that break lower. That could be it right there. I think you got a little bit more room to go. Let's look at the 1 minute. Come on, let's curl this thing up. Let's curl this thing up. Extend a little bit lower. Try to stop them out. 256 now. 256. We're below VWAP. You have officially cracked VWAP. I mean, it's a nice trade here. Let's see, guys. Fuck. I'm cautiously optimistic on this. I really am. I'm cautiously optimistic. Let's see. 20. The volume is really low. Let me see. Where's the order stack? 426.06, 11, 12, 8. 420, 13. 2612.
NVIDIA's 10-for-1 split takes effect. A lot of new street commentary where the stock goes from here with some updated targets. We'll break it down for you.
Man, we could have got a really nice scalp though. We could have got 250 for these, up to 275. It's a bit risky, but so keep an eye on that. We're looking at least I am. I'm looking at the 430 calls, which I'm not. I don't. You know, just the 430 calls when you got down to 250, that area, it's like 250 something. Keep an eye on that. Let's see. Are we going to be able to hold it? Let's find out. I think Microsoft is a little bit overdone. That's just my opinion, but I think it needs to pull back a little bit. What are you going to do? What are you gonna do? We're below VWAP. All right, that's a good sign there. That sell volume's decreasing. Where you at? 255. 255 on those options again. 253.
See if your dream retirement is on track. If your retirement portfolio is $500,000 or more, give us a call. Call 1-800-213-5317.
You see what I mean? You're not getting any volume to come in there. And Microsoft loves to do that. It loves to have these like failed break. You know, 425. You're still up above 425. It's not a done deal.
Get invested. Join the club today. Go to cnbc.com/JimsClub.
I feel bad for anybody. It's not over with, but this is why it's important to all right, what are we gonna do? Let's go. Watch here, guys. Let's see if we can start to get some volume to come in.
That is Papa Lima, November Victor Delta Alpha.
Witten's Fine Jewelry knows the true value of fine jewelry and luxury watches.
Let Witten's find a new home for your unwanted gold, diamonds, and watches.
And we'll pay you hundreds, even thousands of dollars. We even make house calls.
Why not take it out of the drawer or safe deposit box?
I'm Craig Witten. I want to buy your jewelry.
Southwest, one of the biggest gainers right now in the S&P.
Fuck.
On fresh activist news on the name, let's get to Leslie Picker with the details. Morning, Leslie.
Hey, good morning, Sarah. Yes, Elliott acquiring a $1.9 billion economic interest in Southwest that represents 11% of the company and really pulling out all the stops with the campaign here. A presentation disclosed a short while ago details the activist investors' push for a change in leadership,
Okay.
change in board composition, and change in strategy and operations. So Elliott says that if the company were to execute on its trifecta, the stock would be able to achieve $49 per share within 12 months.
Why is it so gappy there?
Return on the unaffected share price. Elliott says, quote, after 18 months of intensive research, they are convinced that Southwest represents the most compelling airline turnaround opportunity in the last 2 decades. The firm blames, this is according to the letter, quote, poor execution and leadership's stubborn unwillingness to evolve the company's strategy, which it says led to, quote, deeply disappointing results for shareholders. Shares today.
Just be careful, guys. Be careful. There you go. Let's pull it back. Let's reclaim. Let's reclaim VWAP. Pull it back.
Seeing some of that pressure on the share price, having taken his seat in February 2022. And guys, I just got off the phone with a few people familiar with Elliott's strategy. It sounds like management change is their top priority among those 3 that I outlined earlier. There's a while though before the nominating deadline in March of 2025, an annual meeting likely sometime next spring. So almost a year until we could see any sort of proxy fight, although I'm told that shareholders do have the ability to call for a special meeting here. And on the subject of a proxy fight, Elliott hasn't really run a proxy fight in 7 years, and I'm told it's not their expectation this time around, but of course they will prepare for it if it comes down to it. We have not heard back from Southwest after multiple requests for comment, but one would assume they are probably digesting all of the materials from this morning, and hopefully we'll hear from them at some point later today, guys.
Leslie, long chat about this with Jim this morning on the 9, and we talked about some of the avenues that, in this case, might be closed off or difficult, namely consolidation. Yep. It's been tough to come by in the airline industry, and even diversification away from Boeing would be difficult in its own right.
I feel bad for anybody that got sucked in there, man. I do. It can still hold up, but they're going to mess around with them for a little bit.
A lot of highlights about technology inefficiencies after that 2022 meltdown. If you recall that led to ultimately a fine. But in terms of Boeing, it sounds like they're more just focused on what the financial performance has done. And the people I spoke with highlighted other airlines, namely Alaska, that have been able to better manage their margins.
I should have watched airlines today.
Slower and inability to get the same amount of deliveries from Boeing that has befallen Southwest, Carl.
It's going to be interesting.
All right, let's see if we can try to get a bounce here. Let's see if we can get a bounce. Let's see. Nope. She don't want to do nothing. Yeah, she's overdone, it feels like. Gotta pull it back a little bit more. I guess. Guess you gotta pull her back a little bit more. A little bit more.
A lot of people need to replace their windows or patio doors, but they put it off because they think it'll be too expensive. Hi, I'm Ann Romer. I'm here with Michael Smith.
248, 256, 55. Let's see if we can't get a little bounce here. Part of me really wants to get sucked into like a little scalp long. But I feel like we need just... It's trying so hard to get people in here. It really is. It's trying so hard to suck some people in this thing. I think you could run out of steam. It'll probably try to go ahead and put in a lower high here. But other than that, guys, you got to be careful with this. That's some volume that you have on your side now.
My background is in home remodeling as a carpenter. I've seen every window problem out there. So now I just want to help homeowners make their...
Yeah, that's a breakout on low volume right now. It's a nice candle. I thought about it, but that's not enough, man. That's not enough.
And with multiple locking doors on our patio doors, they provide even greater security.
That is so great to hear, Michael. Thank you.
Before June 30th, buy one
HUDA, Hudson Acquisition on light volume shows spiking here 2155, Hotel Uniform Delta Alpha.
Minimum purchase of 4. Plus, save an extra $100 on your entire purchase with no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. This offer ends June 30th. For a free appointment with Renewal by Anderson, call 1-800-918-0808. That's 1-800-918-0808.
Like, look at that. That's so weird.
Garage door that doesn't lift.
So it went on Angie. It took me just a handful of minutes.
So vendors, you were knowledgeable. They did high quality work.
They wanted us to be happy with the work done as well. It is a beautiful garage, I have to say.
Get started today at Angie.com.
It's great to make money.
I'm listening.
Scan the code, shop the tank. Tomorrow, 9 Eastern. Today, Apple's AI Moment. Scott Wapner live in Cupertino for Apple's Worldwide Developers Conference. Instant insight from top shareholders and analysts. Special coverage today on Halftime Report and Closing Bell. CNBC.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. CNBC out with its
I'm going to wait for a pullback and see if that pullback holds.
Steve Leisman with the numbers, and this is really good, Steve, because it is tricky to figure out what's going on with the consumer right now.
It sure is, but our CNBC NRF retail monitor shows the consumer share bouncing back strongly in May after a fairly average or lackluster April, boosting spending in several discretionary sectors and countering a story of weakening in the economy. CNBC NRF retail monitor, we use real credit card spending data from Affinity Solutions, shows May spending ex autos.
Yo, those options jumped, bro. That's insane. I should have taken it there. They jumped like crazy.
Core retail, that takes out food service, rising by 1.2% versus 0.4 in April. Year over year, up near 3%.
I just, guys, I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't trust this move. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't. I think if you try and assume the long and you do get paid, you gotta take profits. I think you do. You gotta take profits, guys. Gotta take it.
Fits well though with the strong jobs report from Friday. If this number is repeated next week with census, it's going to lead almost certainly to an upgrade in the outlook for GDP and growth
second quarter. While Wednesday's inflation report you guys were talking about is more important, the Fed's still looking for less growth and more economic slack between the payroll number on Friday and our retail number. We're not showing much slack.
Wait. Why does it show on another chart that this is low? Now it's showing me that this is decent volume.
OPRA, opera shares hitting new highs now, 16.99, up 23.5%. That's OPRA.
Well, I think they've hit their objectives, sir. I think
Earlier,
full employment, the unemployment rate is not
chatter involving the Apple Worldwide Developers Conference.
consistent with the full employment economy, and I think inflation properly measured
16.99 now, up 23% for
owner's equivalent rent.
OPRA.
If you like, has been at 2% now for 6-12 months. So it feels like to me they've achieved their objectives, and if you've done that, then you have to ask yourself the question, well, why do we need such a high rate?
All right, I think this bounce here is a shortable bounce.
I agree with the folks that say that the kind of the equilibrium rate, that rate which is consistent with policy neither supporting or restraining growth, is higher than it has been historically for a bunch of reasons. But it's not 5.5%, and as long as the Fed keeps its foot on the neck of the economy, it runs the risk of breaking something. And again, why?
See if you can get a little pop and then pull it back.
They don't target the harmonized, what did you say, read X owner's equivalent rent. They target the PCE, and it's not there yet.
It's not, but it's off the trend line suggests that it's headed in that direction. And the only difference between where they are now on the PCE and where they want to be is OER, and that's the implicit cost of home ownership, which is difficult to measure in typical times. It's impossible to measure in a housing market that's as topsy-turvy as it is today. And in fact, in the rest of the world, they don't even attempt to go down that path. So, if you're looking for inflation, we're there.
That's fair, and PCE is 2.7, so it's not that far off. But I guess the concern would be, if we keep getting these strong jobs numbers with strong wage numbers, which was also a surprise on Friday, and potential acceleration here in consumer spending, that they could risk another flare-up in inflation, and it would be worse to have been cutting when that happens than to
Sure, but I don't think that's happening. I mean, the strong job numbers go to the strong immigration. I mean, you can see that in the household survey. Unemployment.
All right, GameStop rejecting ARM back up there to 141. I said this morning, I want to look for a bounce today into tomorrow, possibly. It's a little leery with the other markets around the world being red, but so Microsoft, be careful. I'm still leery on Microsoft. I think Microsoft is a little bit overdone. You can see the Dow's pulled back. I think that's what really helped Microsoft. The Qs are doing really well right now. They're above pre-market highs. The Qs, let's see, what could we look for out of the QQQ? What could we look for? I guess we could look for a nice move right back to 464. Let's look at 464 would be the level. If we can hold this, we'll get a pullback. See if we can't hold it.
They're not inconsequential, and they're moving higher. I mean, we mentioned the job market, but the other thing to worry about is what's going on in the financial system. The yield curve, the difference between short and long rates is still inverted. Short rates are above long rates, and that's a very uncomfortable place for bank and other financial.
Look at the volume on NVIDIA.
So something could break. So no, I think the most likely scenario is they pull this thing off, but they're taking a chance, and the risks are rising that they don't. And the question is, why? Why exactly is that?
Finally, really quickly, Mark, just if I could get you to comment on this surprise coming out of Europe with the European Parliament and the shift to the right and the wins against the leaders of Germany and France and for Italy, for instance. Does it change your growth expectations for Europe?
Sorry, I'm just trying to pull up.
Get rid of this. The bottom line here is center held, right? I mean, there's 720 parliamentary seats. I think I got that right. 400 went to the center. That's still a majority.
This is still a rejection point, so don't be going too crazy because that's still a Possible rejection point. So this is 690.
Despite all of it, the center held, and I don't expect any major change in policy. So no.
Although could foretell what, a further move to come, but I guess we're not there yet. Mark, thank you. Mark Sandy from Mooney.
All right, Microsoft's breaking down again.
Morning, Carl. Good morning, Sarah. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Egypt today as part of a push for the Gaza ceasefire deal pitched by President Biden just last month. Blinken says Israel has already accepted the proposal, but
Oh, we gotta stop the war so we get all the little kids to vote for us. Chart DB 3 minutes.
Biden is surrounded by family today in court as his federal gun trial enters its final stretch. It is possible closing arguments.
All right, AMD guys. AMD has a double bottom here.
And Donald Trump is scheduled to sit down for a virtual interview today with a New York City probation officer. It is a requirement after a jury found the former president.
Imagine someone filing your paperwork wrong and you gotta talk to a probation officer. This fucking world is crazy. Alright, so there's Microsoft pulling back, guys. I actually want to put TQQQ right here. Come on. Carl's such a little fag. He really is. Microsoft, MSFT, MSFT, AMD. Alright, so here we go. So we have AMD lining up with some nice heavy volume for a possible rejection up there at 164. We have Microsoft here pulling back in on low volume. Like, Microsoft never has volume for whatever reason. At least it doesn't feel like it does. Alright, let's see. Let's find out. Let's find out. This is it.
Am I still on target to have enough for retirement? Am I saving enough? Is the economy turning? Can I afford for college?
You know, technology can't answer those questions, but RIAs can. And when you're supported by someone who's faced them too, it's much easier. It's more than tech, more than service. What matters is having a custodial service provider who gets you and treats RIAs like they treat their clients. And that's Trade PMR.
276. So those calls, those 230 calls, 255 were the lows on those. Let's see here. Oh, come on, bro. You need, like, this is where you should start seeing some volume come in at on the pullback and hold there. I think people are going to get sucked in on this, and they did get one shot. You got a nice shot there on that long there. Either Microsoft needs to consolidate for a little bit. I think it's pulling back. I think it either sits there or pulls back down to 424.50. All right, that's Microsoft. You do have the 20-day up here. Unless you get some news. Unless you get some random news that comes out, I don't know if today is the day that we get that 430 move. There's just no volume. Just no volume at all. Sorry, I know you guys, just give me 1 second. I know the charts are, I keep moving them around and whatnot. But she likes to do this. She likes to have failed breakouts. And then she eventually breaks out. So, it's up to you if you want to take the pullback. Maybe you could get another shot at low a day, but that's like $2 away. I don't know if that's worth it.
With Tesla shareholder meeting on Thursday, more investors are opposing Elon Musk's $56 billion PayPal plan, Norway's sovereign wealth fund, the latest to join that campaign. And our next guest runs $330 billion, and his pension fund also opposes the pay package. Joining us this morning is CalSTR's Chief Investment Officer, Chris Ailman.
Look, leave it to CNBC to bring people on. Leave it to CNBC to bring people on that are opposed to saying yes to the Tesla, to Elon's agreement.
On SMCI.
Damn.
We need to have a serious salary. We'll pay him 140 times the average worker pay. How about that deal? I think that's more than fair. This pay package is ridiculous.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Motherfucker, what do you mean it's ridiculous? Just people that people that talk this stupid shit when they haven't done anything for this world at all. All right, SMCI. We traded this Friday, and we were 740 to 780 it was. Friday we were looking for that move in the morning.
CalSTR's to vote against Musk pay package.
Yes, exactly. It's crazy. It's crazy. This dude is just talking shit on him. Keep an eye out though, guys, because that volume there, they came in above 780. Just be aware. Get a little bit of resistance at 810 on CMC or SMCI. ARM is up there at 140, 141. See, he's a fucking retard. This bald, stupid ass mother trucker. That's what they do. They sell cars. They do more than sell cars, even currently. Whether you agree or disagree with the valuation, it's not the point.
CalSTR's Chief Investment Officer, currently on CNBC, talking about Tesla TSLA.
I would hate to see Wall Street take over Tesla, guys. I really would. Listen to this guy. That's what they want. They want to take over this thing and take it from Elon.
He designed the cars. Wall Street's valuing it for more than a car company, but that's the product they make and sell. And we love them. They're great cars. They set the EV model. But Sarah, this is a company that has not grown in the last 2 years, is barely making money per car it sells. He needs to focus in.
All right, yeah. I don't think you need to tell him what to do. He's done a lot more than that person has in his life. All right, let's go here. Let's do this.
Sarah, if I gave you $68 billion, would you be more focused for us?
Probably, yes.
I think so. You know, he owns the company. I think that's the point.
But there's other people that can make billions of dollars and they're okay. I think it's just insane. I really do that we're even having this discussion. All right, I might try for a long TQQ, try to get back up to 67.50. See if you can't get up to this level here. Watching the Qs for a bounce. Fuck. I'm sorry. Let me do this. Sorry for cursing, by the way.
He's made us a ton of money, but he's made a ton of money. Make your money in capital gains by owning the stock.
Chris, you mentioned the governance. You mentioned what you call a lack of focus on profitability. There's the added challenge of an EV adoption model that might be re-rating lower or at least extending out. Why are you still in the name?
Because we own the market. You know, I love when you talk to Jim Cramer, and I love all of his trade ideas. And boy, does he know
67.50.
Carl, I am so big, I own the entire U.S. stock market. If you look at Norway, they own 9,000 stocks. They own
67.50.
move up and down with the broad market as it is. So we're making money in NVDA, trading sideways in Apple. We're losing money in Tesla, but we're not going to try and trade it. Let Jim be the fast money. We're actually long-term patient we're okay with that. And I'm going to stay there, so I'm not going to trade the stock. I'm going to own it. Like I said, I've been in it for 24 years. I'd like to see the teachers own it for another 24 years. But be a profitable company.
That's usually why we come to you.
67.90. Okay, there's a pullback.
Summer doldrum period, right?
I really do. I mean, you look at the valuations of this market right now. Wall Street.
Did anybody go long Microsoft? Or did you guys see the same thing I saw and stayed away from? I mean, it can still happen. You just... I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't think it's going to. It could. I could be very wrong here. But I'm cautious. I'm really cautious on this. Like, seriously, I don't know if you're going to get the volume unless you get some type of news to break out to the upside. Again, if me personally, I'm looking at I was looking at the 430 calls.
60% expected to close here. So we're going to have a lot of rough patch with all the politics. You were just talking about Europe going right. We're going to have a lot of
Volume pullback. I mean, I feel like the minute you try to go long, it breaks down. Let's see here. Let's see. You know what this could be, guys? Look at this. This actually could be a long pennant into lunch. And that would be the consolidation that we need to go higher. Right? It kind of just sit here for the next hour or two. You get pullbacks, bounces, and then it just kind of, you know, starts putting in a higher low. And then bang. Right? 427 long, boom. And I mean, that's even at 12 o'clock, so you need to waste more time than that. But, because that'd be a failed breakout at lunch. Sorry, I need to get some water. I don't have water here. Let me get some here. I do. I got a little bit on my desk. What's weird is I feel like if I personally go long right here, it breaks down. It's so weird. It's so weird. I just feel that way. I could try it. And I feel like I stir the pot and the market sells off. There's just been so many times. All right, let's see. Let's see here. 430s are 280. 274.
Still to come, day one for NVIDIA posts that 10-for-1 stock split, and the street's bullish as ever. We're on the road ahead with one analyst who says shares could gain 25% from here. We're back in just 2 minutes.
70. NVIDIA.
Car, this isn't the way home.
That's right, James.
It's a nice move on NVIDIA.
Car, where are we going?
GameStop rejecting 2850.
The future isn't scary. Not investing in it is.
Are you in on this? Nothing gets by you, James.
NASDAQ 100 Innovators and an ETF. Before investing carefully, we didn't consider
AMD pulling back. Does anybody want to try that with me? Do you guys want to try and get... Let's see. Let's go look at AMD real quick.
Let Assured Guaranteed Bond Insurance guarantee your principal and interest payments. Assured Guaranteed.
Bro, come the fuck on, man. I hate that this takes so long, man. And then my computer acts slow on top of it. Alright, so we have the 20-day moving average right there. We need to identify this.
Introducing Watson X Governance, helping you govern any AI as data, models, and policies change, so you can
I hate that this stuff takes so long. I wish there was a way I could set my charts up. If anybody knows how to do it, let me know. I want to get... I'd like to be able to have the daily moving averages show up on the chart.
with a long track record of outperformance. Alamos Gold. Invest with us. Our growth sets us apart.
We know this course.
Sorry, and I know that the mouse is right here.
We know them well because we're experts in banking and global markets. So in Hawaii, you needed a champion for clean energy.
I don't know, guys. I think we can get a bounce. I think AMD could get a nice bounce on AMD right there.
We knew
Yeah, this could be a nice possibility for a long. I might try it. I might try it. Nah, it needs to go back further. We need a little bit further of a pullback.
We keep a disciplined approach with your portfolio.
A little bit further.
The market's ups and downs.
What about communication?
We check in regularly to keep you informed.
Which means you'll help us stay on track?
Yes, as a fiduciary, we always put your interest first because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Public speaking. 2 words that strike terror in even the most experienced business leaders. Well, have no fear. CNBC Make It has your back with the brand new online course that will teach you how to become an effective communicator and master public speaking. With the help of
Did anybody look at Micron today and take that? I forgot about that trade. Wow, and it really worked out. Damn. Did anybody take that? All right. Let's see. Sorry, I had to use the restroom. Damn, that was a nice breakout on Micron, bro. That was probably the best move of the day. I should have paid more attention to semiconductors today. I really should have. I just didn't think semiconductors were going to be this crazy because they were so insane last week. They were up over 6% or so just on the week last week. AMD is still weak. You might have a little more upside on AMD, maybe up there to 165. I'm not sure why semiconductors are still breaking out like they are. It's pretty crazy if you ask me. They've just been on a run and they're not stopping either. DJT. We talked about this morning. Are they doing an offering or something?
You're sitting at home wondering if you should be buying NVIDIA after a more than 200% run-up in the last year. Is now really the right time?
Thank you. Good morning, Sarah. Thank you for having me. I think let's discuss why this is happening. So we think NVIDIA is on the right side of three very important mega trends. Number one, the computing industry has discovered this very important new technology called generative AI or large language models. You know, it's like discovering fire, right? That you have this new technology that can help you extract a lot of insights from data. But the thing is that the size of these models is exploding. They are doubling every 6 months. We are up to 2 trillion parameters. And I don't think the computing industry will rest until it gets these models to the size and accuracy of the human brain, which is 100 to 150 trillion parameters. So that's number one, complexity requirement growing. Number two, you have a race between the large customers, right, the cloud service providers, to upgrade their infrastructure to this accelerated way of computing. We are still in very early stages of doing that. And then number three, every boardroom, every CIO, right, every CEO of every enterprise company is talking about how we can incorporate more AI into our business framework, but they can't send their data to the cloud. So they have to develop their own AI infrastructure, and every sovereign country is thinking about the same. So we think NVIDIA is on the right side of all these three trends, and that's why we think that the stock can continue to do quite well, because even at this point, despite the run that it has had, it is trading at a lower multiple than the day ChatGPT was announced.
I've been wanting to watch this name and
One times its earnings growth versus the S&P 500 that's trading at 2 times earnings growth.
all right, let's see.
A lot of the arguments that Jensen Huang has made for a while. I do wonder, I know you don't necessarily cover enterprise software, but are you and your software...
All right, so now you're bouncing into the 50 and 100-day moving average. You're going to look for 40. What is that? That is 42. Looking for 42. Damn, I want to get short this thing right now. Fuck. And then you have room to 35, 36. If you can break.
AMD Advanced Micro Devices shows that the highs of the day now still down about 1 3/4%.
Yeah, I was thinking about going long that. I was thinking about going long AMD. All right, I'm gonna probably try for a short here on DJT, guys, just so everybody knows and is aware.
At Morgan Stanley, now rebounding down about 1.7% on AMD.
14 million? That's not bad, but it's still an offering. Look, there it is. Oh my God, the spreads are wild. Come on. Bro, oh my gosh. I'm not going to get it. Oh my fucking God, bro. There goes that. There goes that idea.
Chewy, a Citi client, uses Citi's financial expertise to help drive its growth and keep its supply chain moving. So more pet parents can get everything they need right when they need it, keeping more pets and families happy.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, man.
For the love of progress.
Fucking bullshit, bro.
Bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, man. I swear to God, bro. I swear to fucking God. It just took me too long. It just takes me too long.
startups start up because it's smart, dependable.
Oh my God, it's still going, bro.
160 years, PNC Bank is brilliantly boring, so you can be happily fulfilled, which is pretty unboring if you think about it.
There's no way.
Transfer a self-directed individual brokerage account over to Robinhood and receive a 1% bonus. The bigger the transfer, the bigger the match. You transfer, we match. Offer ends June 28th.
NVIDIA shares popping here now. NVIDIA 121.75, up 0.7%. Intraday high now after splitting 10 for 1. NVDA. LUV, Southwest Air spokesperson says we were first contacted by Elliott yesterday and look forward to better understanding their views on our company. That is Lima Uniform.
You gotta be kidding me, bro. They're already nearly up to $200 now.
Board is confident in our CEO and management's ability to drive long-term
Well,
value
that's out of the picture.
for shareholders. That's LU here after Elliott takes that large stake in the company.
That's out of the picture.
Southwest Air shares now getting a little pop here, 29.68, up about 7%. LUV.
Ben, a gut check on the consumer. CEO of Tinder on why consumers are getting more.
Congrats if you were able to get in that. I can't do nothing with that.
First off, in the markets, we've seen a little bit of a turn in
I can't do nothing with it.
the upside. The Nasdaq goes positive after spending
Unbelievable.
early part of the morning negative. The S&P also recovers some early losses as we start the week. The Dow was actually higher earlier. So what's leaving us now? Well, utilities and energy are at the top of the market today. So some cyclical stocks, but information technology went green.
New York Fed said May 1 year ahead expected inflation at 3.2% versus April's 3.3%. 3-year ahead expected
Microsoft is holding up.
2.8%. 5-year at 3% versus April's 2.8%. Expected home price rise unchanged at 3.3%. Says May expected year ahead stock price rise odds highest since May 2021. Perceptions the current financial situation improved in May. Expectations rose that unemployment will be higher in a year. Perceptions of credit access
Here we go.
changed in May. That's from the New York Fed.
Let's see what happens here. Let's see if Microsoft can get some volume. See if Microsoft can get volume to the upside.
Steve, while we have you, a lot of discussions today about Europe and what's happening to yields there in the wake of those elections. Any thoughts on them?
Well, you know, they've kind of gone our separate ways here, obviously, with the ECB cutting and the Fed holding fast. And who knows if
SMRT, Smart Rent unveils alloy dipple.
I don't know what the hell he just said.
Europe will settle down when it realizes that right now this appears to me, and Sarah was on this earlier, more of a France thing than a German thing. And so to the extent that European yields follow German yields, Germans lead, that it should settle down.
We'll see. Certainly eventful, something to watch. Steve Leisman, thank you. Speaking of the Fed, Goldman now thinks the 2024's first cut might be delayed until December.
I don't know why they keep trying to guess on rate cuts. I really don't. I don't understand why.
Interesting to read Yarn's note over the weekend. Talking about cuts and the pace of cuts, but also
We know we're there.
central bank's influence will be on our own.
For sure. And I think if we look at the data last week, and non-farm specifically, it was good to keep the Fed on pause a little bit longer than maybe people were expecting, but not so good that we extrapolated that necessarily into 2025. So we still see December as a likely outcome, at least on the asset management side. And I think what we're going to see is as long as the hard data remains okay, the Fed will just wait to see that inflation picture come down, and it has the firepower and balance that if it needs to move more quickly,
Do you think the commentary or the dots are significant on Wednesday? Or
I
Tuesday?
think we'll have to watch the inflation numbers
Come on,
on Wednesday
let's
to
go.
understand what that means in terms of the forward look. But at this point, it feels like the Fed is fairly anchored, and I think the market is just embedding that into their assumptions as we go through the rest of the year.
So as global head of client portfolio
Oh fuck! What am I doing? Okay, 4:30. Microsoft 4:30 calls.
in equities specifically, which are near record highs,
For I 4:30.
AI momentum and the hope for a Fed cut?
It's a great question, Sarah. And actually, what we're seeing from clients is that question of, do I stay invested? What do I think about that valuation entry point if I'm coming back to equities at this point? And big picture, we're still cautiously optimistic. The backdrop is challenged. There's a lot of geopolitical challenge that we've got to absorb. There's obviously what we've seen.
It's a lot of green, but a lot of single orders there.
I do wonder if you take anything away from the
Like, yeah, just that little bit of red just took out all that green, so don't get it twisted. A lot of single shares there.
and climate
11111. You go look at the sell, 128, like 297 to the sell, 1111111 to the buy, 2027. Like, here it goes. It's tape speeding up. 2,000 to the sell side. That's a big sell order that just got filled. Brick wall there.
That said, to Sarah's point, and even to some of the research that's come out of Goldman last few days, I'm thinking of a report on immigration.
Feels like an inflection point.
On net immigration next year. Do you think the market? Do you think the result is it a rise in inactivity where investors don't
Holy
make a
shit.
decision either way?
I have the worst problem with getting people and getting people to stay.
Yeah, it's a fascinating part of the discussion we're having with clients, and actually where
So I suffer with both of those.
what are the opportunities that I can extrapolate past the election? Where do I have bipartisanship? So let's take US onshore manufacturing as a great case in point. That reinvestment in semi-capacity onshore in the US. The need
I probably just need to turn my camera back on, but I've been trying to just
significant amount of capital investment lined up, which isn't going to be impacted by the outcome.
keeps freezing.
And so if we can find those individual opportunities and find those that are going to benefit from that capital investment, irrespective of which way we go in November, that's a really
And that explains AI and power grid as well, right?
for sure, 100%.
How much NVIDIA should people be holding, your clients and their portfolios?
So we have owned NVIDIA for the last 18 months. It's been a fantastic stock, as everyone knows. Short term, we remain very optimistic. It's something where the demand-supply imbalances in that space are very beneficial for your AI enablers, your technology hardware businesses.
There it goes.
And this is more of a broad statement.
On no volume. Again.
The picture is a little bit more complicated. We're going to see that supply-demand imbalance correct a little bit as we see the industry go from training to inference.
Damn, 5,800.
Sign their own chips that would be competitors to those core enabling technologies today. But AI is just at its infancy if we think about the
That was a big order, guys.
Where are those public market opportunities beyond just semiconductors?
I actually think it's
Somebody short just covered.
side is very interesting because what we're seeing with this AI trade is that the market
There was a 58. They got filled for 5,800 shares there.
such a strong trade on the hardware side that people are saying, okay, within the software space, how are you going to utilize this AI technology? And the short answer is we don't.
I think it needs to pull back.
What you're finding is markets being a little
And I'm kind of waiting. I actually wouldn't mind grabbing puts to get back down to the 20-day moving average.
the clear proof statement of how do I utilize this, and specifically which businesses can take those LLM frameworks, take that AI framework, and premiumize their offering in a competitive, enhancing way.
But you think that there is that potential? And I'm thinking of Salesforce, which got beat up on the back of earnings because it was considered not an AI winner.
So if we look at our position today, and we think about that software side of the AI trade, that's where we'll be adding opportunities, especially as we go down count some of those less well-known names.
All right, guys, I might do it.
Saying that's the only part of the trade that is relevant.
I might just go ahead and try it here.
If you think about the next 6 or 7 years, we need something like $50 billion of incremental investment to drive close to 50 gigawatts of incremental power usage. That picks and shovels trade that ties into the AI story is really interesting for us.
Luke, appreciate it. Great to have you. Thanks for coming in, Luke Burke.
Meantime, let's talk about Southwest Airlines, one of the biggest gainers right now in the S&P. As activist Elliott takes a big stake in the airline, Leslie Picker has more, including Leslie, what Elliott wants Southwest to do.
Yeah, and Sarah, we've just received a statement from Southwest in response to the news that, as you mentioned, Elliott has acquired that nearly $2 billion stake in the airline, pushing for significant changes there. Southwest says, quote, "We were first contacted by Elliott yesterday and look forward to management's ability to execute against the company's strategic plan to drive long-term value for all shareholders, safely and reliably serve our customers, and deliver on our commitments to all of our stakeholders. Southwest says it maintains an open dialogue with its shareholders and values their perspectives related to shareholder value. As for Elliott, it is not holding back in this campaign. As you mentioned, Sarah, in a presentation disclosed a short while ago, the activist investor is pushing for change in leadership, change in board composition, and change in strategy and operations. Elliott says that if the company
All right.
on its trifecta of changes, then the company, the stock would be
What time is it?
$49 per
11.
in 12 months. That represents about 66% upside from today's levels.
I think I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try for
Intensive research. We are convinced that Southwest
DJT Trump Media put out a press release regarding their S1 filing, Delta Juliet Tango.
Elliott blames, quote, poor execution and leadership's stubborn unwillingness to evolve the company's strategy, which it says has led to
it's just business.
disappointing results.
Tell them it's just business.
Says the number of shares of common stock that TMTG seeks to register is unchanged. Filing follows and incorporates a re-audit of the company's financial statements for the year ending December 31st, 2022 and 2023 by the independent auditor.
We just talked about it with
That
regard to
is
SoftBank, what, a week or so
DJT.
ago. What sort of successes have they had? They're obviously taking some big swings right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of
Shares of Trump Media bouncing off the low is 43.40 now.
never really had to get to that proxy fight stage.
That's Delta Juliet Tango, down about 2 points.
Fuck, I don't know what to do.
I would say the last effort to kind of remove the CEO
I kind of want to short DJT now.
Elliott has been able to engage in a lot
Come
of
on.
over that time period, hasn't had to kind of take it all the way. That said, in this case, I'm told, and speaking to people familiar with the matter, that of course it's still on the table. It's not their expectation. The annual meeting probably isn't for another 11 months or so, 10 or 11 months. The nomination window closes in March 2025. So this could be a long process. But as the statement said from Southwest, they were first contacted by Elliott only yesterday. So still very preliminary
Come on.
in that dialogue and in those discussions. So we'll see kind of what comes from this. But right now it's definitely a quite forceful presentation from Elliott in terms of the things they are asking for. Change in leadership, change in board, and change in strategy. I guess the only thing is, as we discussed last hour, missing from this push is some sort of M&A or divestiture situation here. And when it comes to kind of the things that activists tend to ask for.
The playbook. Well,
Fuck.
likes it so far.
All right, I'm looking at the 41 puts
Thank you. Still to come, the CEO of Tango
for DJT.
look for consumer and its commercial real estate exposure.
We're underneath the 50-day moving average.
Split-adjusted basis, the 10-for-1 split.
We're down 2.5%.
We're at 120, 180.
It's a light. It's not crazy. I mean, it's more, but you know, you don't want to see an offering, but
For decades, venture capital has arguably been one of the highest performing investments. For most investors, it was out of reach until now. With the Fundrise Innovation Fund, you can invest in some of the world's top tech companies, including
sorry, I'm just trying to get something to eat.
before they go public. Now it's your turn to get in early and start.
What I would say is give it a little bit.
Why Leafly getting a pop here? Name a Fox truck, name a Yankee, LFLY.
The future is now open.
Give it a few minutes. Look, somebody just got filled at 150, and the last person, I'm looking at the 41 puts. All right, 41 puts, or, you know, if you want to short it outright, that's up to you. Be careful.
Investment, I could park my money in for the long haul and never
I'm just letting you guys know what I'm doing. Again, I'm not telling y'all to do anything. I'm not suggesting.
I want during my retirement.
I'm just letting you guys know what I'm doing. I'm going to sit here and wait, and I'm going to watch this at this 50-day moving average, all right? And I want to see if we can try to get back in this for a decent price. Somebody's in this at 116, so they're up 40%, 35, 40%-ish. Call it 50% technically, and just under 50%. And I'm not, you know, I might try to throw out a limit order, but I want to wait for this thing to calm down a little bit. Let some time go by. People forget about it. They move on. It consolidates for a little bit, right? And then, boop, we look for the extension going into the end of the day. That's going to be on my radar. This is on my radar. For sure. This level is big, too. You have this double bottom here. You broke it and recovered it. So that's why I'm kind of curious if it tries to regain a little bit. And we look to get this thing back up here at like $45. And then we look to short it. So just be patient. Don't be in a hurry to just jump in it. You had to be on that news early enough for it to make sense.
JMIA, Jumia getting a pop to the high, $8.29.
Microsoft, shit, there was something else.
Greg here pays too much for Verizon Wireless, so he sublet half his real estate office to a pet shop. Meg's moving company uses T-Mobile, so she scaled down her fleet to save money.
Alright, what's it going to be? We have trade line VWAP cross coming up here. This is a bullish buy trigger. If you can get a pullback here, VWAP has been holding all day. If we get another pullback down into 426, I'm really going to look for... I got to be honest, man. I don't like the long. The only reason I don't like is I think Microsoft is already overdone. I think the minute you take it, if it pays you, I think you got to think about piecing that trade off. Stocks can remain oversold. I just think that, or overbought, I'm sorry. Overbought. They can remain overbought. But I just don't know if you get the follow through over a consolidation that's going to help, you know, ease the stock down a little bit, and then you get the breakout when nobody's looking. You have a wedge here. We're sitting here watching. Fuck. I was hoping to get one more little pullback to 426.30 ish, 426.20. One more pullback. Let's see.
So the customers coming back, they like what we have in our shopping centers, and apparel, athletic footwear, athleisure brands, which are big categories for us, and that's where a lot of that business is being done.
So is the outlet consumer a different consumer than the general U.S. consumer? And when outlets do well, does that say something about the...
Oh, nice. The S&P's just rejected Friday's close. So you may get a little pullback down to 533.50. The SPY has moved like $1.50 maybe. Let's see. 533.21. No, we ain't even moved a dollar, guys. The S&P's, we opened up at like 533.23 and we're at 533.85. So you're not missing anything in the overall markets. Candles are really small. DJT, MRNA. All right, Moderna. This one got away from me. I was hoping for a bounce back, but they sold this thing off bright and early. Just sold it off. This was one that I was watching a little bit last week, and I've been watching this for a few weeks now, but...
The Sephora news is really interesting because LVMH owns Sephora in an outlet mall. How did that happen? Is this the first time?
So this will be the first Sephora in an outlet environment, but...
Let's see, can we get a bounce? Bounce with me. You could probably look for a bounce, guys, from 146 to 150 on Moderna. AMD trying to pull back now. Now the overall markets could start to pull back. It's making sense. You got yesterday's close.
we see Sephora as a great driver.
Come on.
We've seen, especially in the food business, coverage that suggests private label, trade downs, things that have been classically, happen when a consumer.
You gotta watch that 20-day on Google.
But you don't see that in apparel so much. Well, what we're finding, particularly in our portfolio,
If Google can't hold up, you might find this thing back down 173, 174.
I couldn't be more less Gapper, so I couldn't be more thrilled myself. I just love what the products that they put on the Met Gala. So I think
Oh, what's that? Today's a dividend? Okay.
Gap brands, all 3 Gap brands, and Athletic just joined in our portfolio.
Abercrombie was ahead on that move as well. I don't know how much you have exposure there.
Come on. Look. I'm clicking the keyboard and nothing's happening. This is what pisses me off about this thing. Why do I gotta click it again? Amazon breaking out again. I noticed this Friday. I noticed this thing breaking out Friday, guys. And look, it's on a rip and tear again. Again. That's so funny. That's so funny. Wow. Unbelievable.
So I think that people like the fact that there's critical mass, lots of stores together. We created a collection, and it's brands that are in their price point, brands that they love, and brands that ultimately they can aspire to purchase in our space. There's been some reporting lately that
Amazon has room
it doesn't stay vacant for very long. Is that true? Yeah, that's
to like 187.50.
It really depends on how we want to fill that space. If we want to take the space that just became available and put it together with another adjacency, we see vacant space right now as opportunity for us to re-merchandise.
Yeah, 187.50.
A number of old legacy brands that have left our shopping centers and replaced them with the Victoria's Secrets, the Sephora's, brands that really draw a customer. And so it really becomes incumbent on us, going back to the narrative of getting people off the couch, you've got to deliver them the brands that they love, or they're not going to come and shop with you. So we're constantly reinventing, constantly flowing newness into our centers.
I can't get over that.
How are you impacted by the
Let's look at JP Morgan, see if it rallied too.
we're saying, does it present bigger risk or opportunity for you?
I guess if you're talking about
It pulled back. It pulled back as expected. Oh, Lordy, man. High hopes. I just, it's hard to be everywhere at once. It's hard to be everywhere at once. Oh, DJT going back down, guys.
when I think about the qualities that create success, at the top of the list are resilience, grit, and empathy, which LGBTQ plus people have in spades.
Fuck.
We empower those who act.
There's no way, though.
Correlation between upswings and downswings.
After seeing somebody get in them at $1.16.
Financials group getting a pop here on volume. Charlie Foxtrot Golf, CFG.
A measured approach. The right tools. Driving accuracy. CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
No matter why you started your business, your goal is to keep on growing.
Let's see here. Let me see.
Right for them and their estate plan. Don't sell or lapse your policy without going to abacuspays.com first. There are no fees and no obligations. Get the real value from your life insurance when you
Somebody, like I said, for anybody that's thinking about DJT, somebody's in these at $1.16 at these 41 for these 41 puts. Somebody's in them at $1.16. Think about that. That's a huge trade. That's enough money to be made all week in one trade, to be already out. Even if you market order it out, that could be a badass trade. Could be a really nice one.
FDA said Justice Department and FDA announced federal multi-agency task force to curb distribution and sale of illegal e-cigarettes.
It's so fucking stupid. Oh, we gotta go after the e-cigarettes. Can't give them to people because it's bad for them. This is the Joe Biden we need going. This is the part of the politic that I don't like. That's so ridiculous, bro. Like, seriously. He's such a fucking idiot. Just like the video there of him going to Iraq war. Getting all these motherfuckers killed and not even finding shit. Anyway, let's move on. So... Did anybody get into TQQQ calls? No? Okay. I got it. I got it. I got it. Just a little shy. I got it. No video. I got it. Micron. Micron was a big hitter. Micron's breaking out. I'm thinking about ending the stream possibly a little early today. I have a lot of stuff that I want to do. A lot of different things that I want to do and get accomplished. So I might be ending the stream a little early. I'll let you know if I do. Okay, so we're up here where we rejected from previously.
Also, Ukraine, although U.S. official tells Reuters the U.S. expects no major policy changes in the EU regarding Ukraine. We have gone green on the S&P, back to 53.50. Let's get a news update with Seema Modi. Hey, Seema.
Carl, here's the update. Hunter Biden's defense team has rested in his federal gun trial, teeing up closing arguments to begin later today after a lunch break. The judge just...
You guys want me to go to Newcastle? Let's see, where's it at? Is it in D.C.? I can't tell.
Operations at the United States floating dock off the coast of Gaza. The group cited security concerns but says it will still deliver food and aid through other means. Hamas criticized the dock, saying it has not made any serious contributions to food insecurity in Gaza since it began operating a month and a half ago. And the Supreme Court will not hear Kroger's request to block food delivery service Grubhub from using a fork and knife logo. The supermarket chain argued the logo could cause confusion because it is similar to Kroger's meal kit service Home Chef's logo. A lower court ruled earlier that these logos were not similar enough to temporarily stop Grubhub from using it. Carl, back to you.
All right, Seema, thanks, Seema Modi. Coming up next, Tech's M&A outlook. We get a more than $1 billion deal that was just announced this morning.
Oh shit, my bad. I did not know I was there. Chat rate fucking 0. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Bitcoin's bouncing. Bitcoin is actually bouncing now. And Coinbase already started to.
The future is not just going to happen. You have to make it. And if you want a successful business, all it takes is an idea. And now becomes a future where you grew a dream into a reality. The all-new GoDaddy Arrow. Put your business online in minutes with the power of AI.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, she came out fighting. 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on, 5 different medications. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx can save you a lot of money. Save that extra $200-300 a month. You do the math. The money we're able to save with using GoodRx, we're able to do all these extra activities. She can hit hard too for a little skinny thing. So it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Thank you for calling. Please hold. When you talk to your custodian, does it feel like you're not being heard? Thank you for calling. Please hold. Trey Peabart doesn't have a massive call center. Instead, your calls are answered by real people who know you by name.
Okay, let's look at Microsoft and go back to DJT. That's what I'm going to be looking at. There goes Microsoft. Looks like it's breaking out. Just had to hang on to that for a little bit. I couldn't do it. I can't. I'm telling you guys right now, I don't trust it. I don't trust Microsoft. I don't. That's just my opinion. If you guys want to go long Microsoft, that's fine. Go ahead. But if you look here, this is really low volume comparable to when on the days that it does break out. Look at this volume here. You're talking 4.8 to 5 million shares, 3 to 4.5 million shares. You have not even gotten close to that today. You haven't even got close to it today. So.
Information technology, operations technology, and business transformation.
And then there's that sector exposure. Mentioned defense. Is this a bet on that sector that will be sort of a secular growth area as more countries build up their defenses?
So we think technology is going to get embedded into anything physical. The next 10 years is going to be about industries which will create tech intensity on industries which have physical manifestation.
Like, look at that volume today, guys. Look at this volume. Just to give you some insight, like, look at that. Look how pitiful that is. So, be careful. That's all. You can get a nice run to 430.50, but if it takes you 3 days to do it, you might not make any money.
I guess, are you referring to parts of the so-called old economy that have yet to be digitized or made more efficient? Is that the thinking?
Yeah, so the last 10 years, services industries did more tech, more digitization. The next 10 years, industries which will actually spend more on technology and digitization, embedding software, embedding technology into physical objects are going to be the industries we will focus on.
Now that's a fucking boat. That thing, I love that paint job. It's like all stainless steel. It's not chrome, but it's like a thing is so bad.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage and insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Look at developing stories this morning, and I'd like to bring in Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent here on Schwab Network, taking a look at Apple's Worldwide Developers Conference. Kicks off today. We've been saying June 10th feels like forever, and here we finally are.
We're finally here. Shares under pressure ahead of that Worldwide Developers Conference, which kicks off at around 10 a.m. Pacific time, because the pressure is really on Tim Cook to lay out Apple's generative AI strategy. This event has never been a real big mover to the upside for Apple. That being said, shares have really lagged its peers, due in part to the fact that Apple hasn't really announced a clear, direct AI strategy. So that's what people are looking for from this. Apple already uses AI for things like facial recognition to unlock your phones, but the expectation is that they're going to announce a bunch more features that all have to do with AI, including assistance with message writing, AI-enabled photo editing, AI image creation, text summarizing, new emojis, some new capabilities for Siri. They're not expected to take on the rivals with actual large language models, but there is an expectation that they'll announce a partnership with a company like OpenAI, similar to the relationship that they actually have with Google right now. So we'll keep an eye on that. We won't hear about the new iPhone until September, but these AI features could be included in that. And I think the big question is, will these features actually translate into increased hardware sales? That's been Apple's issue, right? That they've had falling sales. There is talk that many of these features will only be included in the new iPhone, so that should or could cause an uptick in sales. So that could fuel kind of this upgrade cycle. I will say we've heard from some analysts, quite a few analysts ahead of this. Wedbush's Dan Ives, of course, is a longtime Apple bull. He thinks that this conference represents the most important event for Apple in over a decade. Thinks AI could potentially add $30 to $40 per share to Apple's growth story. On the other side, Bernstein's Tony Sacconaghi actually has an outperform rating and $195 price target, but says that the AI functionality is likely to be useful and pervasive, but not necessarily revolutionary to what Google and Samsung have offered in their AI phones. So not necessarily as bullish as a Dan Ives. So as I said, shares under pressure today, down about 0.8%, but we'll see if this conference can turn shares around, because it's only up, minimally 1.5% year to date.
Right. I'm looking forward to hearing all about the different features and how AI is going to make everything better. To your point, Tony Sacconaghi is still below $200, but I did see $275 from Dan Ives. Thank you, Caroline Woods. Thank you so much. We'll take a close look at Worldwide Developers Conference all day, all night, and tomorrow as it all breaks. In the meantime, how about a look at the disruptor today? George Sillis, senior markets correspondent, is here with us, taking a look at Broadcom. Morgan Stanley resuming coverage on Broadcom with an overweight rating. Give us some details there. It's up 2.5%.
Yeah, I think Morgan Stanley, Nicole, is looking at Broadcom as sort of this stealth AI play that's, to them at least, the second best company out there from an artificial intelligence exposure standpoint. I mean, if you look at Broadcom over the last year, it's up about 80%. And this is a company that's essentially an infrastructure, software, and semiconductor solutions powerhouse. They integrate, multiple types of systems and technologies from data centers and cloud. They also have application-specific semiconductor technologies, and they also integrate all their enterprise storage and server technologies together. So it's basically the backbone company for much of what's going on from an AI data center cloud infrastructure standpoint. The other thing is they connect a lot of their wired and wireless infrastructure together, while at the same time they actually have their VMware acquisition, which is another thing that Morgan Stanley is actually looking at. They're seeing some synergies, a lot of synergies going on with that particular software integration, and that'll help them more compete with IBM's Red Hat as well. So overall, this is essentially a powerhouse company. And one of the things I noticed is alongside Morgan Stanley's call is if you look at the estimates for earnings, they're actually going to be reporting in a couple of days. Earnings estimates are expected to be only higher by 5%, but they are expected to grow their EBITDA in the next 4 quarters by about 20%. So it's hard to find some stocks that are in the AI space, especially mega caps like Broadcom. They're actually growing still their earnings and top line sales, which in the last year or so, sales were relatively modest, around 2.5% higher, but they're expected to be 20% higher in the next 4 quarters. So the growth trajectory is what I'm trying to say here for Broadcom is rather robust, where we've actually seen growth in NVIDIA, albeit still positive. It's actually decelerated in the past couple of quarters.
Yeah, understood. All right. So with that target of 1658 they have, it's at 1439 today. So how would you go about an example trade for us, George, please?
Yeah, so we've got earnings we have to contend with in the next couple of days. So what we're going to do in this case is, because if you look at the implied volatility for the weekly options expiration this week, it's about 20% higher than next week. So that therefore there's expensive premium built into the option. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to place a weekly trade. This is expiring on Friday. We're going to sell a wide credit combo. But if you look at or an iron condor, if you look at the trend though, the stock has been trending above its 100-day moving average. So we have to take into consideration trend positive. So we're going to skew it, the call spread, which is above the current price, a little bit higher to go in the direction of the prevailing trend. And also looking at the market maker move at around $76, we're gonna sell above that by about 1.5 times. So we're going to structure essentially the 1550, 1570 call spread. That's above the current price, and then below the current price, we're going to sell the 1360, 1340 put spread. So it's a 4-legged structure. Altogether, you can actually earn about $8 a share in credit or $100 a contract in premium. So the whole objective is containment, and we'd like to see the stock stay within the confines of the short strikes, in this case 1550 high and 1360 low. But keep in mind that 1550 high is about $120 away from the current price versus the low side, which is right around that market maker move of around $80.
George Silas, thank you so much. Great to see you. Appreciate it. Our disruptor today, Broadcom. Coming up next, our 360 round, and we'll dive into some of the latest that we've seen in the world of antitrust probes for our tech companies that we watch so closely. The latest being linked with AI and Microsoft, NVIDIA, and OpenAI. What does this mean for tech going forward? More next on Trading 360.
Be part of the latest commodities action on Futures with Ben Lichtenstein, weekdays, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
I was born on the south side of Chicago. It's been a long road, but now I'm working for Schwab. I love to help people understand the world through their lens and invest accordingly. You can call us Christmas Eve at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna always make sure that you have all of the financial tools and support to secure your financial future. That means a lot for my community and for every community.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network. Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends? All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope. Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. It's time for our 360 round. It's all about all the antitrust action we've seen from the Department of Justice, from the FTC, looking closely at the tech companies we follow so closely. Want to get a nice conversation here going. Yael Osowski's with us, Deputy Director of Consumer Choice Center, and James Chernowski, Senior Policy Analyst, Technology and Innovation at Americans for Prosperity. Thank you both for being here. I mean, right away, our minds go to OpenAI and NVIDIA and so on. James, I'll start with you. You know, when is it too much? I mean, we need to be cautious, but is there too much, you know, in the antitrust regulating?
Yeah, I think that that's a great question. And at the end of the day, I think that that is the risk that we're running right now in the country here, is that because we're having such a scrutiny on these big technology companies, that it actually threatens our ability for these very same companies and others to become competitive in the long run and continue the United States leadership in this promising technology. When we're looking at what's going on with this complaint here, this is just the latest trend of just a lot of repeat actions from these regulators. When we're looking at NVIDIA, Microsoft, OpenAI, these companies are all leading, but they're not guaranteed by any stretch of the definition to go and remain the leaders in this promising technology moving forward. There's a lot of robust competition here, and some of this might be just a bit premature, Nicole.
Yeah, and look, Yael, I think you agree. It's risking our global competitiveness, you said. With China there, it's just, tell me more about your thoughts.
Yeah, I think really what we have here is a big ideological fight. There's a lot of great tech innovators who are providing all kinds of dividends, all kinds of great products for consumers. And while many of those American tech innovators would love to reach the globe, they'd be able to love to bring their products to market all around the world, they're being kneecapped by our own regulatory agencies. They're being kneecapped by the DOJ. And you have the rise of Chinese firms that aren't going to be held or restrained in the same way. They're going to be much more commanded and controlled by Beijing and the Chinese Communist Party. So in this scenario, we're not looking good for tech innovation in the United States.
It's amazing because, I mean, you talked about how it just expands unabated. And, you know, at some point, do they really surpass Yael? Are you worried that we're really going to be left in the dust, or no?
I mean, the one thing that we do have here in the United States is great capital markets. We have great ability for companies to raise money. There's a lot of great innovation, and there's competition. That's something that we do have that's very good. How do we maintain that competition is the next question. Some people have the ideological view that it should be through the regulatory agencies, through the FTC, the DOJ. Others believe that we should allow these markets to exist, to strike their deals, offer their products to consumers. All this stuff is happening in real time. We're not able to get a real analysis of what the market will look like, not even in 6 months or a year from now. Let's allow consumers to actually use those products first before we start trying to clamp down, because otherwise China is right there behind us. We still have a small advantage right now in the States, but you know, it could be around the corner.
And, you know, for example, we just saw NVIDIA, and you noted this, James, in your notes, crossing $3 trillion. So you have Microsoft up there. In fact, NVIDIA beats out Apple, but so many great names in that list, no doubt. And so at this point, while we're concerned about protection of the consumer, I mean, are there any specific investigations that jump out at you that maybe seem too much or too frivolous?
Yeah, I think that these latest investigations that are getting announced here from the FTC and the DOJ are the step too far, because it's just assuming that the marketplace for artificial intelligence is going to be stagnant and that these same technology companies are going to be the ones leading the way here. And in some respects, they are doing a lot of really.
I'm gonna let that play out again. We got 5 minutes. You know, give me just a couple more minutes here. I wonder if this Microsoft is gonna fail a bit. Let's look at DJT. You guys can see why I was a little leery going long. You would have got paid some money down there if you would have got long at that level, but I think, again, in my opinion, the way I was taught, we don't just go after levels just because it's a level. Major, minor. You can sit there and watch it, like, because it can just sit there and consolidate. It can just consolidate and consolidate and consolidate for 3, 4, 5 days. How do you know it's going to break out? You don't really know, but you can use what the chart's telling you to give you a probability that, hey, I'm about 60 to 70, maybe even 80%, if not 90, that this thing's going to hold and break out. You know, you use the indicators and all that stuff to get your timing down. That's what I really want to teach people too. I want to teach people how to do this correctly, because I think if people really learned how to do this correctly and stop like trying to search for what everyone else does and just simply seriously learn to read the chart the way it's supposed to be read, I really think they could just take it upon themselves to be able to figure out entry points and what to take, what not to take, and stuff like that. I really do. I truly do. And then obviously if you want to trade options, you know, you need to learn the options. You need to like understand them correctly. You need to be able to say, hey, just like GameStop, we said, why, you know, we're paying, what was it? $1. The stock is $30 and we're paying, or no, it was at 40. What were they? Yeah, we were paying $1 for Friday's puts up here, right? Paying $1 for pretty much a $10 move. That was a problem. That was a problem. Because I'm like, guys, these things end today, and we're paying $1 for a $10 move. $1 for a $10 move. That means we need even more to break even. But I don't know. I can't explain it. Like, I can explain it, actually. I actually can. It's just something you can learn over time. Once you learn them, and then once you have done the learning part, then you can use that learning and give it time. And after going through charts and chain, option chain after option chain after option chain, you'll start to see, and you'll be like, wait. If I'm paying $1 for a dollar move, depending on the stock price, is it a good deal or a bad deal? So here's an example. Coinbase was $250 some a stock price, $260 a stock price. I was able to buy 250 puts for 17 cents, while GameStop that day was charging $1 for a strike price of $30. The stock was at 40. It's trying to charge me $1. It's because of the theta and the IV. Yes, we get it. But just using, you know, you just see the difference there, right? And by the end of the day, those were in the money. Both those trades, we went short both GameStop and Coinbase Friday, and we're long. We're not scared to go back and forth. Like last week, there were just a lot of setups that it was very clear after watching day after day what was going on. Like, take notice to semiconductors today; they're all rallying. But does that rally hold, or do we rally continue? You know, do we just continue to rally today, and then we just stay up here for like 2-3 days, and then we rally again Thursday, Friday, or do we take this move back by tomorrow? You know what I'm saying? Well, the only time will tell, but we'll be able to use that to help us make our decisions along with reading the chart. Oh my gosh, come on, man. Alright, just give me 1 second here. What is that? GameStop. So GameStop did not do the thing. 28, 24. That's a shame. That's such a shame. Oh, they have Dan Ives on the, oh, that's right, Apple. Let's do it, guys. Let's go look at the Apple joint. Oh my gosh, exit. F12.
KOSS costs to be issued U.S. patent, wooden or other dielectric capacitive touch interface and loudspeaker having same. That's KOSS costs. Oscar Sandy.
Alphabet and Meta traded this like discounted at low 20s PE. But all of these stocks have huge expectations embedded within them. And Apple is probably the poster child because, unlike Microsoft, this is a name that really has not found.
I chose Wix for.
Oh, we still got an hour, guys. Titanium iPhone 15 app. What? Titanium. Stop it. Stop it. There's no way.
Worst case, a correction in the stock.
Yeah, I think you hit it perfectly. Steve Kovac with me here. We have talked leading up to this day, the gravity of this moment, of what's going to take place behind us and where the expectations have gone. Yeah, you said at the top, biggest event in a decade.
Have to be handset per se, but if we get some sense that there is a new source of growth coming, revenue growth, services growth, it'll be good enough. If we get an even bigger sense that there might be a product upgrade cycle because Apple's AI product demands that we upgrade, that's even better. Anything failing those two ideas, I think, is going to be met with best case a yawn, worst case a correction in the stock.
Yeah, I think you hit it perfectly. Steve Kovac with me here. We have talked leading up to this day.
So I've got a prime example here. Prime example of DJT. They're wanting to charge me $2 for a $40 move. It might make sense in a way because chances are it goes to, let's see here, $38. But that's my break-even price. You feel? You feel what I'm putting that? You hear me? You know what I'm saying? Not really, because there's nobody here. You know what? Y'all. Niggas. Alright, let's get it. Sorry, guys. After sitting in front of the monitor all day, it's a little crazy. I get a little weird. Things can get a little weird here. Yeah, we're paying almost $2 for those $40 puts. I think we can get down to 35. Dan Ives is so weird. Listen, I think it's already close to 4 trillion, isn't it?
Mythology of this company. Tell us why.
It's a historic day for Cook and Cupertino because when you talk about AI coming to the golden install base, 2.2 billion iOS devices, I believe 25% of the world will access AI through an Apple device. And that's why this is, when I think about AI, the AI party, it's 9 p.m. in that party. Apple's a little late, it's not 7:30, but this is going to be what I believe the start of what gets this stock to $4 trillion a year from now.
So, Amy Raskin, you hold the shares. What do you want to learn today from Tim Cook and Apple?
So I agree with Josh. I mean, if this drives an upgrade cycle, that's a win for Apple. But I also want to hear that they're going to use their superpower as the gatekeeper to a billion high-income or relatively high-income individuals around the world and will extract value from AI. But they're not going to spend billions and billions like we've seen some of the other Mag 7 stocks developing it themselves. As they do for search, they get $20 billion a year from Google just to have it as their default platform. They could do the same for AI. They can be the gateway to AI without having to invest the CapEx. And I think it's really important for Apple to keep having that free cash flow story, to keep having that buyback, because that's why we have a bigger position in Apple than some of the other stocks. It's that free cash flow story.
Let's be clear, too. This is being framed as, can Apple catch up in the AI arms race?
Yeah, and this is super interesting because Apple's peers have told a really great artificial intelligence story. We know NVIDIA, they sell chips that create those large language models in the cloud. We know Microsoft, they're selling Copilot. They're also collecting just gobs of cash from all that AI processing happening on the Azure cloud. Apple has been telling a slightly different story that's evolved over the last 18 months or so. I talked to Tim Cook every earnings report, and I asked him the requisite AI question. What are you guys doing in AI? What are you guys doing in AI? And it's interesting to see how the answer has evolved over the last 18 months or so, to the point where now they're literally marketing products as artificially intelligent capable before this event even happens. And up until now, a lot of it was happening behind the scenes. That means things like, automatic photos. When you take a photo, it kind of makes your photo look better. They have some cool speech recognition things that are using artificial intelligence, but no user-facing thing, no ChatGPT moment yet for Apple, and that's what we think we're going to see today.
Joe, I mean, the big news with you over the last, couple of months certainly is moving away from Apple in the ETF that you manage, and then the position that you recently took to take advantage, a hedge, if you will, to get exposure back into these names. So as somebody who doesn't own this outright anymore, how are you viewing it at a time where the stock has clearly woken up? It's up 7.5% over the last month, 15.5% over 3 months, and it's now positive, albeit slightly, on the year.
Well, the reasons that it has reawakened are probably the most powerful catalyst going into today's event. If you think about it, that buyback, which Amy spoke about, historic in its nature, it really was a bridge to get us to an understanding of what the AI strategy ultimately is going to be. But what that did was it laid the foundation for very strong momentum. And this stock is going into today's event with remarkably strong momentum, the type of momentum that's very difficult to reverse, the type of momentum that most likely propels this stock above $200 at some point this afternoon or in the coming days. So I think that you have to have a clear understanding that that has now evolved. Now you want to get confirmation that, in fact, an agreement with OpenAI is going to be confirmed. That's incredibly important. And then you need to understand, is the company going to introduce AI tools that's going to create enough excitement where we're going to see a massive upgrade cycle for the iPhone, the type of upgrade cycle that we saw for the iPhone 6. If you think about Siri, which was introduced in 2011, has Siri really been that remarkable? I would argue that it hasn't. So they really have to set forth something today that's going to improve upon the tools and get myself and a very loyal and stilled customer base excited about going out and buying the iPhone 16.
Dan Ives, we have a 2 billion installed base, right? So the pond is large. It's an ocean. We need to tap into that if you're Apple. They need to get the refresh or the upgrade cycle initiated, and it has to start this fall.
No, that's why 270 million iPhones haven't upgraded in 4+ years. So this is really an unprecedented install base upgrade opportunity that they could go after. But you look at really the services piece, I think services ultimately is worth 1.5 to 1.6 trillion. And that's the key. It's monetization that Apple does better than anyone else. And that's why betting against Cook and Cupertino has not been the right strategy. And I believe this is the start. You know, Steve's talking about maybe late to the game a little, but if you look at what they're coming out with, I think this is going to be a jaw dropper. That we look at this moment, this is the start of that renaissance of growth in Cupertino.
Okay, so on a longer term basis, there are those who will say you're correct. If you bet against this team and this company over a longer period of time, maybe you're correct. If you would have bet against them, though, in the more recent history, when you have quarter after quarter of negative revenue growth and a stock, if you pull a chart up and you can pull a 3 or 4 year chart of Apple, that tells a different story, right? This has not been the guaranteed win that it has been in years past until recently when it started moving back towards $200.
No doubt, but I think it's a sleeping giant. And I think if you look at that install base, and even though iPhone growth, really because of China, is where we've seen the declines, all of our checks in Asia show that June's going to be the last negative quarter for China. You have a massive install base. You have AI coming to Cupertino. I still think New York City cab drivers bearish on Apple, a very negative sentiment on the street. That setup, from a big tech perspective, I think the risk reward here, I view it as a table pounder going into the next 6-9 months.
So Steve Kovac, you have KeyBank out today calling what will happen today a sell the news event. You have Bernstein's Tony Sacconaghi, well-known analyst, been covering this company for an awfully long period of time, says what we're going to get today, not likely revolutionary. So it's not all rainbows and lollipops.
Definitely not.
We're going to have this event in the courtyard, not too far from where we're sitting here.
And let's talk about what we think is going to happen and what we know competitors have done already. So Samsung, a lot of the stuff we are expecting Apple to announce, Samsung has that on its phones already. They announced it. They had their first AI phone back in January. Google on its Pixel phones, they've been having a lot of these features for a number of years before even this AI revolution started. So a lot of that is just on, if you're looking feature by feature by feature, what Apple can add right now, a lot of that is going to be catching up. It's the next level. I keep going back to what Tim Cook said when he first teased the event we're about to watch today. And he said we're going to break new ground on artificial intelligence. That to me means something brand new that we haven't seen their rivals do yet. And so that's going to be really interesting to see how that all ties together.
Well, we're 45 minutes or so away before this event gets underway and we get some real answers beyond the speculation and beyond the hype. And we will certainly see what happens. We'll talk to you again before our hour ends. Dan Ives, it's been good having you with us as well. And you're going to be inside. And I'll catch up with you later on Closing Bell. So we hear from you ahead of time, and we're going to get your reaction immediately following what happens behind us. Guys, I do want to talk about NVIDIA because the 10-for-1 stock split starts today. And, you know, we've talked about how well the NASDAQ 100 have done of late. Yes, it's primarily an NVIDIA story. I know Apple has contributed of late. But Josh Brown, I go to you. Tony Pasquarello had some interesting commentary today. Been 45 stock splits since 2019, plus 4% average return in the week following the announcement. That's about it. What are your expectations now that the stock has, in fact, split? You see it on your screen at, we'll call it $122 per share.
So really smart, experienced people will tell you splits don't matter. Really junior people who just have not had a lot of time on Wall Street will tell you splits are amazing. And then it circles all the way around to the smartest people realize that if enough people care about splits, it is a tailwind to a stock, even if it shouldn't be, and even if the fundamentals don't change at all. And that's where I eventually arrived at in my career. So when I see a split, I'm smart enough to understand that it doesn't change anything in real life, but I'm actually smart enough to understand that it really does change things. It does open up the stock to new waves of buyers who would otherwise balk at a 4-digit share price. And I think the big thing to say, though, is that the overall environment around which a company splits is actually more important. And the best evidence we have of that, Amazon did a 20-for-1 stock split while the stock was in the process of getting cut in half. So it was in a horrible environment in 21, 22 as the tech bubble had air taken out of it. So stock split in and of itself won't get people excited enough to want to continue to buy the name, but a stock split in a bull market is as good as it gets. And I think largely we've seen the run up as a result of that. So I wouldn't expect, now today it's a $100 stock, they're going to run it right up to $200. I don't think that that's what's going to happen here. But I do think it should keep the name bid for a little while.
Okay. We'll get back to this in just a second, but I goodbyed, if you will, our lingo, Steve Kovach.
I never left.
And yes, exactly. And then we saw a photo of Sam Altman, who is here at Apple Park. He tweeted that
he didn't tweet. This is a tweet from a developer who posted in French. So my French is a little rusty / I don't know any French at all. But he posted a selfie with Sam Altman. This is, of course, we're expecting an announcement with OpenAI and Apple to be announced here. Sam Altman, apparently, according to this tweet I'm looking at from this developer, is here in Cupertino on campus. So maybe we see him on stage.
Okay. And Dan, when you heard about this a few moments ago, you mouthed to me, this is huge.
It's a game changer. And Steve and I were talking about this before. Does Altman come? Altman's not coming if this is cookie cutter. This is a game changer today if he's coming.
Okay. So we'll see, obviously, what presence Sam Altman has here once the presentation gets underway, and we're about 40 minutes or so away from that. Back to NVIDIA. So, Joe, the split, Evercore says we think NVIDIA could get to 15% weighting in the S&P 500. The hype around this company, for everything that's going to happen here today, sort of the center of the AI universe, if you will, all roads lead to NVIDIA at this moment.
Oh, for sure. And I think that's where the excitement is surrounding the stock, that leading up to the split, you had the stock up 11% so far in the month of June. So, you try and make the analogy to prior stock splits. I don't think there is one that you could really compare this stock to because there's so much overall excitement surrounding the stock. I think fundamentally the big question for anyone that wants to buy NVIDIA today is there going to be this period where as we move from Hopper to Blackwell, the GPUs, where the spending intentions are pared back because we're anticipating Blackwell, and I'm reading a lot of research notes, and there's obviously a lot of news in the business headlines, and in fact, that's not happening. And if that's not happening, it really speaks towards the insatiable demand that there is for this company's products. And I think that's the single most important question you ask yourself if you want to buy the stock here today. Would I buy the stock here at 122? I probably wouldn't. I let the stock breathe a little bit and look for a correction and step in there. But I think that fundamentally is the single most important dynamic.
I'll tell you, the other big development today, Josh Brown, is that CrowdStrike's going into the S&P 500. How many times have we talked about this stock sort of separating itself from some of the others? I know, Dan Ives, who's still sitting here too, likes Palo Alto as his table pounder. Those are the words that he likes to use. But you're the CrowdStrike guy. You've been in the stock a long time. Now it's going into the S&P along with KKR and GoDaddy. What does this mean?
I was talking to a friend this weekend at my daughter's high school graduation, and his oldest kid just decided to pursue a major in cybersecurity. I said, "You're smarter than I thought you were," to the dad, because this is a guaranteed secular bull market for all things cybersecurity. Doesn't mean the stocks will always go up, but the opportunities are endless, given how much worse AI is going to complicate an already horrendous situation where anyone can be hacked at any time, and the amounts of money, the amounts of event-level risk are just incredible for all organizations. So that's the tailwind. Why was I right on CrowdStrike when so many others selected Fortinet and Palo Alto and some of the other names? The one thing that I think I got right here was the power of network effects. If you're a CrowdStrike customer and another CrowdStrike customer somewhere else on the other side of planet Earth is struck by cyber terror, the system immediately not only reacts to that strike, but then updates itself across all other customers. Therefore, the more customers CrowdStrike has, the more powerful its network becomes. If that sounds familiar, the best parallel I can give you is Facebook. The second best one I can think of is Google. The more people buy into a network and are included in the network, the stronger that network becomes. Very few other companies have these network effects, but CrowdStrike built the product and the solution that way. So George Kurtz explained that to me a few years ago. It's stuck in the back of my mind. I never sold the stock. I wrote it down into a 60% drawdown in 22, stayed with it, and this is the reward for that. So I'm really excited. I'm thrilled that they get this honor. They deserve it. They've executed really well.
Joe, it says something when you own the stock both personally and in your ETF, right? And this is yours too.
One of the better trades I've had in the last several years. I think I got into the stock at around $120. And everything that Josh is speaking towards is the reasons why you need to own this name. In terms of cybersecurity, it is the premier name. Palo Alto in years prior was perceived to be that company. Clearly, they have lost that position on the mantle to CrowdStrike, and it is a core holding in cybersecurity without question. I think what's important now with the inclusion in the S&P is that will open it up to a lot of portfolio managers who have specific mandates surrounding the S&P 500. It really becomes a quote-unquote mainstream type of name for the Wall Street community.
Dan Ives, those are fighting words in your neighborhood. Palo Alto's lost the place on the mantle to CrowdStrike. That's what Joe just said.
Look, we're bullish on CrowdStrike, bullish on Zscaler, but I do believe what Palo Alto's doing, this is a near-term, call it 3 to 6 month pause for what's going to be a much greater story that plays out. Palo, Zscaler, CrowdStrike. I think right now that's left lane going 100 miles an hour.
But you've said that, okay, if you want to continue with that analogy, I mean, but you've said that Palo Alto is the Lamborghini in that fast lane.
Longer term.
The suggestion here is that maybe it's, moving over to the right, if you will, and letting other players and faster
George
cars
Kurtz
pass.
actually races Formula One cars, guys. Just putting that out there.
So going to Josh's, going down Josh's metaphor.
Watch
This is a
Microsoft.
pit stop for Palo Alto in what is going to be ultimately an F1 race they win.
All right, guys, I feel like the center of the universe obviously is Apple Park today in terms of the markets and where all the action has been and what the conversation certainly has been driven towards in terms of AI. We are going to get a Fed decision this week, by the way. And as a reminder, we're going to be traveling from here down to Los Angeles, and we're going to be with Jeffrey Gundlach in Double Line headquarters the day of the decision and talk to him immediately following the news conference by the Fed chair. So, Amy, what are your expectations? We are going to get an outlook in this meeting. You don't get them every meeting. Amid your calls, Goldman Sachs today, for example, they've taken from 3 cuts to 2. If it's any less than 2 from the outlook from members of the Fed, does the market have any sort of negative reaction from that?
I think it does. I actually do think we need Powell to remain somewhat dovish. Obviously, he's not going to cut anytime soon. The jobs data came in hot. We'll also get CPI on Wednesday, so that will be a really important data point going into this speech. But I do think I think people who are looking forward are seeing that the leading indicators are starting to roll over. The demand for jobs is coming down from looking at forward-looking indicators. So monetary policy is restrictive. I do think if the Fed doesn't want to overstay its welcome and to use inflation and jobs, which are both lagging indicators, to make Fed policy, which acts with a lag, doesn't really make sense to me. So I do hope we get the cuts. And I hope Powell remains at least somewhat dovish and sort of leaning towards, I want to do this.
When we talk about interest rates and inflation expectations and trades that have worked as a result of, what the Fed has done and where inflation has remained, gold is coming off its worst day in 3.5 years. So, Amy, what do you do if you're invested in gold now? You have the IAU, that's the iShares Gold Trust.
Yeah.
Are you concerned about this trade at this moment?
No, not really. It's taking a pause. It's done well year to date, and I think materials in general we like for the longer term. The U.S. is sort of our data is coming in a little bit slower, economic data than expected, and you see our surprise index sort of trending down, but the rest of the world is actually trending up. And so I think what you're sort of seeing is this really fast growth in the U.S. sort of slowing, and the rest of the world that has been growing more slowly sort of starting to pick up. And so we think there's still a good market for gold out there, as well as most of the materials. So we like those areas.
Good stuff. We're going to take a quick break. All right, we're going to have Steve Kovac. You'll be back with us before the end of the
Absolutely.
program. Dan Ives, I said we're going to see you before the end of this very important day here in Cupertino. Our calls of the day coming up next. We have analyst activity today on a few key names that the committee owns, including a downgrade for one big chip maker. We'll discuss next.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Welcome back to Cupertino for the Halftime Report today. Let's do our calls of the day. We're going to start with AMD. It was downgraded to equal weight, Joe, from overweight. That's at Morgan Stanley. Price target stays at 176. They like the narrative, but they say the AI expectations are too high. They prefer NVIDIA and Broadcom. What do you say?
Well, first, let's talk technically. The stock clearly has momentum that I would characterize as neutral at best right now. The peak was in early March at 227. It struggled to stay above 200. It fell as low as 140 in April. And you have the 50-day, which is now below the 100-day. I think the trouble for this company fundamentally is that, yes, they are going to participate in the AI story for sure. But I agree with the note. The expectations are remarkably high. And I think the expectations need to be tempered because they have been behind NVIDIA in building out the ecosystem. And I also see that NVIDIA will defend its market share, and they will defend its market share through pricing if need be. So there are challenges ahead. I don't think you should look at this stock in the same regard that you look at NVIDIA and others in the AI universe. And it's in a somewhat perilous position where it's trading right here. It does not look good technically.
Isn't there room for more than one major player? Well, by the way, Susquehanna today raises the price target to $200 from $185.
There is certainly room for more than one player. Avadgo, in my opinion, appears to be in a better position right now than AMD. And if I would have to place, if I were to score or rank these AI semi names, I would place Avadgo second to NVIDIA.
American Express initiated today, Amy, at neutral by Citi. This stock has been one of the best performers year to date, if not the best performer out of the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Shares of Amex, price target's 250. They initiate, they love the business model, but they think the bar is high. The valuation leads them on the sidelines, they suggest. Goes to what I just said to you in the toss about this stock story. It's been a huge winner.
It's been a huge winner, and I've been getting asked about it more and more. So that's actually concerning me a little bit. But the valuation is not extreme, especially when compared to Visa. So, or even the S&P, it's still trading below an S&P multiple. It's growing. It's finding a new user base. So we think we bought this when we sold some Nike earlier in the year, and we think it has more runway. So we like it for the long term.
What do you think about Snowflake? I think there's cautious commentary in various corners. And again today, from Manas Crespi, neutral, they reiterate. Margins thin, valuation rich, execution spotty, competition dynamic. And we believe the darkest days of this economic quagmire are ahead of us. That's not exactly a ringing endorsement for a stock that's at the lowest level since January of 23.
Yeah, this is Snowflake's getting it from all angles at this point. We do own it. We have a relatively small position where we haven't added to it. We keep looking at it, though. I do think, look, you can't make a valuation argument for this stock at all. So that makes it really hard to find a floor or, sort of catch a falling knife. So we're not really looking to add to it until we see a technical turn. But we like the longer term positioning. We think if AI is really the story that people think it is, Snowflake does have a role in organizing the data across cloud providers. So we're holding it. I'm not anxious to sell it, especially when everybody's sort of piling on like this. But it's not working, and the whole space isn't working. But even within the space, Snowflake is performing worse than some others. So we're just going to watch it for now. Again, we like the longer term positioning. We can't get valuation support though, and the technicals don't look good. So we acknowledge that.
Yeah, it's been tough for software, as we know. Salesforce, ServiceNow, some of the other names of late certainly haven't traded well. Then there's Uber, which was reiterated, Josh, a buy at Mizuho, the price target $90. What do we think of this stock today?
I think it's going to 100. I think it's the last great TAM, and that has not fully been appreciated. So when I think about Uber, I basically think of a story where this becomes like the name in transporting people, transporting goods via freight, transporting packages and deliveries, transporting people's food orders. It's got this dominant place, dominant technology, mind share, name brand recognition in a way that no other player has. And I think they'll hold on to that. And as time goes on, people will eventually realize they have this particular total addressable market on Smash. And I know Waymo is coming on. I know Elon's going to make a big announcement on August 8th. I think Uber actually benefits from all of those things because the Uber app will be routing people to those full self-driving cars. There's going to be a lot of capacity coming on that's going to drive down the cost to the rider, and the rider will use the service more as a result. So I love the stock. I've been in it for years, all the way up, and I'm not leaving.
I know somebody else who likes it, Brad Gerstner, who, by the way, is going to join us tomorrow. We've learned on the halftime report as well. We'll be broadcasting live from One Market, our bureau in San Francisco. So Brad's going to be with us. We'll talk about all things tech, obviously Uber, and so much more. So I hope you'll join me then. Coming up after this quick break, Elliott Management taking a new stake. They've been busy lately. This time it's in Southwest Airlines. That stock shooting higher, as you might expect. Leslie Picker is following the money for us, and she will tell us what she knows next. Stock's up better than 8%. We're back in Cupertino right after this.
NBC.
Welcome back to Halftime. I'm Contessa Brewer with your CNBC News update. The jury in Hunter Biden's federal gun trial could have the case this afternoon. Closing arguments just began after the defense rested this morning without calling the president's son to the stand. The number of migrants illegally crossing the southern border dropped Friday, according to a senior U.S. border official quoted in Reuters. The official also told Reuters about 3,100 people were arrested. That's down roughly 20% from the prior few days. The official says the results are encouraging, but too early to call results of the administration's new border crackdown a definitive trend. Relentless heat in the Southwest, and it's going to continue until at least Thursday. The National Weather Service says Arizona and Nevada will keep the triple-digit temps before the heat wave moves east. 18 million people in the Southwest and parts of California are now under high heat alerts. And today marks the 12th consecutive day of temperatures hitting 100 or more in Las Vegas. It's the hottest ever start to June there. I mean, that's one way to kick off those pool parties. Scott?
Yeah, Contessa, thank you for that. That's our Contessa Brewer. Southwest Airlines shooting higher today on news that Elliott Management has built a stake of nearly $2 billion. Leslie Picker, following the money on that front, joins us now with what we know. Les?
Hey, Scott. Yeah, a sizable stake coinciding with a significant push from Elliott Management. That Southwest drew in a prominent activist does not seem to be a surprise to the street, to analysts out there, which have said that the market constraints appear to be hurting this airline more than its peers. And Elliott is going all out with its recommendations, comprising a board overhaul, new leadership, and a business review to revamp strategy and operations. Elliott says that with the, quote, right leadership, Southwest shares could trade at $49 a piece over the next 12 months, which the activist describes as the, quote, most compelling airline turnaround opportunity in the last 20 years. Now, in terms of what Southwest says about all of this, they gave a statement to us as well. It sounds like the engagement is still in the very much early stages here. Southwest noting in its statement that Elliott first reached out yesterday. A spokesman for the airline told CNBC, quote, that the Southwest Board of Directors is confident in our CEO and management's ability to execute against the company's strategic plan to drive long-term value for all shareholders, safely and reliably serve our customers, and deliver on our commitments to all of our stakeholders. Shares today are up more than about 8% on the news, although still about half of the levels reached in spring 2021 and underperforming many of its peers over the last few years. So we can expect a lot of attention being paid to this one in the months to come. Scott.
Oh, watch it. Leslie, thank you. Up 8%. See where it goes. Joe, you got Delta Airlines. All I keep hearing about record numbers through TSA and how planes are packed, this, that, and the other. Yeah. And year to date, Southwest is up 3.5%. Delta's a loser by 0.5%. Why?
So let's think about this over the last 3 years, okay? This has been remarkable time for the airline industry. Everything you cite, really strong economy, really strong traveler environment. Southwest is down 47% in the last 3 years. Delta's up 26%. United Airlines is up about 3% in that environment. Southwest is doing something clearly wrong. They had all the mishaps surrounding 2022, flight cancellations surrounding weather. So you have to call into question. It's not even just if it's the board and the CEO. It's, do they have the right strategy? Are they able to operate as an airline in this new modern environment? And for the viewers, just because Elliott is stepping in here doesn't mean that necessarily that means automatically these changes are affected. If you want to buy something, you go in, maybe you buy the options, but this is the perfect airline to be targeting because Delta's performance is telling you that they are doing something wrong at Southwest.
All right, so we'll take a quick break. Mike Santoli on the other side with his midday word. We're also going to walk you up to some key earnings that are this week. Amy Raskin telling us that she is thinking about buying a name that we're going to tell you about coming up.
and make it count.
We are back on the Halftime Report live today from Cupertino. Senior markets commentator Mike Santoli joins us with his midday word. I know this is a big story here today, Mike. Of course, the other one is the Fed decision, CPI. How would you assess the markets going into both of those events?
Markets somewhat non-committal. I think it's willing to sort of assume that the inflation number and the Fed's commentary is going to fit within the zone of acceptable. I'm not sure how long the leash is, to be honest, on Fed intentions and CPI, simply because even though you got the good payroll number on Friday, the tone of, I think, investor perceptions on the economy is downside risks maybe are more prominent. Maybe the Fed is going to probably wear out its welcome at this level of rates. I'm not going to jump to that conclusion, but I think that sits there out as a risk, the way the market has traded. Other than that, another day with just completely indecisive action, really split on the breadth side, but we're hanging around the highs, doing enough to stay in the game, at least at the index level.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here today, too, and what that means for Apple shares, which have been on this great move, too, and if that stock can continue to climb. Mike, I'll see you on the closing bell, and I'll look forward to our conversation then. Mike Santoli coming up. The earnings setup. We have a few key tech names reporting this week. Okay, I'm going to tell you about a couple of them at least. Amy Raskin says that she is likely going to buy one of them soon. I'll reveal that one next. right, back live in Cupertino today. We get you the setup on some key tech earnings that are this week. All right, I've got Broadcom Wednesday after the bell. I have Adobe Thursday after the bell. Amy Raskin, I come to you. I tease this as the one stock you have your eye on here that you say you're likely going to buy soon, and it's Broadcom.
Yeah.
Tell us why.
Yeah, we did a deep dive on Broadcom. We have a new fantastic analyst last week who did a research review on the company. We really like their ASIC strategy. Obviously, adding a stock near a 52-week high is hard. We know that it's well liked and it's done well, but we think it has a lot of growth in front of it still, and it is really well positioned in our heterogeneous computing theme. We've owned NVIDIA for over a decade now. We've taken profits all along the way, but it's still gotten to be a very big part of client portfolios. So we we're thinking about potentially trimming some of our NVIDIA and adding Broadcom, and we'll likely do that relatively soon.
Joe, Adobe's been horrible. I don't know what performance year to date, right? It's down 23%. We know what software's done. The air's been sucked out of the room. Why?
It's part of the whole software story. It's part of the pullback in investment spending. Look, all software is not going to remain in this morose environment for an extended period of time. I think you're going to reach a point here in the upcoming quarter or quarter that follows in which you could look at some of these software companies and say, yes, we're going to buy it. Adobe is clearly one of those names. Firefly is their AI tool. You've got 14% growth there, not to the magnitude you're getting in Broadcom, but I think Adobe is one of the first names you're going to buy right now in this software sell-off.
All right, coming up, we are counting down to Apple's Worldwide Developers Conference. We're about 10 minutes away. Halftime's back right after this. All right, we're back live in Cupertino today. We're literally just minutes away now from the developers conference here. CEO Tim Cook widely expected to unveil Apple's AI game plan. So what will it really mean for the stock? Let's get back to Deirdre Bosa taking a special look for us at how the other tech giants have performed since their own big AI announcements. Dee?
It's been an exciting event season, and now that we're nearing the end of it, it's interesting to take a look at what each stock has done on the back of their own announcements since I.O. on May 14th, when Google said it would roll out AI overviews to everyone. Shares are up 2.5%. Microsoft shares since its build event on May 21st, the debut of its Copilot Plus line of PCs, shares are essentially flat, which may tell us that AI stock gains aren't as easily won this year for the mega caps, unless, of course, you're NVIDIA. Plus, we know now that releases aren't totally smooth. We see this sort of Gen AI cycle of enthusiasm and then blowback. Investors get excited about a new product or capability, but once it's actually tested in the wild, problems, controversies arise, and the company finds itself defending, rolling back, or apologizing. Apple, though, arguably has the most to gain here. It has underperformed its mega cap peers as investors get impatient for its own AI strategy. It also has the lowest forward price to earnings multiple of the bunch. Alphabet, the second lowest. So it's got to deliver some big things coming up in minutes. Scott.
Yeah, they definitely do. Dee, thank you. It's Georgia Bosa. Steve Kovac, of course, here with me as we count down to these final moments before the Developers Conference actually does begin in the complex behind us. The stock story really tells the story.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, better late than never,
right?
Obviously, but there's a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, it's up, what, 1.5% so far on the year, and just compare that to what we've seen in NVIDIA, just going gangbusters. That is absolutely, and that's simply because they haven't told the story that they're about to tell us right now. We know the narrative behind Microsoft and NVIDIA and Meta, even to a degree. The big question about what's going on with Apple, but there's someone here.
Yes, there is. And maybe it's a co-author, if you will, to the story that you were just referencing. It's Sam Altman, of course, OpenAI. We did see a photo of him on campus a little bit earlier. We'll show that to you. We already know of a partnership between these two companies, but maybe we get something more substantive today. The intrigue builds as we see Mr. Altman on site.
And thematically, this is really interesting because at the top of the show, I told you this is the most important software event from Apple in 16 years. Guess who was there 16 years ago? Mr. Altman, showing off a little social media app that he had built for the very first version of the App Store, wearing a double collar. He was very young at the time. Now a more mature Altman is going to be a big part of this next leg for Apple.
All right, good stuff. We're excited about what's going to happen behind us in a few moments. We'll visit with you, of course, throughout this day. Steve Kovac joining us here on site. Final trades are next. We're going to see you back in Cupertino today at 3 o'clock Eastern, of course, for closing bell. We'll assess what actually happened at Apple Park today and what it really could mean for shareholders moving forward. We'll have Alex Kantrowitz with us today. Dan Ives is going to be back to assess what he heard today and what he thinks. Malcolm Etheridge, Aya Yoshioka, King Lip with us as well. By the way, the event is underway. Tim Cook was on the stage a moment ago. We did hear him welcome the group here. People from 65 countries, he said. So this is very much a global event here at Apple Park today. Let's do final trades. Amy, you first.
Natera, relatively small cap biotech company, but should be on people's radar screens. It's doing really well.
Josh Brown?
Amazon, going higher.
The stock he has said is the new Apple. And Joe Terranova, finally to you.
KKR added to the S&P along with CrowdStrike and GoDaddy.
All right, good stuff. We will see you on closing bell. I can't wait as the developers conference is underway. The exchanges now.
Thank you very much, Scott, and welcome to The Exchange. I'm Kelly Evans with a very big hour ahead. Apple's Worldwide Developer Conference officially getting underway. Before we head out to that, let's get a quick check on the markets as we're also counting down to the other big event this week, the Fed's next decision on interest rates. Markets, as you can see, are largely in wait-and-see mode today. For the most part, edging higher, 6 points on the S&P, a 1/3% on the NASDAQ. New highs again for the tech sector in general. The Dow, though, is down 43 points this hour. 10-year yield moving higher, following yields globally. A lot of that more hawkish talk out of the ECB, of course. I should say the rate hike, but still the efforts by Lagarde to explain what they're going to do next. They're 446 on the 10-year. Oil rallying 2% as well. But the key chart this hour and bucking the upward trend that you see here is Apple. Right now, it's been under pressure. You can see here down about 2/3%, so we're off session lows. We'll bring you all the headlines and stock moves as we get them. And we have full team coverage of WWDC this hour. Steve Kovac is live out in Cupertino. Also with us, CNBC contributor and New York Times assistant editor Ed Lee, who says Apple needs to show him the money. And Rosenblatt's Barton Crockett, who currently has a hold on the stock. We'll see if anything Apple announces today can change his mind on that. So let's begin out in Cupertino with Steve Kovac. Steve, what should we expect?
Hey there, Kelly. This little thing called artificial intelligence. So Tim Cook had just taken the stage, I don't know, about 5 or 6 minutes ago, along with software boss Craig Federighi. This is his event, of course, because this is all about the software that's happening on the iPhone today. What we're expecting, a partnership with OpenAI. In fact, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman has been spotted here in Cupertino. We saw a tweet earlier where he
amaze us with the apps they create for our products. Apps that are used by over 1 billion people around the world. It's important for us to provide this community with the newest tools and technologies to do their very best work. Today, we're going to have some incredible updates to our platforms. And I'm excited that we'll introduce profound new intelligence capabilities that we hope will inspire developers, delight users, and make our platforms even smarter and more useful than ever. Before we get into our platforms, let's talk about Apple TV Plus, which is celebrating its 5th anniversary this year. Apple TV Plus is the best in entertainment, filled with shows and movies made by the world's most creative storytellers. And I'm proud to say,
I told you guys to watch out for Microsoft. If you were long, to watch out for Microsoft. It was just
for 3 years running. Apple TV Plus features great originals that have received industry-wide recognition such as Oscars, Emmys, and BAFTAs. This past year alone, Apple TV Plus has debuted critically acclaimed movies like Killers of the Flower Moon and Napoleon, and hit shows like Masters of the Air, Palm Royale, Hijack, Dark Matter, and Monarch: Legacy of Monsters. And we're about to launch our most exciting lineup yet, with amazing new originals arriving on Apple TV Plus each and every week. Let's take a look.
Welcome back. Been a minute.
I can write a story that will set you free.
How the world keeps on spinning. It goes spinning out of control.
Our existence is all about choices.
I just need to get to the truth. I did not kill her.
We can't lose the race for the moon. We need to shoot back up.
You mean to fake it?
We are not finished. We will safely leave the silo.
How the world keeps on spinning. It goes spinning out of control.
Good work, Watson.
Rory, you are driving recklessly.
I'm in the middle of a high-speed car chase. Maybe I should drive. My gut is telling me this is connected. You and I are cut from the same beautiful cloth.
You take that back. This is not how I work. Feelings mutual. Ready? Yeah. Wait! Admit it. It was cool. Okay, fine. It was very cool.
Goes spinning, yeah.
Paying some actors.
This lineup looks incredible. I hope you're as excited about these Apple originals as I am. And now, let's turn to our platforms. We have so much to talk about today. We'll start with our OS announcements, and then we'll dive deeper into intelligence. Let's start with our newest operating system, Vision OS. We released Apple Vision Pro in February, and we already have some great updates to share with you today. Here's Mike to tell you more.
Apple Vision Pro and Vision OS unlock completely new possibilities for entertainment, productivity, collaboration, and so much more. Vision Pro has inspired developers to create amazing and unique spatial apps that aren't possible on any other platform. Apps like NBA, where you can watch multiple live games with stats. What If, where you become a superhero in the Marvel Universe. And Unextinct, where you can explore endangered species. Games that take advantage of your space, immerse you completely, challenge you in new ways, or let you gather around a table to play with friends, even when you're not together. You can master meditation with Po from Kung Fu Panda. Bring your data to life with SAP. And doctors can even reimagine surgical simulation and planning. New apps, including some from the world's biggest names in entertainment, productivity, and gaming, are arriving on the App Store every day. There's already over 2,000 apps created specifically for Apple Vision Pro. And with over 1.5 million compatible iPhone and iPad apps, there's always something new to do. All of these amazing apps and experiences are made possible by Vision OS. It's been just 4 months since we launched Vision Pro and Vision OS, and today we're already announcing our first major update. Introducing Vision OS 2. Vision OS 2 propels spatial computing forward with new ways to connect with your most important memories, great enhancements to productivity, and powerful new developer APIs for immersive shared experiences. To tell you more, here's Haley.
Vision OS 2 is a great release with some big updates. Let's start with photos. Spatial computing has reinvented how you view your photos. There's nothing like seeing them life-size with incredible fidelity. Spatial photos are even more powerful, bringing life and realism to your favorite moments with family and friends. It's incredibly moving to step back into a treasured memory, and the rich visual depth of spatial photos makes this possible. Now, Vision OS 2 lets you do something truly amazing with the photos already in your library. With just the tap of a button, advanced machine learning derives both a left and right eye view from your beautiful 2D image, creating a spatial photo with natural depth that looks stunning on Vision Pro. It's so magical to reach into the past and bring your most cherished photos into the future. And now, you can experience all your panoramas and spatial photos and videos together with the people you love using SharePlay in the Photos app. With our new spatial personas, it feels like they are sitting right next to you, even if they're thousands of miles away. People are amazed at how easy it is to navigate Vision Pro with just their eyes, hands, and voice. And with Vision OS 2, we've made it even easier. Now you can just hold your hand up and tap to open Home View. Or flip your hand over to bring up time and battery level, and tap again to open Control Center, giving you quick access to frequently used features like notifications and Mac Virtual Display. People love Mac Virtual Display because it lets them bring their Mac wirelessly into Vision Pro just by looking at it, giving them a large, private, and portable 4K display. Later this year, it gets even better with higher display resolution and size. And it can be expanded even further into an ultra-wide display that wraps around you, equivalent to 2 4K monitors side by side. Your content stays sharp wherever you look, thanks to dynamic foveation performed on the Mac. Another great thing about Apple Vision Pro is how incredible it is to use on a plane, letting you take a private movie theater wherever you go. With Vision OS 2, we're adding train support to travel mode, so you can work privately on your long commute or catch up on your favorite shows on a massive screen. These updates are going to make the Vision Pro experience even better. And now, back to Mike.
In addition to these great features, Vision OS 2 also makes it even easier for developers to create sophisticated spatial apps. There are many new frameworks and APIs for developers to explore, like advanced volumetric APIs that allow even the most complex 3D apps to run side by side for the ultimate multitasking experience. Tabletop Kit makes it possible for developers to quickly create apps that anchor to flat surfaces, like manufacturing workstations or board and card games, and are great for use with spatial personas on FaceTime. And enterprise-specific APIs that will enable powerful use cases like surgical training in healthcare, equipment maintenance in manufacturing, and beyond. These new APIs and frameworks will unlock exciting opportunities for developers to create truly unique experiences. We're also making it easier for people to create new spatial content for Apple Vision Pro, like spatial video. We've made it so easy to capture spatial video anywhere with iPhone 15 Pro and iPhone 15 Pro Max. It's one of the best ways to relive meaningful moments in your life. Spatial video can also be used by pro videographers to tell powerful brand, product, and creative stories. To make creating and sharing spatial videos with commercial audiences easier, Canon will offer a brand new spatial lens for their popular EOS R7 digital camera. It can record gorgeous spatial video for Apple Vision Pro, even under the most challenging lighting conditions. Spatial videos can then be edited in Final Cut Pro for Mac and shared and viewed in the new Vimeo app for Vision OS. This new professional workflow will be available this fall. Last year, we also introduced Apple Immersive Video, a game-changing entertainment format created just for Vision Pro. Apple Immersive Videos are 180-degree 8K recordings with spatial audio that give you mind-blowing experiences with lifelike fidelity. It truly feels like you were there. To enable creators to bring their own stories to life with Apple Immersive Video, we've partnered first with Blackmagic Design, a leading innovator in creative video technology, to build a new production workflow consisting of Blackmagic cameras, DaVinci Resolve Studio, and Apple Compressor. These will all be available to creators later this year. And there's new Apple Immersive Video content on the way, including a new extreme sports series with Red Bull, reimagined experiences from the world's biggest artists like The Weeknd, and our first scripted Apple Immersive short film, Submerged, from Oscar-winning director Edward Berger. These titles and more will be available on the TV app. So that's what's coming to Apple Vision Pro and Vision OS. Vision OS 2 introduces a new way to turn your favorite photos into spatial photos, new intuitive gestures, a big boost to productivity with Mac Virtual Display, powerful new developer APIs, and so much more. Now, back to Tim.
As you can see, we're continuing to push Vision OS forward, as well as providing new content and capabilities for Apple Vision Pro. I've been hearing from people all over the world about their interest in this incredible product. So I'm happy to announce we're bringing Apple Vision Pro to these 8 countries next, starting with China, Japan, and Singapore on June 28th, and Australia, Canada, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom on July 12th. Now here's Craig to tell you all about what's coming in iOS.
iOS 18 is a big release that delivers more ways to customize your iPhone, stay connected, and relive special moments. First, let's talk about a set of features that give you exciting new ways to personalize your iPhone further, starting with your home screen. You can already customize your home screen with your favorite wallpaper, apps, and widgets, letting your personality shine through. And now, your app icons and widgets can add even more. Let me show you. I have this photo I love as my wallpaper, and now I can continue to enjoy it when I unlock my iPhone, because I can arrange my apps and widgets to frame it perfectly. I can select them all and easily place them along the bottom, right above the dock, for easy access. Or even off to the side. And check this out. We have an awesome new look for app icons when we go into dark mode. Let's turn it on. Isn't that cool? Now, in addition to this new dark look, there are even more new ways to adjust how they look. I can bring up a new customization sheet, and now I can tint them all with color. iOS suggests a tint color that complements my wallpaper. Or I can select any other color I want. Now they really pop. It's so easy to create just the right look. Whether you prefer the classic look or want to go dark or style with color, there are so many possibilities to make your home screen truly your own. We're also bringing new levels of customization and capability to Control Center, helping you access many of the things you do every day even faster. Let's take a look. When I swipe from the top right corner, I can see Control Center with all my controls organized in one place. And now, Control Center isn't limited to just the controls you see here. I can swipe to multiple new groups of controls, like for media playback. You can see how beautiful this looks. And here are my home controls. It's so useful to have everything arranged for me like this. Oh, that shouldn't be open. Let me close the garage. And what's really great is I can get to any one of these groups with a single continuous swipe. I can get straight to my home controls, for instance, or right back up to the top. To add more controls, I can open up the new Controls Gallery, where I have so many options to choose from. We wanted to make Control Center more extensible than ever, so now developers can include controls from their apps as well. Like this one from Ford. Let's add that in. I can adjust how my controls are laid out and resize them too. Now I can cool down the car just like that. So that's the new Control Center. To enable new controls in Control Center, we have a new Controls API for developers. And that's not all. These new controls are also available from the lock screen, so you can swap the camera and flashlight for different controls, like taking a note when an idea strikes, or quickly capturing the moment for your Snapchat. And you can even use the Action button on iPhone 15 Pro to invoke these new controls. Another key part of personalizing iOS is about keeping you in control of your privacy. And iOS 18 gives you even more ways to control who can see your apps, how you share your contacts, and how you connect to accessories. Let's start with apps. Sometimes we hand our device to someone so they can look at a photo or play a game, but we want peace of mind that they can't get into sensitive areas of our phone. So this year, we're giving you a new way to protect sensitive apps and the information inside them by letting you lock an app. When you choose to lock an app, if someone else tries to tap it, they will be required to authenticate using Face ID, Touch ID, or your passcode. And information from inside the app won't appear in other places across the system, like in search and notifications, so others won't inadvertently see sensitive information. There may also be occasions when you want to hide an app that you don't want others to know is installed on your device. For example, say you use a professional-grade spatial capture app to track your different hairstyles. I mean, that's just good science, right? Well, anyway, say you use this app, but you don't want anyone else to know. Well, now you can hide it and put it in a new Hidden Apps folder that's locked. We're also adding new ways to control how you share information with apps, starting with contacts. Today, when you give an app access to your contacts, it can learn about all the people you've added over time. In iOS 18, we're putting you in control by letting you decide which contacts an app can see. We're also putting you in control when you pair accessories. An app may ask for Bluetooth and local network access, but also gain visibility to all the other devices on your network, from your computers and TVs to your door locks and blood pressure monitor. Now, developers can offer you an intuitive new way to pair your accessories that keeps your devices private and makes pairing seamless. Next up, we have big enhancements to the apps we use to stay connected, starting with Messages. To tell you more, here's Ronak.
Messages is central to how we communicate with the most important people in our lives. So in iOS 18, we're giving you all new ways to express yourself and stay connected. Let's start with tapbacks. Tapbacks are one of the most popular ways to express yourself in Messages, and people love them. This is a huge year for tapbacks. We've not only redesigned your favorites, we're now giving you limitless ways to express yourself by letting you tap back with any emoji or sticker. Next, we're bringing one of your most requested features to Messages. When you don't want to forget to send that friendly reminder or birthday text in the morning, you can schedule your message to send later. We're also giving you more ways to express your tone with text formatting. Bold, italicize, underline, or strike through any text. And when formatting's not enough, we're introducing a new way to visually amplify your messages with text effects. Whether you want to emphasize some major news, bring your emoji to life, or you're just blown away by a stunning photo, you can express yourself in all new ways with text effects. Some words and phrases automatically surface a suggestion, so you can quickly select one and send it. And you can also add one of the many new effects to any text. Last, there's a new way to stay connected whenever you don't have Wi-Fi or cellular service. We're using the same groundbreaking technology that gave us emergency SOS via satellite to bring you Messages via satellite. Now, you can use the satellite capabilities on iPhone 14 and later to connect to satellites hundreds of miles above the Earth to text your friends and family when you're off the grid, all right from the Messages app. Once you're connected, you'll be able to use key iMessage features like sending and receiving messages, emoji, and tapbacks. Because iMessage was built to protect your privacy, iMessages sent over satellite are end-to-end encrypted. And if you need to text people not on iMessage, we're supporting SMS messaging via satellite too. Now, let's talk about another app we use to communicate, Mail. This year, we're giving you a new way to stay in control and manage incoming email with on-device categorization that organizes your messages and helps you stay up to date across all of your accounts. The primary category enables you to focus on what matters most: emails from people you know and time-sensitive messages. The rest of your email will be organized into new categories, like transactions for receipts and order confirmations, updates for newsletters and social media notices, and promotions for marketing and sales messages. And these categories do more than just sort your mail. We've also created an elegant new digest view that pulls together all the relevant emails you've received from a business to make interacting with these messages even easier. For instance, it can bring together all of your flight information from United, so you can get to it in one place. You can quickly scan snippets of each message to see what's new and explore what you're interested in. If you want a sender to appear in another category, you can recategorize them with just a few taps. Archiving or deleting all of the messages from a business is just as easy. And of course, you can always see all of your emails in one place. Categorization will be available later this year. And now, back to Craig.
iOS 18 also includes some great updates to apps and features you use every day. Let's walk through a few of them, starting with Maps. Maps delivers new topographic maps with detailed trail networks and hiking routes, including all 63 U.S. national parks that can be saved to your phone and accessed offline, with turn-by-turn voice guidance and the ability to create your own hikes. Next, Wallet. Continuing on our journey to replace your physical wallet, we're introducing Tap to Cash, a quick and private way to exchange Apple Cash without sharing phone numbers or email addresses. With Tap to Cash, you can pay someone back for dinner just by holding your phones together. We're adding 2 new ways to pay with Apple Pay Online, giving customers around the world the ability to redeem rewards and access installments from their banks and card providers. And event tickets are getting a beautiful new design and new features, including an all-new event guide combining helpful information about the venue with smart recommendations from your favorite Apple apps. We also have updates to Journal that let you log your state of mind and help you keep track of your goals with an insights view that shows your writing streaks, a calendar, and other fun stats. And you can now use search to quickly find the past entries you're looking for. We're also excited to announce an update with great improvements for gamers. Game mode is coming to iPhone, enabling a more immersive experience with games like Zenless Zone Zero. Just like on Mac, game mode minimizes background activity to sustain the highest frame rates, especially during long play sessions, and it dramatically improves responsiveness with AirPods and wireless game controllers. Finally, we have some big news for an app where we relive our most precious memories and adventures: photos. Our photo libraries contain all of the big and small moments in our lives. But as we capture so much, and our libraries grow bigger by the day, how can we keep it all organized so we can appreciate all those moments and easily get to the good stuff? iOS 18 brings the biggest redesign ever to the Photos app. To tell us more about the all-new design, here's Chelsea.
The new Photos app keeps your library organized and makes it super easy to find photos fast, so you can spend less time searching and more time enjoying your memories. Let me show you. This new design is gorgeous, feels familiar, and it puts everything you want right at your fingertips. The app has been unified into a single view with the photo grid at the top and your library organized by theme below. The photo grid is a great place to view your entire library. When you want to quickly jump back to specific dates, you can use months and years views at the bottom. I have a lot in my library, so it's great that this filter button lets me quickly narrow it down to specific types of content. And now, I can even filter out screenshots to enjoy my photos clutter-free. We know that it can be tough to keep our ever-growing libraries organized, so we've built on the amazing intelligence in the Photos app and created a space below the grid that makes it easy to access the photos you care about most. We call these collections. With collections, you can browse by topics like time, people, my favorite memories, new ones like trips, and more. Let's go back and check out Recent Days. Recent Days organizes photos by each day, with clutter, like receipts, filtered out. Here are my photos from earlier today. You'll see an auto-playing view of all the photos at the top. I can swipe between days like this to see my hike yesterday. I can view the photos as a beautiful collage, and I can share the whole collection with just a tap right here. When I want to find a specific person in my library, I head to People and Pets, and it now includes my favorite groups of people for the first time. Here's me with my husband, Don, and with my best friends. The new Trip section gathers all your memorable adventures in one place. I love that they autoplay, so I can remember my trips while I browse. I can quickly jump back in time and revisit a trip, like this one to Patagonia in 2021. Since everyone's photo library is unique, Photos is now customizable, so you can elevate the topics that are most important to you. You can reorder collections to put them in the order you like. I've put pinned collections right here. It's where I can keep things I access frequently, like favorites, photos I've recently saved, the places I've been, and even an album of my favorite climbs. And we have one more new space to make the Photos app your very own and enjoy your best moments. If you swipe right from the grid, you'll find the new carousel, which highlights your best content in a beautiful poster-like view. Photos you've marked as favorites are here, and so are featured photos, surfaced by the app. And you can customize this too. Here, I've added a favorite trip to Crater Lake. Each day, the carousel surprises you with a new set of photos to enjoy for each of these. And that's a quick peek at the new Photos app. Now back to you, Craig.
So that's iOS 18, a big release that brings deeper customization to iPhone, new ways to stay connected in messages and mail, enhancements to privacy, and the biggest Photos redesign ever, making it even easier to relive those special moments. And so much more, including an option for larger icons on the home screen, RCS messaging support, and reminders integration in Calendar. Next, I'll hand it over to Ron to tell us the latest in audio and home.
Whether you're on the go or at home, we have some great new features that bring more convenience to the things you do every day and elevate the entertainment experience for everything you watch. So, let's start off with AirPods, which are the most loved headphones in the world with an incredible audio experience. This year, we're making it even easier to interact with Siri for a seamless, hands-free experience. For those instances when you may not want to speak out loud in response to Siri, like on the bus to work, or in those places that are a little too crowded, we've created the ability to simply nod your head yes, or gently shake your head no to interact.
Call from GamGam. Answer it? Okay.
AirPods are also perfect for staying in touch with friends and colleagues by taking calls anywhere, even in windy conditions or places with loud background noise. So to ensure your voice will sound crystal clear, no matter your environment, we're bringing voice isolation to AirPods Pro. Powered by advanced computational audio, voice isolation removes the background noise around you to deliver the best call quality.
Call from David. Answer it?
Oh, hey. Who's just about to call you? The meeting went so well. Also, sorry, it's really noisy. Can you hear me okay?
That's amazing news. And yeah, I can hear you totally fine.
AirPods are also great while playing games, thanks to their exceptional audio quality. To level up this experience, we're expanding personalized spatial audio to include gaming so that you'll be in the middle of the action like never before. We built a new API so game developers can easily deliver the most immersive listening experience. And we're excited to announce that Need for Speed Mobile by Tencent Games and EA will be one of the first titles with personalized spatial audio coming this fall. Now, let's turn to home and tvOS. This year, we're introducing some updates that make watching TV even more enjoyable. First, let's talk about those moments when we've all wondered, where have I seen this actor before? Or, hey, what's that song? For these times, we have a new feature we're bringing to Apple TV+. It's called Insight. When you're watching an Apple original show or movie, just swipe down on the remote, and Insight will show the actors and their character names in real time. And if you're curious about the song playing, you can quickly see the track and add it to an Apple Music playlist to enjoy later. Insight will also be available when using iPhone as your remote, perfect for when you're watching with others. Next, let's turn to the audio experience on tvOS. We're bringing enhanced dialogue to more living rooms with support for TV speakers and receivers, along with AirPods and other Bluetooth devices. And enhanced dialogue now uses machine learning for even greater vocal clarity, ensuring that the actor's dialogue will always cut through.
Go, 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 go!
Rory, you are driving recklessly!
I'm in the middle of a high-speed car chase.
Rory, you're in crisis.
No, I'm not. The situation is a crisis. I'm fine.
We're also making subtitles more convenient. With many of us turning to subtitles more often, they'll now appear at just the right times. Like when you mute the volume or when you skip back.
For the purpose of my insurance claim, I'd like you to make sure the car is totaled.
Yeah, you're probably good. I think we got you covered.
Now, let's talk visuals. Apple TV has always delivered a theater-like experience to the home. And this year, we're adding to the experience with support for 21:9 projectors. With 21:9, you'll be able to view widescreen movies exactly as the directors intended. And in between movies, you can enjoy amazing and visually interesting screensavers on Apple TV. We're making it even easier to choose what plays, including a brand new Portraits category with stunning color effects and image segmentation, framing your photos like art in a gallery. Or switch to TV and movies and enjoy moments from Apple TV Plus shows you love, like this one from Foundation. We're also adding one more really cool screensaver as Snoopy and Woodstock take over the screen. Whenever your Apple TV becomes idle, Snoopy springs to life with delightful animations. We're thrilled to bring everyone's favorite Beagle to your living room. So that's audio and home, bringing you more convenient ways to interact with AirPods, new entertainment experiences with Apple TV. And there's more, like a redesigned Apple Fitness Plus experience that's perfect for the big screen. Next, here's David to tell you about watchOS.
My Apple Watch always motivates me to stay active, and this year will be no different. watchOS 11 introduces more great features to not only keep you active, but also healthy and connected. To help you stay active, let's first take a look at an exciting new feature that can transform the way you work out. Whether you're training for something like your...
I'm just letting you guys know I'm watching Microsoft right now, okay? I'm watching Microsoft. It's not breaking down. It's lunchtime. It's 1:30. Let's see what... Look, Apple's falling out of bed.
data into an estimate of your effort rating. After your workout, you can review the rating on the summary page, ranging from 1, easy, to 10, all out. And you can even adjust your effort rating up or down to get it just right. Your effort rating and workout duration are then used to calculate your training load. You'll be able to see if you're holding steady, above your average and can safely progress and improve, or when you're well above your average and should pay close attention to better avoid exhaustion or injury. We think training load will help enthusiasts and elite athletes get to the next level with data, insights, and motivation they need to make the best decisions about their training. And we've now made it even easier for everyone to gain more insights from the Fitness app on iPhone by giving you the ability to customize the Summary tab to show the information you want to see, including new metrics like weekly running distance. The personalization even extends to your activity rings, where you can now adjust your goals by the day of the week. Or if you have an injury that's making it harder to close your rings, or maybe you just need a day off, you can pause them for a rest day, week, or more, and keep your reward streak going. Those are some of the new ways watchOS 11 will help keep you active. And now, here's Sumbul to tell you about a new app that will give you a better picture of your health.
Understanding how your body responds and recovers from exercise and other aspects of your life is an important part of your overall health. Because Apple Watch can track key vitals while you sleep, like heart rate, respiratory rate, and wrist temperature, it can give you a deeper understanding of your body and help you identify when something might be off. So with watchOS 11, these metrics are the foundation of the insightful new Vitals app, where you can check in on your daily health status and explore your most important health metrics with just a glance. You can also see how your metrics relate to your typical range, which is determined from your own historical information and an algorithm developed using real-world data from the Apple Heart Movement Study. For additional insights, your metrics will be highlighted when they're outside of your typical range, with details on what's changed over the last week. And when multiple metrics are out of range, you'll be notified with a tailored message to help you understand how these changes may be linked to other aspects of your life, such as alcohol, elevation changes, or even illness. And that's the Vitals app, a new way to quickly view your most important health metrics, receive alerts when it's time to pay more attention to your body, and gain better context when it comes to your health. Now, let's talk about another time when context about your health matters, which is during pregnancy. Cycle tracking can now show you gestational age to support you during this important time. The Health app will display your pregnancy across all charts and prompt you to review things like your high heart rate notification threshold, since heart rate often increases during pregnancy. Those are some of the advances in health. And now, back to David to tell you what's coming to keep you connected.
With Apple Watch, you can have quick and meaningful interactions right on your wrist, making it so easy to stay connected to the world around you and the people you care about, without always needing to take your iPhone out of your pocket. Whether it's using Apple Pay to buy your morning coffee or hop on the subway, telling Siri to add an item to your grocery list, or replying to a message from a friend, you can do it all with just the raise of a wrist. And last year, we introduced the Smart Stack. It's another way to keep you connected to important information with just a scroll of the digital crown. This year, it becomes even more intelligent by automatically adding new widgets right when you need them, like the precipitation widget to alert you before it rains, or the Translate widget for when you're traveling somewhere new. Just tap to open the new Translate app on Apple Watch, which uses machine learning models for speech recognition and translation. You can now simply dictate to see and hear it right on your wrist.
기차역은 어디에 있나요?
The Smart Stack also becomes more capable with live activities coming to Apple Watch. So you'll have all the details for your favorite events. And you can use features like check-in, which lets a friend know you made it back home safely and is now on Apple Watch, with additional support for workouts. During a late night run, your friend will know to keep an eye out and will be updated when you end your workout so you both have peace of mind. Developers can also show live activities in the Smart Stack, so you can see updates in the moment, like when your ride is coming for apps like Uber. And with the new Double Tap API, they can also define actions within apps, like Sprout Baby Tracker, to log your baby's time of sleep without waking them. Having access to all of these powerful capabilities right on your wrist makes Apple Watch so indispensable. And being able to customize your watch face is one of the ways that makes it incredibly personal to you. With the popular Photos face, there is something special about seeing an important person or moment every time you raise your wrist. Now watchOS 11 will help you find the perfect photos for your watch face. Machine learning intelligently identifies, scores, and curates the best photos based on facial expressions, aesthetics, and composition. Then, a custom algorithm elegantly frames the image with the time. You can select a bold color, choose monotone for a sleek look, or create something that is unique and personal to you. That's what's coming in watchOS 11. A redesigned Photos face, a more intelligent Smart Stack, training load, the Vitals app, new APIs for developers, and so much more, like turn-by-turn directions for walking and hiking routes you've created. We are so excited about all the new ways to help you stay connected, active, and healthy. Back to you, Craig.
Next, let's talk about iPadOS, which powers our strongest lineup ever, including the incredibly thin and powerful iPad Pro and the redesigned iPad Air, now available in 2 sizes. Together with the latest versions of Final Cut Pro and Logic Pro, and game-changing accessories like Apple Pencil Pro and Magic Keyboard, it creates an experience that's in a category of its own. Our next release, iPadOS 18, starts with features you saw on iOS, like new ways to personalize your home screen, customize Control Center, and relive special moments in the Photos app. iPadOS 18 also brings exciting new ways to get things done reimagined with Apple Pencil and a big update to apps designed for the distinct capabilities of iPad. Apps are fundamental to the iPad experience. In iPadOS 18, we're making them even better, starting with a new floating tab bar, which makes it easier to navigate to different parts of an app and keeps your content edge to edge in apps like Apple TV. When you want to explore more, the tab bar morphs into the sidebar. If you use a specific tab often, you can customize the tab bar to keep your favorites within easy reach. This redesigned experience works in apps across the system. We've also made it easier to browse your documents in apps like Pages, Keynote, Numbers, and Swift Playgrounds, giving each app a distinct new look. And throughout your experience, you'll discover refined animations. You'll notice them as you open files or preview them with Quick Look, and they smoothly zoom into view, or when the tab bar elegantly morphs into the sidebar and back. Across apps, animations will feel even more responsive. And for developers, all these new elements are available as APIs to adopt in your apps too. Now, let's take a look at updates to SharePlay and Freeform. One of SharePlay's best features is screen sharing. It's a great way to help friends and family from afar, and we're making it better in 2 ways. Now, you can tap and draw on your screen to point out what they should do on theirs. And if you need to assist more directly, you can ask for permission to remotely control their iPad or iPhone.
Guys, watch this level up here that we're coming into. All right. Fuck. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to do a couple things here. Apple, watch this level. Watch coming back into this 195 level. Microsoft ended up breaking back out. It's just going to consolidate here. We might look for an end of the day push. I told you guys it could consolidate here. Help weaken the indicators a little bit. Maybe rally into tomorrow. I'm watching Apple at 195. Watching Microsoft. And obviously I'm watching this Apple thing. NVIDIA's pulling back in. Qs are bouncing back out. So is the SPY. Yeah, let's see what happens here. We got a few more minutes left of it. But I am here. If you guys have questions, if you guys want to donate, descriptions down below. A couple of nice trades already today. mRNA is back up. You might get another shot at Moderna. I don't know what else. Watch Bitcoin, Coinbase. We've been long, we've been short. All right. Fuck. I'm gonna turn this back on for you guys. Just give me a second. It's 1:48. Yeah. So we'll get into this 2 o'clock hour and see what we can't do.
And come back to them later if I'm working on different things. Like here, where I'm working on a budget for my team's upcoming table tennis tournament. Since I'm in math notes, I can sum these costs quickly by just drawing a line underneath them. It's so natural. Math notes are also really powerful when it comes to more complex math. Here, I have a physics problem my teammate and I are working on. We're calculating the maximum height of a table tennis ball when I hit it with different speeds and angles. Math Notes supports variables, so I've declared a few here, and there's an expression below, which uses these variables to help me calculate the height. What's powerful about variables is that if I change one, like the velocity of my shot, it will change the related results too. And if I want to see how this speed impacts the height visually, I can. I'll just put y equals in front of this equation. And now, when I tap the equals sign, I have an option to create a graph. And if I'm curious how the height will be impacted by the angle of my shot, I can hover my pencil over the angle and adjust it to see how it affects my graph in real time. It's an easy way to explore equations in math. And that's just a quick look at Math Notes in Calculator. Back to you, Craig.
Math notes are perfect for working through a problem set or just tackling the math we run into day to day. And this all works in Notes too. When you need to crunch numbers, Notes has all the new math capabilities from Calculator. Just as we've reimagined math on iPad,
mRNA.
we've also reimagined handwriting in Notes with a new feature called Smart Script. Notes already has great handwriting features, like the ability to select and copy your writing, or even make it straighter. With Smart Script, we're making handwriting your notes smoother than ever. It starts with improving the appearance of your writing as you write. We use a powerful on-device machine learning model to recreate your handwriting style from your notes, which unlocks new capabilities. Just scribble your thoughts as fast as you have them, and Smart Script refines your handwriting as you go. It's still your own writing, but it looks smoother, straighter, and more legible. Smart Script further accelerates your writing flow by making handwriting just as flexible as typed text. Now you can just paste typed text into a handwritten note, and it will appear in your own style. Spell check works just as you would expect and fixes mistakes in line. When you decide you need to add to something you've already written, just tap and hold with your Apple Pencil and your text will flow out of the way to create more space. If you want to erase something, you can just scratch it out. Smart Script makes your handwritten notes more effective, fluid, and easier to read. And with other enhancements to typed notes, including collapsible sections, it's never been a better time to be a note taker. And that's iPadOS 18, taking the distinct experience of iPad further with a big update to apps that makes navigating easier and more responsive, and new ways to work that have been reimagined with Apple Pencil. Next, let's talk about macOS. The all-star combination of the power of Apple Silicon and the legendary ease of use of macOS have made the Mac more capable than ever. And we're so excited to take macOS to new heights and embark on the next chapter of our journey of productivity and creativity. But what should we call it? Well, that brings us once again to the annual escapades of our legendary crack marketing team. Distracted briefly from their marathon hacky sack session, they stumbled into their minibus and wove a trail toward the Sierras, eventually rolling to a stop in a beautiful national park. Staring skyward up the towering trunks surrounding them, they felt a deep kinship with anything that could get that high. They knew they'd found their spot. Welcome to macOS Sequoia. The incredible features we talked about in iOS 18 and iPadOS 18 are going to be amazing for the ways you use Mac. You can be even more expressive in messages. Math notes provide a helpful typed experience, and you can easily plan a hike in Maps. These new features are terrific on the Mac, and macOS Sequoia introduces even more features to help you effortlessly get things done. Let's start with continuity. Continuity helps you do so much more when you use Apple products together. It powers some of your favorite features, like Universal Clipboard, Universal Control, and Mac Virtual Display on Apple Vision Pro. And macOS Sequoia makes continuity even more magical. For all those times when we want to use our iPhone only to realize it's tucked away in a bag over in another room, there's a brand new continuity feature called iPhone Mirroring. With iPhone Mirroring on Mac, I can see what's on my iPhone and can control it too, all while barely lifting a finger. Let me show you how it works. To access my phone, I just click here in my dock. Boom, and there's my iPhone, mirrored in a window right on my Mac. I can fully interact with it, all wirelessly. I can see my custom wallpaper. My icons are right where they belong, and I can use my phone normally, like swiping through pages of my home screen. And I can open any of my iPhone apps, like the Phil's Coffee app for a bit of extra energy for my favorite local coffee shop. I can use my Mac trackpad to interact with the app. And I can use my Mac keyboard too, like to add special instructions. let's make this ice cold. To make this even more magical, we're bringing iPhone notifications to Mac. They appear alongside my Mac notifications, and I can even interact with them when I don't have my iPhone handy. Here's one from Duolingo. What's neat is when I click on it, bam, I'm taken right into the Duolingo app on my iPhone, so I can practice my Spanish and extend my streak.
La manzana.
As you can hear, my iPhone's audio even comes through my Mac. So, you might be wondering, what's on my iPhone screen while I'm using iPhone mirroring? It stays locked, so nobody else can access it. And it works seamlessly with Standby. Standby stays visible so I can get information at a glance as I use my phone with iPhone mirroring. And iPhone mirroring makes it effortless to combine the power of my Mac and the convenience of its big screen with the things I get done on my iPhone. I'm using a template in the Unfold app to make a post, and I've got one last video to add. On Mac, I've been using Final Cut Pro to stitch some clips together. Watch how easy it is to use my devices together. I can grab the exported video and just drop it right into the template. Perfect. So that's iPhone mirroring. And macOS Sequoia has fantastic updates to how you arrange your windows, share while video conferencing, and organize your passwords. Now, when you drag a window to the edge of the screen, macOS automatically suggests a tiled position on your desktop. You can release your window right into place. Quickly place tiles side by side, or place them into corners to keep even more apps in your view. And new keyboard and menu shortcuts help you arrange your tiles even faster. Now, let's talk about video conferencing. When you're on a video call, say goodbye to oversharing with the new Presenter Preview. It lets you see what you're about to share before you share it, and works with apps like FaceTime and Zoom. And when you want to express yourself or just hide the laundry behind you, you can now replace your background with some beautiful built-in backgrounds or your own photos. Background replacements use Apple's industry-leading segmentation, so you look your best while on a call. Now, let's talk about how we're building on the foundation of Keychain to help you manage your passwords. For over 25 years, we've been adding features to make logging into your accounts easier. And now we're introducing the Passwords app. Passwords makes it easy to access your credentials and have them securely stored all in one place. Everything is organized for you, from your passwords to verification codes to security alerts. You can find the app on Mac, iPad, iPhone, Vision Pro, and on Windows with the iCloud for Windows app. All the passwords securely sync across your devices. And if you use autofill, your passwords will automatically populate in the Passwords app. Now, here's Beth to tell you about Safari.
Safari offers an experience like no other browser on Mac. In macOS Sequoia, Safari is the world's fastest browser, enabling you to fly through the web with lightning speed. And it offers up to 4 hours more battery life than Chrome when streaming video. Safari is also a trailblazer in privacy, with industry-leading intelligent tracking prevention and private browsing that's actually private. It not only protects your history, it prevents websites from seeing what you do while you browse. And it's built on WebKit, which supports the latest exciting web technologies and standards. If you missed anything we've added to Safari in the last few years, it's time to check it out. Safari has everything you need to feel at home, like profiles, translation, and more. And in this release, we're making it even better with easier ways to discover content and streamline your browsing. When you're on a site, Safari can now help you discover more about the page with highlights. Safari uses machine learning to automatically detect relevant information and highlight it for you as you browse. Highlights share helpful information like directions, summaries, and quick links to learn more about people, music, movies, and TV shows. So if you're planning a trip, you can effortlessly discover a hotel's location and phone number right there. You can listen to an artist's music or check out a new show with just a click. And even get a summary, so you can get the gist before reading on. Summaries are also integrated into a redesigned Reader. Reader instantly removes distractions from articles, and now it can provide a table of contents and includes a helpful summary right next.
So those Microsoft calls are still way down, guys. I told you guys to be cautious on those, but take profit if you got them. They're at 250, 260. All right, and they were up at like over $3, 370, 380. You did hold this level, so I still am bullish Microsoft. I just think we need I think it needs to consolidate longer. I think it needs a little more time. I think it's just early right now. I just don't think there's enough, unless it has news. I don't think you can. I just don't think Microsoft's going to get up to that 430 area without news. It might, but I don't see it happening. That doesn't mean that it can't. Just because I don't think that it'll do that, doesn't mean that it can't.
Well over 100 million devices and growing rapidly. These devices are capable of playing an entirely new class of games. And with iOS 18, iPadOS 18, and macOS Sequoia, we continue to deliver features for an even more immersive gaming experience. And since the introduction of Game Porting Toolkit, developers have been able to bring their games to Apple devices faster than ever, and gaming enthusiasts can experience more games on the Mac. And this year, Game Porting Toolkit 2 takes this to the next level, enabling developers to bring even more advanced games to Mac with improved Windows compatibility and shader debugging tools. And it's much easier to bring Mac games to iPad and iPhone with Xcode support that lets developers unify their game code and shaders across devices. And for players, there's a lot to look forward to, and that's more games. Like Frostpunk 2, coming to Mac next month. Control, providing a mind-bending story that just looks incredible with ray tracing. And there's some exciting news from Ubisoft, the developers that released Assassin's Creed Mirage on iPhone and iPad just a few days ago. To tell you more about what's to come from Ubisoft, here's Mark Alexi.
At Ubisoft, our mission is to enrich players' lives by creating original and memorable gaming experiences. We see a huge opportunity to share our passion for games to more players in the Apple ecosystem, thanks to the unified gaming platform with tight integration of Metal and Apple Silicon. Just last month, we announced that Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown is coming to Mac, and we unveiled that the next big chapter of Assassin's Creed is also coming to Mac on November 15 alongside PCs and consoles. We're so excited about this game and can't wait for you to experience it on Mac. This is Assassin's Creed Shadows. We're venturing into feudal Japan, which you can experience from the perspectives of Naue, a shinobi assassin, and Yasuke, a legendary samurai of African origin. Intricately detailed scenes like this are possible thanks to our next-generation Anvil engine supporting the latest advancements in Metal, enabling us to leverage the full power of Apple Silicon with a gaming experience that delivers blistering frame rates and high resolutions. Our next-generation Anvil engine scales performance and quality across the Mac lineup and delivers stunning vistas embellished with ray tracing. And speaking of Apple Silicon, we're thrilled to announce that in addition to Mac, Assassin's Creed Shadows will also be coming to iPad. With Ubisoft's Anvil engine now supporting the Apple ecosystem, we couldn't be more excited about bringing our biggest titles to Apple devices. Download and play Assassin's Creed Mirage today, and Assassin's Creed Shadows will be available later this year. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark Alexi. We're so excited about these amazing games coming to Apple devices. And this year, even more games are on the way, creating a stellar lineup of titles to look forward to. So that's gaming, which wraps up macOS Sequoia. It's a big release that uplevels your productivity and creativity. You can quickly tile windows for your ideal workspace. A massive update to Safari helps you browse the web distraction-free. An amazing host of new gaming titles are coming to the Mac. And iPhone mirroring lets you wirelessly use your iPhone right from your Mac. macOS joins the announcements across our platforms. And this is a huge year for developers, with brilliant new features and APIs coming so they can supercharge their apps and experiences. Developer betas will be available today. Public betas will be available next month, and all of our OS releases will be available to users this fall. Back to Tim.
At Apple, it's always been our goal to design powerful personal products that enrich people's lives by enabling them to do the things that matter most as simply and easily as possible. We've been using artificial intelligence and machine learning for years to help us further that goal. Recent developments in generative intelligence and large language models offer powerful capabilities that provide the opportunity to take the experience of using Apple products to new heights. So as we look to build in these incredible new capabilities, we want to ensure that the outcome reflects the principles at the core of our products. It has to be powerful enough to help with the things that matter most to you. It has to be intuitive and easy to use. It has to be deeply integrated into your product experiences. Most importantly, it has to understand you and be grounded in your personal context, like your routine, your relationships, your communications, and more. And of course, it has to be built with privacy from the ground up. Together, all of this goes beyond artificial intelligence. It's personal intelligence, and it's the next big step for Apple. Introducing Apple Intelligence, the new personal intelligence system that makes your most personal products even more useful and delightful. To tell you all about it, here's Craig.
This is a moment we've been working towards for a long time. We're tremendously excited about the power of generative models. And there are already some really impressive chat tools out there that perform a vast array of tasks using world knowledge. But these tools know very little about you or your needs. With iOS 18, iPadOS 18, and macOS Sequoia, we are embarking on a new journey to bring you intelligence that understands you. Apple Intelligence is the personal intelligence system that puts powerful generative models right at the core of your iPhone, iPad, and Mac. It draws on your personal context to give you intelligence that's most helpful and relevant for you. It protects your privacy at every step, and it is deeply integrated into our platforms and throughout the apps you rely on to communicate, work, and express yourself. Let's take a closer look at Apple Intelligence, starting with its incredible capabilities. Then, we'll tell you about its unique architecture. And after that, we'll show you how it elevates so many of your everyday experiences. Let's begin with capabilities. Apple Intelligence will enable your iPhone, iPad, and Mac to understand and create language, as well as images, and take action for you to simplify interactions across your apps. And what's truly unique is its understanding of your personal context. Language and text are fundamental to how we communicate and work. And the large language models built into Apple Intelligence deliver deep, natural language understanding, making so many of your day-to-day tasks faster and easier. For example, your iPhone can prioritize your notifications to minimize unnecessary distractions while ensuring you don't miss something important. Apple Intelligence also powers brand new writing tools that you can access system-wide to feel more confident in your writing. Writing tools can rewrite, proofread, and summarize text for you, whether you're working on an article or blog post, condensing ideas to share with your classmates, or looking over a review before you post it online. And they're available automatically across Mail, Notes, Safari, Pages, Keynote, and even your third-party apps. In addition to language, Apple Intelligence offers a host of capabilities for images. From photos to emojis and GIFs, it's so much fun to express ourselves visually. And now you can create totally original images to make everyday conversations even more enjoyable. And because Apple Intelligence understands the people in your photo library, you can personalize these images for your conversations. So, when you wish a friend a happy birthday, you can create an image of them surrounded by cake, balloons, and flowers to make it extra festive. And the next time you tell mom that she's your hero, you can send an image of her in a superhero cape to really land your point. You can create images in 3 unique styles: sketch, illustration, and animation. In addition to messages, this experience is built into apps throughout the system, like Notes, Freeform, Keynote, and Pages. Another way Apple Intelligence is deeply impactful is its ability to take action across your apps. The greatest source of tools for taking actions is already in your pocket with the apps you use every day. And we have designed Apple Intelligence so it can tap into these tools and carry out tasks on your behalf. So you can say things like, pull up the files that Jaws shared with me last week, or show me all the photos of Mom, Olivia, and me, or play the podcast that my wife sent the other day. We're designing Apple Intelligence to be able to orchestrate these and hundreds of other actions for you, so you can accomplish more while saving time. There's one more critical building block for personal intelligence, and that's an understanding of your personal context. Apple Intelligence is grounded in your personal information and context, with the ability to retrieve and analyze the most relevant data from across your apps, as well as to reference the content on your screen, like an email or calendar event you're looking at. This can be incredibly useful in so many moments throughout the day.
I just don't know if this is going to be
Suppose
enough
one of my
reason to
meetings
sell
is being rescheduled for late in the afternoon, and I'm wondering if it's going to prevent me from getting to my daughter's play performance on time.
Or go high.
Apple Intelligence can process the relevant personal data to assist me. It can understand who my daughter is, the play details she sent several days ago, the time and location for my meeting, and predicted traffic between my office and the theater. Understanding this kind of personal context is essential for delivering truly helpful intelligence, but it has to be done right. You should not have to hand over all the details of your life to be warehoused and analyzed in someone's AI cloud. With Apple Intelligence, powerful intelligence goes hand in hand with powerful privacy. Let me tell you more about its architecture and how it's built with privacy at the core. The cornerstone of the personal intelligence system is on-device processing. We have integrated it deep into your iPhone, iPad, and Mac, and throughout your apps, so it's aware of your personal data without collecting your personal data. This is only possible through our unique integration of hardware and software and our years-long investment in building advanced silicon for on-device intelligence. Deeply integrated generative models require immense processing power. And with our most advanced Apple silicon, the A17 Pro and M family of chips, we have the computational foundation to power Apple Intelligence. This personal intelligence system is comprised of highly capable large language and diffusion models that are specialized for your everyday tasks and can adapt on the fly to your current activity. It also includes an on-device semantic index that can organize and surface information from across your apps. When you make a request, Apple Intelligence uses its semantic index to identify the relevant personal data and feeds it to the generative models so they have the personal context to best assist you. Many of these models run entirely on device. There are times, though, when you need models that are larger than what fits in your pocket today.
They got 'em.
Servers can help with this, but traditionally, servers can also store your data without you realizing it and use it in ways you did not intend. And since server software is only accessible to its owners, even if a company says it's not misusing your data, you're unable to verify their claim or if it changes over time. In contrast, when you use an Apple device like your iPhone, you are in control of your data, where it is stored, and who can access it. And because the software image for your iPhone is accessible to independent experts, they can continuously verify its privacy. We want to extend the privacy and security of your iPhone into the cloud to unlock even more intelligence for you. So we have created Private Cloud Compute. Private Cloud Compute allows Apple Intelligence to flex and scale its computational capacity and draw on even larger server-based models for more complex requests while protecting your privacy. These models run on servers we've especially created using Apple Silicon. These Apple Silicon servers offer the privacy and security of your iPhone from the silicon on up, draw on the security properties of the Swift programming language, and run software with transparency built in. When you make a request, Apple Intelligence analyzes whether it can be processed on device. If it needs greater computational capacity, it can draw on private cloud compute and send only the data that's relevant to your task to be processed on Apple Silicon servers. Your data is never stored or made accessible to Apple. It's used exclusively to fulfill your request, and just like your iPhone, independent experts can inspect the code that runs on these servers to verify this privacy promise. In fact, Private Cloud Compute cryptographically ensures your iPhone, iPad, and Mac will refuse to talk to a server unless its software has been publicly logged for inspection. This sets a brand new standard for privacy and AI and unlocks intelligence you can trust. So that's a look at the powerful capabilities of Apple Intelligence and its groundbreaking privacy protections. Now, we'd love to show you how it will transform your apps and experiences across iOS 18, iPadOS 18, and macOS Sequoia. From a big leap forward for Siri, to powerful tools for writing and communication, and fun visual ways to express yourself. Let's start with Siri. Here's Kelsey to tell you more.
Today, Siri helps you get everyday tasks done quickly and easily. In fact, Siri users make 1.5 billion voice requests every single day. 13 years ago, we introduced Siri, the original intelligent assistant, and we had an ambitious vision for it. We've been steadily building towards that vision. And now, thanks to the incredible power of Apple Intelligence, we have the foundational capabilities to take a major step forward. So we can make Siri more natural, more contextually relevant, and of course, more personal to you. Right off the bat, you'll see Siri's got a new look. Let me show you. When you talk to Siri, you'll notice it's more deeply integrated into the system experience with this elegant glowing light that wraps around the edge of your screen. And you naturally, thanks to richer language understanding capabilities. Even if I stumble over my words, Siri understands what I'm getting at. What does the weather look like for tomorrow?
All right, I just took some off of there.
I meant near woods.
No.
The forecast is calling for clear skies in the morning.
Fucking assholes, man.
National Monument.
Sometimes it takes me a beat to
Let's
figure
go.
out.
That was a nice trade. Let's go.
And now it follows right along.
That was still a.
Siri
I don't
also
like that
maintains
trade,
conversational context, so I can follow up and say, create an event for a hike there tomorrow at 9 a.m.
It filled me pretty nicely.
Hike is scheduled for 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. on June 11th.
I didn't have to mention Muir Woods again. Siri understood what I meant when I said there. There are also certain times when you might not want to speak to Siri out loud. What's great is that now, at any time, you have the option to type to Siri. With just a double tap at the bottom of the screen, I can quickly and quietly ask Siri to set an alarm.
I'm behind
and you can switch between text and voice, communicating in whatever way feels right for the moment. We're also laying the groundwork for some brand new ways that Siri will be able to support you. One of which is its extensive product knowledge. Siri now holds a great deal of information about features and settings and can answer thousands of questions when you want to know how to do something on your iPhone, iPad, or Mac. Even if you don't know exactly what a feature is called, you can just describe it, and Siri will find the info you're looking for.
Nice
like
fucking
this.
trade. Did
How
anybody
can I write
else
a
take
message
that
now
with me?
and have it be delivered tomorrow?
Nice trade, guys.
Siri
Fucking
understood what
right.
features you're referring to, and now I have step-by-step guidance on how to use the new.
That's a nice.
cellular
I made
feature
more
in
of the
Native.
small piece that I had
Everything
left
I've showed
on
you
there
so far will be
than this
available
one.
from
Let's
the
go.
moment you start using
Let's
Apple
go.
Intelligence. And over the course
Bro.
of next year, we'll be rolling out more features
60
that make
cents
Siri
from
even more
94
personal
cents,
and
$1.60 from
For
94
one,
cents. I'll take
Apple
it.
Intelligence will provide Siri with on-screen awareness, so it'll be able to understand and take action with things on your screen. For example, say a friend texts you his new address. Right from the messages thread,
We
you
got
can
lucky
say,
though.
"Add this
Anything could have
address to his
happened. I
contact
just don't
card."
think they're. Listen,
And Siri will take
I
care
just
of it.
don't think they're showing
Siri
us
will
anything
also
about
understand
AI
more of the
that's
things you get done in your
remotely
apps. And
anything.
with new orchestration capabilities provided by Apple Intelligence, Siri will take actions inside apps on your behalf. Siri will have the ability to take hundreds of new actions in and across apps, including some that leverage our new writing and image generation capabilities. For example, you'll be able to say, "Show me my photos of Stacy in New York wearing her pink coat," and Siri will bring those right up. Then you might say, "Make this photo pop," and Siri will enhance it.
That was
just like
huge
that.
though.
And Siri will be
That
able
was
to take
huge.
actions across apps. So you could say, "Add this to my note with Stacy's bio," and it will jump from the Photos app to the Notes app to make it happen. This is going to bring us closer to realizing our vision in which Siri moves through the system in concert with you. This is made possible through significant enhancements that we're making to App Intents, a framework that lets apps define a set of actions for Siri, shortcuts, and other system experiences. And this won't be limited to apps made by Apple. For developers, they'll be able to use the App Intents framework to define actions in their apps and tap into
190,
Apple
right?
Intelligence
Yeah, 190
too.
puts.
So you might ask Siri to take a Light Trails video in Pro Camera by moment. Or ask Siri to share a summary of your meeting notes in an
I got
email
worried.
drafting to a
I thought it
teammate
was
and
about to break
superhuman.
out, honestly.
And this is only the beginning. Siri will be able to understand and take more actions in more apps over time. There's one more set of really cool and useful capabilities coming to Siri. Thanks to Apple Intelligence, it has awareness of your personal context. With its semantic index
my
of
typing
things like
is
photos,
shit. I accidentally
calendar
hit that.
events, and files, plus information that's stashed in passing messages and emails, like hotel bookings, PDFs of concert tickets, and links that your friends have shared. Siri will find and understand things it never could before. And with the powerful privacy protections of Apple Intelligence, Siri will use this information to help you get things done without compromising your privacy. You'll be able to ask Siri to find something when you can't remember if it was in an email, a text, or a shared note, like some book recommendations that a friend sent you a while back. Or for times when you're filling out a form and need to input your driver's license, Siri will be able to find a photo of your license, extract your ID number, and type it into the form for you. I want to show you one more demo that will give you a sense for how powerful Siri will be when it draws on the personal context awareness and action capabilities built into Apple Intelligence. Imagine that I'm planning to pick my mom up from the airport and I'm trying to figure out my timing. Siri is going to be able to help me do this so easily. Siri, when is my mom's flight landing? What's awesome is that Siri actually cross-references flight details that my mom shared with me by email with real-time flight tracking to give me her up-to-date arrival time. What's our lunch plan? I don't always remember to add things to my calendar, and so I love that Siri can help me keep track of plans that I've made in casual conversation, like this lunch reservation my mom mentioned in a text. How long will it take us to get there from the airport? I haven't had to jump from mail to messages to maps to figure out this plan. And a set of tasks that would have taken minutes on my own, and honestly probably would have resulted in a call to my mom, could be addressed in a matter of seconds. That's just a glimpse of the ways in which Siri is going to become more powerful and more personal thanks to Apple Intelligence. And all of these updates to Siri are also coming to iPad and Mac, where Siri's new design is a total game changer. It makes Siri feel seamlessly integrated.
I wonder if
with your
this is going to
workflow.
give us like a
Thanks to the
2, 3,
capabilities
4,
of
5
Apple
day
Intelligence,
downside move on
this
Apple.
year marks the start of a new era for Siri. Here's Justin to show you more places throughout the system where Apple Intelligence
I really think it
simplifies
could.
and accelerates
I do.
your tasks.
I think this thing could really start to sell off
Apple
from the
Intelligence unlocks
disappointment.
incredible new ways to enhance your writing. Whether you're tidying up your hastily written class notes,
Look, it's going down again.
or making sure your email is perfectly crafted.
Look, the fucking AirPods aren't working.
Take a closer look at how the system-wide writing tools can help you communicate even
Come
more
on.
effectively.
You can do
Rewrite
better
gives
than
you
this.
different versions of what you've written, so you can choose the one you like best. Great for making sure your cover letter for that job you're excited for lands perfectly. And suggestions are shown in line, so you can go with a combination of flow and wording that works for you. Rewrite also helps you get the tone right. Have you ever reread a work email that you just wrote and thought, oh, this might not go over well? Well, now you can change the tone of that response to your colleague to make it sound more friendly, professional, or concise. You can also describe how you'd like it rewritten. For example, you can invite your friends to a get-together with a one-of-a-kind invitation, written as a poem. Who could say no to that? Another way writing tools can help you is with Proofread. Say you're emailing your English professor. With Proofread, you can nail grammar, word choice, and sentence structure to put your best foot forward. You can review suggested edits and their explanations individually, or accept them all with a click. And if you're about to email a project status that has gotten quite long, use Summarize to bring out the key points, and then add them as a TLDR right at the top. In addition to mail, you can access writing tools system-wide, nearly everywhere you write, including third-party apps. Apple Intelligence also powers Smart Reply in Mail. For example, when you need to RSVP to an event, you will now see suggestions for your response based on the email. If you say you'll be there, Mail identifies questions you were asked in the invite and offers intelligent selections so you can quickly choose your responses. Your drafted response incorporates your answers. So with just a few taps, you're ready to send it off with all the right details. Finally, let's talk about how Apple Intelligence helps you stay on top of a busy inbox. We all deal with sorting through a ton of email every day. And now it's easier and faster.
All right,
than
I'm gonna
ever
turn
to
this
browse your
off,
inbox.
guys. Unless you guys
Instead
are
of
watching
previewing the
it.
first few lines of each email,
Just
that
let me
don't
know
always
below if
convey the most
anybody's
useful
watching it.
information, you can now see summaries visible right from your email list. So without even opening the email, you'll know that your team is meeting on Thursday to discuss a new design. And if you jump into a particularly long email when you're in a hurry, you can tap to reveal a summary at the top of the email and cut right to the chase. We're also elevating priority messages. Apple Intelligence can understand the content of the emails you receive, determine what's most urgent, and surface it right at the top, like a dinner invite for tonight or a boarding pass for your trip this afternoon. And deep understanding of language extends beyond your inbox into more places, like your notifications. First, just like in mail, your priority notifications appear at the top of the stack, letting you know what to pay attention to at a glance. And to make scanning your notifications faster, they're summarized. So when the group chat is blown up, you can quickly see that Savita booked the house and Leah is arriving early, right from your lock screen. Apple Intelligence also enables an all-new focus called Reduce Interruptions. It understands the content of your notifications to selectively surface only the ones that might need immediate attention, like a text about today's daycare pickup. From catching up on priority notifications to staying present and focused with Reduce Interruptions and refining your words with writing tools, Apple Intelligence helps you save time in so many ways. Now, over to Cyrus to show you how it unlocks new ways to express yourself.
Apple Intelligence enables you to create fun, original images, whether you are sprucing up a keynote for class or trying to land an idea while collaborating in freeform. And third-party apps can offer this experience too, like in Craft, where you can create a delightful image to add to your document. Let's take a closer look at how Apple Intelligence helps you express yourself visually in messages. One of the most fun ways to communicate in messages is with emoji. But even with thousands of emoji to choose from, there are times when you can't quite find the right one for how you feel. So we're introducing Genmoji. Leveraging the power of Apple Intelligence, you can create Genmoji on device right in the keyboard and match any moment perfectly. Just provide a description and you'll see your Genmoji appear right before your eyes, along with more options to choose from. This is great in those times when you're updating a friend about your relaxing weekend, getting the group chat excited about brunch, or complaining about the rowdy squirrel right outside your window. And because Apple Intelligence is aware of who's in your photo library, you can simply pick someone and create a Genmoji that looks just like them. These are perfect for sharing with friends as a sticker, reacting to messages with a tapback, and you can even add Genmoji inline in your messages. Let your imagination run wild as you create just the right Genmoji. And because it's so much fun to use images to express ourselves, we went even further with a new system experience we call Image Playground. This is a new way to create playful images in just seconds. It's so easy to use, and we built it right into apps like Messages. To get started, you can choose from a range of concepts like themes, costumes, accessories, places, and more. When you select them, they get added to your playground. No need to engineer the perfect prompt. In a few seconds, you'll see Apple Intelligence creates a preview of what your image could look like. A moment later, you'll see more previews you can swipe through. This all happens on device, so you have the freedom to experiment and create as many images as you want. This is great for quickly responding to your friends with just the right image. When you have a really specific idea in mind, you could just type a description to add it to your playground. And you can easily adjust which style you want to use. And choose from animation, sketch, or illustration. Whichever suits the vibe of your conversation. If you change your mind along the way, no problem. Just switch back and you'll see your previous previews. It's that simple. Since Apple Intelligence understands your personal context, you'll see suggestions for concepts related to your Messages conversation, including you and people from your Messages thread. When selected, it uses appearances from photos to add you or one of them to the image you're creating. With an intuitive experience to create totally original images and so many ways to express what you want, the Image Playground is going to make everyday conversations a whole lot more fun. In addition to Messages, this experience is also available in apps like Keynote, Pages, and Freeform. To make it easy to experiment with creating images, we've also built a dedicated Image Playground app. You can use it to try out styles, play around with different concepts, and make something to share with friends in other apps or on social media. And for developers, they can integrate the new Image Playground experience in their app too, with a new API. With the Image Playground experience and Genmoji, you can create fun and delightful images right where you need them. Now, here's Seb to show you more experiences enabled by the powerful capabilities of Apple Intelligence.
With the ability to deeply understand and create images, Apple Intelligence unlocks some fantastic new experiences, like a brand new tool in the Notes app that we call Image Wand. Image Wand can transform a rough sketch into a polished image that complements your notes and makes them more visual. And it's available right in your tool palette. Suppose you want a better image for your architectural history course. With Image Wand, you can circle your rough sketch using Apple Pencil to open up an image playground within your note. Image Wand uses on-device intelligence to analyze your sketch and words and creates an image for you. What's really fun is that you can even circle empty space, and it will pull out context from the surrounding area to suggest the ideal image to go with your note. It has never been easier to make your notes more visual and engaging. Apple Intelligence also helps us make the most out of our ever-growing photo libraries. First, we have an update to photo editing. We've all had that time when we thought we got the perfect shot and realized later it wasn't quite perfect. Now, the new cleanup tool will identify distracting objects in the background so you can make them disappear without accidentally changing your subject. Plus, searching for photos and videos is much more convenient because you can now use natural language phrases. So you can search for really specific things, like Maya skateboarding in a tie-dye shirt, or Katie with stickers on her face. Search in videos is also more powerful, with the ability to find a particular moment in the middle of a video clip. So you can go right to the relevant segment when you search for that video of Maria cartwheeling on the grass.
I'm thinking about
Apple
NVIDIA.
Intelligence also makes it so much more delightful
Get a bounce back.
to create a memory movie.
I'm still looking, so I
Today,
went short.
when you want to use
Apple.
your photos and videos to create a movie yourself,
we got in at
like for your fishing trips with
93,
your kids,
92,
it can take
94,
hours of
96
work.
cents, that
You
low
have to
90,
search
low
through
to mid
tons of
90
photos
cents.
to pick out the best
They
ones,
went all the way
figure
to
out how to arrange
$1.70,
them,
$1.80,
and hunt
just
for the right music.
like that. I think we were in
Now,
in
thanks to
those for
Apple
like
Intelligence,
10
it
minutes,
is super
not
easy
even.
to create a memory about the story you want to
right
see.
here.
Just type a description, and it can interpret that learning to fish
so that was a
involves
nice
things
hit.
like
That was a
water,
nice hit.
docks, fishing
Right
rods,
here.
and boats.
This move right there.
Using its
Wham.
language and image
This thing
understanding,
just fucking
Apple Intelligence picks
and
out
I thought
the
we were
best
getting ready to get a
photos
pop,
and videos.
but no, we didn't.
And then it crafts a storyline with
So,
unique chapters that are
yeah,
based on
that
themes
page.
identified from
right
the
now,
photos
I'm looking
and arranges them
for
into a movie with its own
NVIDIA
narrative arc.
122 rejection.
So now I can watch a wonderful memory that starts with my son
looking at it right
practicing on
now.
the dock, transitions to fishing on the boat.
I want to see if we can
finishes
take this
with
thing
us
back down the
holding
low a day.
the price
I'm going to
cash.
be honest.
And all of this is set
I
to the
wanna see
perfect
if we
song
can.
selected from Apple Music.
Part of me thinks that
Like all of Apple
semis
Intelligence,
are a bit
these
overdone,
updates to
and I
photos
think
are
we
built
might be
on
able
a
to take
foundation of privacy.
grab
So
some
your
puts and hold
photos
them
and
into
videos are
tomorrow.
not shared with
At least I
Apple
might try
or
to.
anyone else.
And
With endless
then
possibilities,
see what happens. I don't
it is
know.
so
I don't
much
want to just
fun
like throw
trying out
money at the
different
wall.
ideas and
but let's have a
revisiting
look.
our most precious moments.
I'll let you guys know exactly
now,
what I do.
back
If
to
you guys
Craig.
have ideas, throw them in the chat. Gold,
Apple
energy,
Intelligence is
all that
truly
stuff
unique
is up
in how it understands
now.
you and meets you where you are. And what you saw here is just the beginning. It
Thinking
enables
about a
so many more
Microsoft
helpful
short.
features. For example, in the Notes app, you can now record and transcribe audio to capture detailed notes while staying present in the moment. And when your recording is finished, Apple Intelligence generates a summary to help you recall the key points at a glance. Recordings, transcriptions, and Apple Intelligence-powered summaries are also coming to
Y'all
the
would
phone
not
app.
believe, bro. I'm
And when
turning this off. Do you guys want to watch it? Just let me know down in the chat if you want me to play the Apple stuff.
And macOS Sequoia, bringing you personal
what? I'll just leave it
intelligence
there.
across the products you use every day. Still, there are other artificial intelligence tools available that can be useful for tasks that draw on broad world knowledge or offer specialized domain expertise. We want you to be able to use these external models without
forget
having
about
to jump
DJT.
between different tools. So we're
That's all I
integrating them
wanted to say
right
there.
into your
I'm looking at
experiences.
NVIDIA.
And we're starting out with the best of these, the pioneer
guys
and
hear
market
it?
leader ChatGPT from OpenAI, powered by GPT-4o. First, we built support into Siri, so Siri can tap
First, we
into
built
ChatGPT's
support into
expertise
Siri.
when it might be helpful for you.
C3 AI,
For
guys.
example, if you need menu ideas for an elaborate meal to make for friends using
knew
some
it.
freshly caught
ChatGPT,
fish
that's
and
all they
ingredients from
needed.
your garden, you can just ask Siri. Siri determines that ChatGPT might have good ideas for this. Ask your permission to share your question and presents
That's why we
the
saw those
answer
puts.
directly.
Look at that.
You can also include photos with your questions. If you want some advice on decorating, you can take a picture and ask, what kind of plants would go well on this deck?
It's like,
Siri confirms if it's okay to share your photo with ChatGPT and brings back relevant suggestions. It's a seamless integration. In addition to photos, you can also ask questions related to your documents, presentations, or PDFs. We've also integrated ChatGPT into the system-wide writing tools with Compose. You can create content with ChatGPT for whatever you're writing about. Suppose you want to create a custom bedtime story for your 6-year-old who loves butterflies and solving riddles. Put in your initial idea and send it to ChatGPT to get something back she'll love. Compose can also help you tap into ChatGPT's image capabilities to generate images in a wide variety of styles to illustrate your bedtime story. You'll be able to access ChatGPT for free without creating an account, Your requests and information will not be logged. And for ChatGPT subscribers, you'll be able to connect your account and access paid features right within our experiences. Of course, you're in control over when ChatGPT is used and will be asked before any of your information is shared. ChatGPT integration will be coming to iOS 18, iPadOS 18, and macOS Sequoia later this year. We also intend to add support for other AI models in the future. Now, let's talk about developers and how they can integrate the experiences powered by Apple Intelligence into their apps. We've updated our SDKs with new APIs and frameworks. For example, developers can add the Image Playground experience to their app with just a few lines of code. This means that an app like Craft can help users create images to make their documents much more visual. And writing tools are automatically available within apps that use the standard editable text view. So without any development effort, an app like Bear Notes can automatically allow users to rewrite, proofread, and summarize notes. Plus, we're building many more ways for users to take action in apps with Siri. If a developer has already adopted SiriKit, they'll see immediate enhancements from many of Siri's new capabilities without additional work. We're also investing deeply in the App Intents framework to connect the vast world of apps with Apple Intelligence. We're defining new intents across our operating systems and making them available to developers starting with these categories.
What's going on with Google? You guys see this?
These intents are predefined, trained, and tested, so they're easy for developers to adopt. Using new app intents, an app like Darkroom will be able to use the Apply Filter intent to give users the ability to say, apply a cinematic preset to the photo I took of Ian yesterday. These are just a handful of the updates coming to our platform SDKs, so developers can add intelligent and useful features to their apps. We'll share more details in the Platform State of the Union later today, like how we're bringing generative intelligence to Xcode for developing apps using Swift and SwiftUI, with features like on-device code completion and smart assistance for Swift coding questions. So that's Apple Intelligence, with tremendous benefits for developers and users. This is AI for the rest of us. Personal intelligence you can rely on at work, home, and everywhere in between. Apple Intelligence harnesses the power of our most advanced silicon.
Bro, what is going on with
iPhone
Google?
15 Pro and
Google is
iPad
ripping right
and
now.
Mac with M1 and later. Apple Intelligence will be available to try out in US English this summer. We're bringing it to users in beta as part of iOS 18, iPadOS 18, and macOS Sequoia this fall, with some features and additional languages and platforms coming out over the course of the next year. This is the beginning of an exciting new chapter of personal intelligence. Intelligence built for your most personal products, your iPhone, iPad, and Mac. Intelligence grounded in the things that make you, you. And intelligence available to you system-wide, so you can get things done in the way that works for you. We are just getting started, and I hope you are as excited as I am for the road ahead. And now, back to Tim.
Thank you, Craig, and thanks to all of our presenters. It's been an exciting day of announcements. We shared powerful new features and advancements to our 6 incredible platforms. And the introduction of powerful new Apple Intelligence features to iOS 18, iPadOS 18, and macOS Sequoia make these releases game changers. Built in a uniquely Apple way, we think Apple Intelligence is going to be indispensable to the products that already play such an integral role in our lives. We have a big week ahead for developers. It kicks off this afternoon with the Platform State of the Union. We also have over 100 technical sessions, live forums, in-depth consultations, and Q&As with Apple engineers. All of this content is available online for free for developers. We're excited to provide developers with the amazing new OS platforms and technologies we announced today, as well as tools and resources to help them do the very best work of their lives. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's have a great WWDC.
Okay, we have 1 hour left. 1 hour left. 1 hour left. 1 hour left. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? 1 hour left. So this weekend, I looked at a couple different things, and I'll get right into them. I want to know what y'all were up to. Not that there's anybody here, but I'm going to sit here and I'm going to talk to myself like there isn't, or like there is someone. And I want to know what y'all got into. What did y'all want to get it? Like, what did y'all want to do versus what you did do? But I looked at, I actually was looking at mics. I was actually looking at mics because I feel like I really hate the way that this one sounds. Like, I just hate the way it sounds. It's like, it's not, it doesn't seem like it's clean, clear. Like if I were to watch another stream, there's a couple things that I was looking at. Like, you can get these, like, it's kind of like a stream deck, I guess, but it has, I don't know. I can't explain it. I can't explain it because I don't know much about it. Let's see here. There's just a couple things, but I was looking at mics. I want to get a new mic. I do. I want to get a new mic. Because again, like I said, I didn't know when I bought it originally that it was going to be like it was. It's not bad. I mean, it's a mic, but just I want it to be crisp and clean. Here, let's actually go to OBS. I'm gonna have to delete this live stream too, by the way, because Apple will be a little, like, Apple's presenting it on YouTube, and I'm surprised that we didn't get kicked off. But like, I don't know, for anybody that plays it, like, I guess you have to have permission or something, or they're gonna, like, they'll delete the whole stream. So Anthony's such an idiot.
I'm very curious about how they evolve in this environment, James. Let's move on to shares of Southwest. Soaring on this news that the activist Elliott Management is taking nearly a $2 billion stake, trying to oust the CEO and chair. The shares are up, call it almost 8% on the news. Would you be a buyer here?
Yeah, Kelly, here, you know, we would have said this is a stock you want to sell on Friday unless Superman comes to the rescue. And that's who Paul Singer is at Elliott Management. I mean, they're going to come here and they've taken an 8%
Damn.
for $2 billion.
It's still going.
Change the management, which has been a problem. You know, the Boeing supply issues have been a problem. The stock's down 50% in the last 3 years. So we buy this stock for the trade. I'm not so sure I'd own this for a long term, but Elliott's going to come in there. He's got a great track record. I think he's going to make a difference, and the stock needs him.
And finally, let's have some donuts. Krispy Kreme getting an upgrade from Truist to a buy on hopes for a deal with McDonald's. Shares are higher by more than 6%. Is this a stock you would consume?
Yeah, well, that's a 9% at one point high this morning. And you know,
I hope it does go through.
Definitely selling to strength. And there's a few reasons. I mean, I see that the upgrade based on the partnership with McDonald's, they can go global. But let's face it, consumers are really trending towards a much more healthy diet. I think we're these new generations are forcing us that way. We got GLP-1, which is a Novo Nordisk or the Ozempic type of drug, which we are a buy on the Novo Nordisk. But we're a sell here. I also think, in our view, is the novelty is worn off on the Krispy Kreme brand, and that's a problem for these types of companies. So we're a seller.
All right. James, thank you very much. No to the donuts.
No.
All right.
Remember, you can always hear us on our podcast. Listen and follow Power Lunch wherever you go, wherever you listen, and we'll be right back after this.
Chewy, a Citi client, uses Citi's financial expertise to help drive its growth and keep its supply chain moving, so more pet parents can
can get everything they need.
He said the pro level, like they play defense or something there.
That wasn't the only been heard already.
No.
Connecticut coach Dan Hurley is staying.
Oh, he's going to stay.
Right. Oh, yes. He turned down the
I thought she
6-year,
said
$70 million contract to coach the Lakers. So he will instead pursue his third straight NCAA title on his current contract of $32 million over 6 years, which he signed last year. But the governor of Connecticut said he'd make him the highest paid coach if he stuck around.
If he's well, I'll tell you, I think he made the right choice. I'd much rather be a coach at the college level
I don't know.
than the pro level. Thanks for watching Power Lunch, everybody.
Closing bell starts right now.
Guys, thanks so much. Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner, live today from Apple Park in Cupertino, California. This make or break hour begins with what some have suggested is a make or break moment for Apple and its place in the AI arms race. The Developers Conference, a chance for the company to unveil those ambitions today, try and keep up with competitors who've already revealed theirs to great fanfare, as you know. We'll ask our experts and shareholders over this final stretch whether they achieved that goal today, and what it means for the stock, most importantly, going forward. Interesting to note, Apple shares have moved lower during the presentation today. Move it around a bit. We'll track it down a little bit more now than 2%. We'll show you the scorecard as well with 60 minutes to go in regulation. There's not a ton of movement in the majors ahead of the CPI report and the Fed decision coming this Wednesday. We are on closing high watch, though, on both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. One of the reasons why the NASDAQ doing well, take a look at CrowdStrike today, up better than 9%. That's the standout. On news, it's going to enter the S&P 500. NVIDIA, well, it's up too. It's 10-for-1 stock split taking effect today. We'll see what that means over the near term for that stock. Shares getting a little bit of a bump. Does take us to our talk of the tape.
Technically, that's
one of the most significant moments in the history of Apple, called exactly that by star analyst Dan Ives. He will join us in just a moment to assess what happened here today and whether it lived up to those great expectations surrounding this event. For now, let's bring in CNBC tech correspondent Steve Kovac. He's here with me at Apple Park, along with Big Technologies. Alex Kantrowitz also here, as you can see.
It's going to take
Malcolm
time.
Etheridge, he owns Apple shares.
I don't think that Apple's stuff was all that great. I really don't. They have some cool features, but that's about it. This is not, they did not say anything about creating their own ChatGPT, their own AI, like, for desktop, at least from what I caught. I didn't see that. All right, that's just using, all they're doing is using ChatGPT. Like they said they were going to create their own. So.
ChatGPT OpenAI partnership. Unclear what the financial nature of that partnership is, but they did get the name check. It will be an optional feature within all this, what they're calling Apple Intelligence ecosystem. And then one more thing that's super interesting to me, a lot of the features they showed today we're running on Apple's
I don't
first
know
party
why
apps.
this
Those are the
stuff
apps
is
that
so
come,
loud,
you
guys.
open
I'm
up your iPhone
sorry.
for the first time, the apps that Apple made. But they're opening up developer tools so third-party apps can play into that as well.
I can't hear it in
That
my
is where
headset.
I
Just
think
so
the
you
key
guys are
feature is to
aware, I
unlock
cannot
a
hear
lot of this.
anything.
See what all the developers are here. There are thousands of developers registered to learn the latest and greatest from Apple. What they do with this is going to be almost more important than what we saw from Apple itself.
One of the great mysteries today, of course, well, it was no mystery that Sam Altman himself of OpenAI was on campus.
I'm
because
getting a new
we
iPhone.
did see
I need a
photos
new
of
one this
him
year. I'm getting me
earlier,
a new one.
and we showed it to all of you earlier. Some suggestion, is Altman going to be on stage at some point? No, he was not at the end of the day. But as you allude to, OpenAI was all over today's announcement, and it is going to be all over their ambitions, Apple Intelligence.
Not just all over. Apple called it the best AI product out there, which is why they tapped into it first. But they are opening it up to others. So we heard these discussions perhaps happening with Google, perhaps happening with Baidu over in China. I would imagine some of those deals will be locked up by the time this software launches in the fall.
The question, Alex, becomes, is this, what happened today, enough? Steve said it's catch-up. They've caught up. Is it enough to get people to get a new iPhone? Because at the end of the day, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, that's a big question. I agree that it's catch-up. I thought this was cool. It didn't blow me away. And throughout this entire run-up to WWDC, we've always known that the ChatGPT app is available on your iPhone. You don't necessarily need Siri to come in and say, hey, do you want to use ChatGPT? And one of the issues with ChatGPT is so many people have tried it, and then they forget exactly what the use cases are that they want to use it for, and so they back off. You know, they had a surge of users in the beginning, 100 million users in the first 2 months. Now, latest public number, we have 100
That's
million
crazy.
users.
They
Maybe
fucking
it's up to
flew them
200
all
million.
out there
So
for
it's really going to be
nothing. Just
incumbent
like,
upon Apple to give people who are
there was
using
really
its latest
nothing.
iPhones
There was really nothing to this thing.
the prompts to
That's
say,
why I
hey, you
feel
want to
like,
use AI here,
you know,
and
Apple
really make
is
it
in an
something that they're
uptrend,
going to want to put into place
but I
in their
think-
day-to-day lives.
I
And then
think
it's
you
going to
see
be up
Apple
to the
back down
early
to 190.
adopters, the people who are on the 15 Pro, people who are going to get the next series of iPhones, to really jump in. And the word of mouth is going to be so important on this, because if you're sitting at a table at a restaurant or you're making plans with someone and they're using Apple Intelligence and you can't use it and it
I think
works,
I'm gonna. I
then
think
you're going
I'm
to want to
gonna go get
upgrade.
the
But if they
16.
mess this product up, or
I think
if
I'm
this is
gonna
like
hold
many
off and go
products
get
we've
the
seen,
16.
a lot more marketing than it is actual useful integrations in the real life, that's going to make Apple's attempt to turn this into sales a real struggle. That's what I worry about.
And that's the key here. They're hardware gating this, which means you have to have the latest and greatest hardware in order to even use all those features that they're talking about. I'll tell you a story. I bought a MacBook in the fall of 2021. It will be able to get all those features. A year later, I bought a new iPhone, the iPhone 14 Pro.
That will not.
Will not. So if I'm excited, if I want to use all these AI features, I got to go either right now go out there and buy a 15 Pro or wait until September for the 16 and buy that. And so the question is it just going to be nerds like me going out there and buying it, or are normal people going to see what we saw today and say, oh my goodness, I need that. Oh my goodness, I'm on an iPhone 12. I need to upgrade now.
You sounded, Alex, modestly underwhelmed. I'm curious, is there something that you wished had happened today that you were hoping would that didn't?
Well, it's difficult for Apple, right? Because you have 1 billion plus people using these iPhones, and you can't put too much technology into them right away. You're going to risk alienating your core user base, right? This is cutting edge technology. You have to jump in slowly, but show you're serious. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more risk from Apple, right? I mean, some of the things I liked, right? They're going to allow you to make images of people in your contacts. Like, that could go wrong, but they're going ahead and doing it. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more vision setting, maybe bringing Sam Altman on stage, right? If he's the best at developing these models, he's there in the audience. Why don't you have him in and talk about how you're going to co-develop?
Does that really matter whether Altman himself was physically on stage, if his aura and his company are actually in the devices themselves, so to speak?
I would say so, because this is a vision setting event, right? What this does is it opens up Apple's devices to be able to start piping in the latest iterations of generative AI. And all Silicon Valley, or a good chunk of it right now, is betting that within the next 18 months, that we're going to see a step change improvement over what we have now. And so you bring Sam Altman, not because you're doing the partnership, but because he's the one that got everybody on board with ChatGPT in the first place. And he's going to signal to everybody watching this event that Apple is not going to be the one that's going to wait and watch, that this is the moment. But that being said, like, I don't think it killed the event. But yeah, I would say modestly underwhelmed is probably the way I feel. But then again, we have a lot of runway to go. There's a lot of room for this to develop over time.
Shares have been obviously on the move, Malcolm. As you and Aya know, over the last month, the last 3 months, they're modestly positive on the year. So they had already moved up in anticipation of what might happen here today. As a shareholder, what's your takeaway?
Yeah, so far this does definitely look like the buy the rumor, sell the news kind of momentum, right? For the last month, I think the shares have gained about 5%, right? That was basically all the breadcrumbs that Apple had been teasing out everywhere on the internet, telling people what's to come. Folks buying into that and buying those rumors. And today, maybe we see folks selling the news. I think similar to what you guys started out talking about, this is great for Apple to basically say to the world, we are here now. We have answered the call you guys have been asking us for a year. What are you going to do too? And this just gets them into the discussion now, but there is definitely a lot more work to be done. So I think they've shown they're taking it seriously. They hear you and they're answering by partnering with ChatGPT and others who are basically their competitors in all the other spaces, the other mega cap techs that Apple competes against in other places. They're going out and partnering with those companies rather than waiting until they've developed their own LLM internally to integrate into iOS 20 or 21 or whatever iteration it is. And so I think that is enough to say we take this seriously. Tim Cook probably saw what happened at Google and said, I don't want any of that. I don't want folks doubting us and our ability to stay at the forefront. And so they've answered that question. I'm really concerned about what comes next, but I do at least see somewhat a path to monetizing Apple Intelligence and making it so sticky and so prevalent in my life that I'm willing to pay for a monthly subscription, which obviously goes to the bottom line of services revenue going forward.
Aya, what's your takeaway?
You know, similarly, I think investors aren't necessarily wowed by these announcements today from WWDC. I think a lot of it was expected. And I agree that a lot of the changes that are going to occur are going to be gradual. And, you know, it requires a lot of consumer behavioral change in terms of how they're using their phone and, you know, what use cases are available to them. So I think it's going to take a while. I think investors were hoping for a little bit more of a, you know, reason to upgrade. It's been, you know, difficult to see those, you know, numbers kind of increase in terms of how many iPhones continue to be iPhone 12 or older. I think it's over 40% now. And so investors want to see people upgrading so that the average sales growth of the iPhone ticks up a little bit. And I think people were hoping that AI would provide that.
It's going to give, you know, to some degree an ease of use for some who can utilize these new features and an enhancement of the user experience as well. That's really what they're betting on, that the new features that they've rolled out will enhance the experience so much that you'll want to upgrade to one of the new phones, a 15 Pro or higher.
Exactly. That is exactly the thing they're doing here. I will also say, you know, we're talking about catch-up, we're talking about underwhelming. The stock price is reflecting that as well, you could argue. The other thing that I would also note is that they're trying to differentiate themselves with is the privacy angle. They started off, before they even went through the slew of AI features, the Apple execs went over how it's more private than some of them. They say there's guarantees that, you know, anything we do send to the cloud is going to remain private. We won't even know it's your data. So maybe some people were waiting for that. Maybe some people who are worried about using some of the other competing AI products because they don't want their data trained on stuff. I don't know if that's true or necessarily a significant amount of people, but that does seem to be one of the key selling points, saying, hey, this is how we're different. And, you know, again, to use Tim Cook's own words, breaking new ground in artificial intelligence. We have not seen that from the competition. So if you are worried about using that data or your data being used to train AI, here you go, here's your option.
Look, that was one of the first things that you said to me when we sat down, the privacy angle sort of is the differentiator in and of itself in a world where we're hearing all sorts of issues around lack thereof. Here they have a way to enhance that.
Or even just what we've seen, legal action we've seen, the Scarlett Johansson situation with the OpenAI. We've seen the New York Times sue OpenAI and Microsoft. It seems like Apple is taking a much different approach from those issues, from those copyright issues, from those privacy issues, and really highlighting that as a key feature, why you should be using this instead of a competitor.
Sorry,
I thought it was
I'm just
interesting
trying to
too,
get this-
Alex.
Not falling asleep or anything. The fucking mouse is
which
just
is
being
no
a
price.
piece
That
of
it's
crap.
free. If you have an open ChatGPT account already, you can integrate it here. If you don't, as long as you have an Apple account, you're good. You can upgrade to the new operating system come the fall. You'll get all of these features as well at no additional cost.
If you have the newest phone.
If you have the newest phone.
Like it's already a bit overdone.
Well, that means, yeah, of course. Well, you've already upgraded to the phone.
The whole thing, it's the entire phone.
strong,
And by the way,
guys.
that's what I liked about
TSM
today, is that it's not just a side feature, right? It is the operating system. They want you to operate the iPhone with your voice.
Look at that.
There was a
I don't
moment
know why
in the
it
presentation,
grinded
kind of
so
one of the
high
funnier
today.
moments, but also one that I really enjoyed, where it's like, text my wife that,
But
play
huge
the
trade on-
podcast my
on
wife sent me
NVIDIA,
last
or
week.
Apple, I'm
This is like a
sorry.
real world interaction that a lot of people have. You spend hours like, where's that podcast? Or you never listened to it before. And so by making this free, what they're saying is this device is going to be an AI device in its core, right? And so if you're going to buy the new device, you're going to get that. They baked it deeply into the operating system, and I view that as a big positive.
You know, Malcolm, we're also sitting here on a day where we could get a new closing high on the NASDAQ, powered really by what NVIDIA's done lately. But Apple, too. I said at the outset in the first question to you that Apple shares have gotten off the mat. They've woken up after a long sideways move. How do you feel about this going forward here in terms of the tech trade overall and these two stocks that have primarily powered it?
Yeah, I am concerned that we're going to see some give back not only today but going forward with Apple shares now that we've actually gotten the news, right? You've heard basically all of us are not super thrilled and you know out beating the drum saying this is the moment for Apple, and I'm concerned that they're going to continue to fall behind. I think there will be some give back in what they've actually seen as the run up into this event. And I think that beyond the next 2 quarters, right, we will see some upgrading in the next iPhone cycle, and we'll see some upgrading throughout the rest of this year into the holiday season. But beyond that, I'm concerned about what Apple can actually do to just excite shareholders and make sure that this name remains a must-hold in all of our portfolios, right? Today, it's still a must-hold. It's powering the mega caps along with NVIDIA, like you said. But once upon a time, Disney was a must-hold. AT&T was a must-hold. Cisco even was the biggest, baddest must-hold in any portfolio. And right now, Apple is in danger of becoming a forgotten about tech leader in the same way. And so I just really want to see them pivot away from we're just focused on these pieces of hardware that you already know and love, and giving us something that we can hang our hats on as shareholders to say that is what's going to power Apple into dominance for the next 5 to 10 years. You've heard me make the case before about how pushing the envelope with Apple Financial, right, a place where they've spent a ton of money and a ton of manpower developing, is the next frontier for Apple, in my opinion. They also have the opportunity in healthcare. We know they've turned their back on automotive. There aren't a lot of places for them to go to make a meaningful impact to that revenue mix, but I definitely think something has to happen in the next couple of quarters before we look and go, okay, another quarter of declining revenue from iPhone sales.
Back on
I'm
volume.
Move on to whatever is the other. CrowdStrike, for example, becomes the next must-hold.
Alex,
instead of Apple.
the forgotten about. I'm sorry, Malcolm. Alex, the forgotten about tech leader, as Malcolm just said, that's what this company's been reduced to. They would certainly argue otherwise and suggest that what happened not too far from here within this complex today certainly flies in the face of that kind of commentary.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I hear what Malcolm is saying, right? Apple's turned in 5 of the last 6 quarters negative revenue, right? That matters. They have slowdowns in China that they're still trying to overcome. And this is a potential computing shift that they're going to have to navigate. So when you look at the Amazons or the Microsofts or even the Google, they have the AI that they can sell to others through their cloud platforms. When you look at NVIDIA, they have the chips and the software to train these models that they can sell to others. Apple is making I would say, the biggest bet that AI is going to be relevant to consumers. It's unproven at this point. If it nails it, that's going to solidify its lead in the smartphone market, and maybe we won't be talking about 5 or the 6 quarters of revenue decline. Of course, there was a lot of COVID upgrades that were happening, so it has tough comps. But this is, I mean, I think that Apple putting all the stakes on this moment makes a lot of sense. If they can nail it, the upside is, I wouldn't say unlimited, but like it's way up there. And if they can't nail it, then the concerns that Malcolm is talking about, they materialize.
And you know the history, Steve, better than anybody. for a company that is never first,
right?
But they are usually better,
right?
Once they finally figure it out, and they're hoping that this is going to be another iteration of that.
Yeah, and right now we just have what they say it's going to be able to do. It's going to take a few more months for us to get our hands on it, for people to evaluate and test it to make sure it lives up to that promise. If you're in Malcolm's camp, though, I just want to talk about what's on the calendar for the rest of the year for Apple. This was the catalyst moment folks were looking for, hoping to be just blown away by some artificial intelligence announcement. It appears that they're not. So what's coming up next? Well, we got the new iPhone. Perhaps that has some extra artificial intelligence features that weren't shown off here. Maybe they're going to say, hey, we got some really exclusive, amazing stuff that's only going to be available in this new model, the 16. And then beyond that, there's not much else going on. I mean, the Vision Pro is opening up to some more countries. We know that's not a big seller, and it's probably not going to be a big seller in those markets that it's coming to this summer. So there's not much left on the calendar this year if you're trying to hang your hat on, okay, it's coming. The next big innovation thing is coming. This was it. This was today.
And we'll see what the effects are. Aya, I'll give you the last word.
Thanks, Scott. You know, in terms of Apple, we still have the $110 billion share repurchase that is going on with Apple. And I think that could keep the stock sort of, you know, at least neutral for the rest of the year. And we do have that September iPhone event that I think will be a catalyst for the name. It's tough to fight against Apple, but, you know, growth has been slowing and the valuation is a little high. So having a little bit of retrenchment might not be a bad idea.
All right, we will leave it there. We'll see shares down about 1.5%, just shy of $194. It's been fun. Thanks so much, Steve Kovac, Alex Kantrowitz as well. I am Malcolm. We'll see you again soon. I'm sure of that. We are having some breaking news now out of the FDA on Eli Lilly's Alzheimer's drug. Angelica Peebles joins us now with that news. Angelica, what have we learned?
Hey, Scott, FDA advisors just now voting unanimously that Eli Lilly's Alzheimer's drug is effective for early Alzheimer's disease. And there was a lot of talk about who should benefit from this drug. Eli Lilly used some specific brain imaging to determine exactly how severe patients were in their disease. But the FDA advisors today saying that they support broad use of this drug for early disease and that requiring that specific imaging could provide or could actually limit who could benefit from this drug. There's another vote coming up on the safety of this drug, so we're going to tune into that and we'll be back with more on that. Scott?
All right, you let us know. Angelica, thank you. Angelica Peebles. Let's send it now to Seema Modi for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. Seema?
Scott, less than 40 minutes. A ruling in a California appeals court is sending some gig stocks lower. Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash all in the red after Uber and Postmates lost their challenge to the state's gig worker law. Now, an Uber spokesperson telling CNBC the decision does not change the status of drivers due to California's Prop 22 law. You'll see Lyft down about 2.8%. Switching focus to shares of Southwest, climbing as activist hedge fund Elliott Management takes a $1.9 billion stake. Elliott will push for leadership changes at the carrier, including the ouster of its CEO and chairman. The airline has lagged in the past year, down just about 2%, but up 7.5% right now, Scott.
Seema, thanks. Seema Modi. We're just getting started here from Apple Park. Up next, more from the Developers Conference today. Star analyst Dan Ives, he told you what he hoped would happen going into
whatchamacall, it's not on. Yo, is the market closed Friday? June 14/21. Bro, I'm going to be pissed if the market is closed. Bro. June 19th. So here's my question. Monday the 27th. 6:10. So somebody's wrong here. 11, 12, 13. Hold on. Monday, 10. Should be the 15th. Am I going crazy or what? June 19th. So yeah, today is this Monday. Today's the 10th. This doesn't say anything. Wait, yeah, so that's so weird. Oh, it's because of the 0. I don't know why that was so weird. I don't know. It just didn't seem right. I'm like, what? 4 days? 11, 12, 13, 14? I don't know. I was bugging. Alright, here we are. Microsoft. Microsoft seems like it's going to bounce. And it may not pay us. Yeah, it's what it's going to do. It's just going to keep bouncing. Alright, let's look for a pullback in Microsoft.
Let's bring back in-star Wedbush analyst Dan Ives. Thanks for being back. You said going in that this was one of the most important moments in the history of this company, perhaps one of the top 3 moments. Did it live up to the hype? I think it was a home run.
He said, I think it was a home run. How did I know Dan was going to say that? What an idiot, bro. Dan's a fucking retard. I don't know how he got his job. I really don't. He just says the most dumbest shit. Just like, no, there was nothing crazy. Like, there was no new technology. It's pretty much, hey, it's the same old shit. Like,
we're back at Apple Park in Cupertino today. The company revealing its highly anticipated partnership with OpenAI moments ago at the developers conference. For reaction to that and the other key announcements made today, let's bring back in-star Wedbush analyst Dan Ives. Thanks for being back with us. You said going in that this was one of the most important moments in the history of this company, perhaps one of the top 3 moments. Did it live up to the hype?
I think it was a home run. I mean, ultimately, they delivered on every item that they needed to in terms of OpenAI, in terms of the privacy. And really, essentially what they're doing is they're laying out the stack for developers. The only way that they're going to tap into that data is going through Apple. So to me, this is the start of what's going to be an AI-driven, I think, super cycle from 16 to 17. And most importantly, Scott, it's services. I think this is going to be really a game changer from a services perspective.
You call it that it changed. By the way, here's the note. I mean, you published literally a new note before you sat down back with us. So maybe a lot of it was locked and loaded and ready to go. You call it a game changer. You say that the company is not getting any credit for its AI monetization. Isn't that rightfully so? Isn't this a bit of a show-me story at this point?
Oh, no, and look, but Apple's been there before from a show-me perspective. But if you look, you have 270 million. I think this is the most important thing. 270 million of 1.5 billion iPhones have not upgraded in 4+ years. Pent-up demand's there. And now they're laying the yellow brick road to monetization for AI. Look, we could talk about Godfather of AI, Jensen, NVIDIA, and Dell and Microsoft and everything that we see in this 1995 AI moment. But from a consumer perspective, 25% of the world, in our opinion, when they access AI, it's going to be through an Apple device.
Let me ask you this. Why has the upgrade cycle been so slow? You highlight what you call pent-up demand. We could have said perhaps a year ago there's pent-up demand. The new phone did not lead to a tremendous super cycle, as you suggested. Why?
The products are too good. I mean, the battery technology has just gotten better. If you look at, especially in China, you really haven't seen many upgrades there for the last 2-3 years. And from a hardware perspective, the innovations really haven't been there. That's been that catalyst. But now the catalysts are really going to be on the software. It's going to be on the chip. It's going to be on the LLM. And essentially what Cook here did is say, this is our castle. This is the Apple castle. The data's not leaving. If you're a developer, you want access to it, you got to come to Cupertino and Apple Park. If not, you're not going to be there. And that's why, and there's 2.2 billion reasons, iOS devices, why I believe this is so important.
Why do you think the stock is doing what it's doing today? And is it as simple as saying, well, it ran up into the announcement? But I want to hear it in your own words as to why you think whatever the stock performance reflects, if anything, in one moment doesn't make a full story for sure. But there's not a flying off the chart move today in the stock to suggest perhaps the optimism that you articulate in your seat.
Because I think the knee-jerk, there was no wow in itself in terms of an actual use case that they talked about that I think the average investor looks at.
I mean, you just painted a whole wow thing but now you say there was no
exactly
wow. I'm saying
my
wow
point, Dan.
individually. I think when you look overall to presentation, I actually thought it was ahead of expectations relative to what they laid out. And I think a lot of times with Apple events,
Dan,
look, I remember Scott, iPhone 6. I mean, I could go through many events. You came out here being like,
see, Dan is just saying stuff just to say it, just to sound cool. Like, oh, it blew me away. It was big above expectations. Blah 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 blah, and then comes back and said, like, he just got caught right there. Thinks he's all cool because he wears goofy ass.
A lot of
wears
this
these
for
colors
upgrade until
talking about
the fall.
him.
Yeah, I think it starts with
I don't
Asia
even think he
checks,
knows anything
that
about
us and
tech.
others do. Do you start to see tick-ups coming from the Asia supply chain, 3-5% type growth for iPhone 16? Then you start to layer on an upgrade cycle. That's really important because that's ultimately what Apple sees from a demand perspective. But I think it all comes down to China. I mean, China, we believe June's last negative growth quarter. This will be a catalyst. And the biggest issue with AI is about privacy. And this is really a flex the muscles for Cook. And I think lay it out perfectly. I also think OpenAI, it's a get out popcorn moment. There's going to be a lot more with Altman being here that we're going to see around OpenAI and Apple.
You think the worst is behind this company in terms of China? We just showed the pie chart where I think it's at 18% of the revenue comes from the China region.
I think worse is in the rearview mirror for China. And I think the reason we knew that you clearly have some headwinds in China given the geopolitical, we believe the worst in the rearview mirror, bottoms in from a China perspective. We get through one tough quarter, June, and then I think that this is a stock that makes all-time highs.
275 is the price target. You know, there are some, I mean, it looks like it's been on the march and wants to hit $200. That may be some level of resistance, and who knows what the market itself is going to do from here. But you're comfortable with your 12-month price target of $275?
I think it could actually be conservative relative to where we see this story heading. I view it relative to where I saw Meta 18 months ago, where everyone was negative. And this event, we look back, it will be a top 3 or top 2 moment for the future of Apple.
We certainly shall see, and I know we're going to talk to you often. Dan Ives, thanks so much for being with us today on both sides of this big announcement from Apple. Up next, we're navigating the tech trade. Talk about the NASDAQ possibly hitting a new closing high. We talked to top strategist King Lip. He's breaking out his market playbook as well and flagging the big buying opportunities. We'll talk many more stocks than just Apple, of course, in that space. See if we get that record close. We're back after this.
CNBC.
Welcome back to Apple Park in Cupertino. Another record-closing high for the Nasdaq within reach today, a handful of points away from setting another milestone. Stocks such as Micron, Applied Materials helping. For how he's trading the tech space, Baker Avenue Wealth Management's chief strategist King Lip joins me now. It's good to see you again. So here we go again, powered predominantly by a couple of names lately. How does the tech trade overall look to you?
Hi, Scott. I think the tech trade still looks very healthy. If you look at the last earnings season, we had the tech sector, 89% of companies reporting above estimates. I think, honestly, valuations still remain fair, maybe slightly above 5- and 10-year averages. But for the most part, we're seeing a lot of timeliness. The semiconductor industry continues to outperform. So we see no signs of the tech sector trade weakening.
Are we just going to have to wait until we get earnings in July to really assess the durability of this trade? And is that the new sort of mode that we're in? Because, we're hanging on every earnings report, theoretically, from the likes of NVIDIA to justify what the stock price has done and the valuation. So we have to wait for the catalyst of earnings to figure out whether these movements are justified or not.
I think we're going to have companies sort of report, sprinkle here and there throughout the summer. So I do think we're going to have some clues on how the tech sector is doing. But I do think there's other plays here. There's other companies like Qualcomm, for example, that haven't had a lot of media attention on AI. But despite that, it's one of the few companies that have a partnership with Microsoft right now in terms of powering their sort of co-pilot technologies. So I do think we're going to have some clues here and there about how the overall trade is doing.
It's funny, I'm looking at a Qualcomm chart right in front of us as our viewers are, and you can see the dramatic move, from lower left to upper right. And it just makes me wonder, obviously, about some of the stocks that have gotten the so-called AI halo effect, but the jury is still out as to how we should really view these names. We've seen some names in software, for example, that have pulled back dramatically because maybe they got ahead of themselves and were given a little too much benefit and credit because of AI. What's the danger here, if any?
I think the biggest danger, is enterprise spending and whether, cloud spending, for example, gets sort of pushed out because enterprises are focusing more on AI spending, sort of getting that crowding out effect. That could potentially happen, and we've seen that from recent earnings from Salesforce. That being said, the overall aggregate spending on technology continues to be extremely strong, and for that reason, I think you just got to know where to pick your names.
Would you buy a software stock that has nothing to do, and I put that in quotes, nothing to do with AI?
I think it would be hard pressed to find a company these days that are not talking about how AI is somehow influencing their business. Would we buy one? Sure. But it's going to get very difficult for us to find any company that's not going to hang some of their future optimism on AI. But if the earnings growth is there,
no doubt. Whether that optimism, though, turns into real profits, I guess is where I'm going to, right?
Exactly.
I think the premise of my question is that everybody is suggestive that AI is going to be some level of transformative for their own businesses. But we're going to find out who the real winners are. And I mean the top tier winners. A lot of stocks have gotten a lift as though they are just that. And some will not end up being that.
You're right. And I do think from that perspective, sticking with the majors, the mega caps is really where the play is. Once you're looking at the smaller cap names and the mid cap names, it's going to be harder to find the winners versus the losers. And I think that's the reason why still, despite all this talk about how small caps will rebound in 2024, we still haven't seen that yet because it's the smaller players that are going to be more sort of uncertain in terms of their success.
I was purposeful in leaving Apple, to the very end. I wanted to get through those other names, but you've had a chance as a shareholder to digest what happened behind me here. What do you think?
What we were most impressed with coming to the end of the presentation, the one thing that caught me about what Apple's AI strategy is what they said at the end, which is AI for the rest of us. So a lot of us who are saying, what is Apple's strategy in terms of AI? It's to humanize AI. It's something that the company is extremely gifted at. So it's a focus on usability and privacy. And I think that's really where the company has an edge.
King, we're going to leave it there. I appreciate you joining me on this big day out here in Cupertino, California, King Lip, Baker Avenue. Up next, we track the biggest movers as we head into the close on this day, see if we can set some more records. Seema Modi is standing by with a look at the stocks moving.
A big deal in the energy space and a warning from a key regional bank. We'll have those stories for you on the other side of the break.
All right, we got a little more than 15 minutes to go before the closing bell. Let's get back to Seema now for a look at the key stocks that she is watching. What do you see?
Scott, shares of both Diamond Offshore Drilling and Noble trading higher this afternoon as Noble announces a deal to buy its smaller rival for roughly $1.6 billion in cash and stock. It's the latest merger in a sector that's been undergoing massive consolidation. And then there's Huntington Bank shares sliding after the regional bank lowered its full-year guidance. Huntington now sees net interest income dropping as much as 4%. That stock down nearly 6% right now. That's weighing on other regional banks, including names like Triumph, Independent, and Valley National. Scott.
All right, Seema Modi, thanks so much for that. Still ahead, your big Fed setup. New York Life Investments. Lauren Goodwin is back with us today. She'll tell us why she thinks the Fed is, quote, on a tightrope, and how she's predicting stocks could react to Wednesday's big decision. That's coming right up. The Bell is coming right back. A quick programming note for you. Please don't miss Altimeter Capital's Brad Gerstner. That's tomorrow on the Halftime Report, 12 noon Eastern. We're going to be live from our bureau at One Market in San Francisco. He was on campus here today. We'll get his big takeaway from WWDC tomorrow when we speak with Brad. The S&P and the NASDAQ are trying for records today. Up next, New York Life Investments. Lauren Goodwin joins me to break down the final moments of this trading day. That and much more inside the Market Zone next. We're doing a remote market zone today on Closing Bell, live here, obviously, Apple Park, Cupertino, California. Our CNBC senior markets commentator, Mike Santoli, and New York Life's chief market strategist, Lauren Goodwin, here to break down these crucial moments of the trading day. By the way, guys, it's great to see you both. A day in which we could actually get yet another, Mike, closing high, a new closing high on the S&P 500.
Yes, it could be close, but we are in grind mode. I mean, this is a kind of low momentum market that does just enough to keep an upward bias. I'm looking today, it's 1,330 stocks up on the New York Stock Exchange, 1,390 down, not new highs and lows, almost even. But again, just enough on the larger cap stocks, and then just a little bit of laggards working like utilities and energy from last week. The market doesn't allow any part of itself to stray too far from the path because we have this kind of calm at the index level, this sense of macro stability, at least for the moment, and earnings are good enough, but then it's about where are we going to get the incremental catalyst or the incremental conviction to move further. We're lacking it at the moment.
Unless, Lauren, this is the week in which we do, because it's the Fed meeting and, of course, the CPI report on the same day of the decision. Is that the long-awaited catalyst that perhaps Mike is alluding to?
Look, I think that we're likely to see from the Fed and from inflation on Wednesday is just more of the same. Data has been reasonably strong. It's fueled by strong economic activity. That's one of the reasons why the market's been able to look through challenges or even more hawkish messages from the Fed over the past couple of weeks. So even if the more hawkish scenario for the Fed of pricing in one cut rather than three for the rest of the year, I fade that news. I expect that the market can look through that type of threat because both the risks of overheating and the risks of an imminent slowdown are not so much on the radar.
Mike, I don't know, maybe more of the same means that tech continues to lead. Is that more of the same as well, as we see the NASDAQ maybe fall short of a new closing high today? It's in sight, obviously, as we're showing you on the screen here. We're awfully close, and it's because NVIDIA has been doing quite well. Apple has too. Now it's pulling back a little bit today, but this has been the space to be yet again.
It has been, or at least there's been enough within tech, again, that has been working that's actually kind of carried the weight. And NVIDIA has been the key swing factor. When you're trading around the flat line all day, that's the one that sort of jumps around enough among the mega caps that essentially makes the difference between a red and green day. So, we're talking about measuring things in pretty, small increments right now, and I think that's fine. In terms of the Fed and how it relates to tech, I think yields are in an acceptable zone for almost anything right now. You don't want to see them go back to the highs too quick on the 10-year necessarily, but we don't need a lot of help on that front because the economy is okay. I do wonder how long the leash is in terms of the market relative to the Fed's patience, because at some point, if the Fed keeps rolling forward this idea that they're going to have the clearance to cut rates at some point, the market's going to get a little bit antsy about the fact that you have some slowdown fears, even if they're exaggerated, even if it's not a real growth scare. I do think that you can have these bouts of, oh no, the Fed has it wrong, and then you maybe get an excuse for a sell-off. Or for that matter, if we get a really tame inflation number on Wednesday, that's going to be seen as a green light.
Guys, bear with me a moment. I have more breaking news regarding the FDA and that Eli Lilly news we were bringing you a short time ago. Angelica Peebles back with an update. What do we know now?
Yeah, Scott, the FDA advisors are voting unanimously that Eli Lilly's Alzheimer's drug, that the benefits outweigh the risks. Remember, that drug slowed the progression of the disease by 29% in a phase 3 trial, but it did come with the risk of side effects that include brain swelling and bleeding, and those side effects can be deadly. But the advisors today saying that they feel like the benefits outweigh those risks and that these risks can be managed with close monitoring. So they're talking now about those decisions, and we're going to tune in and we'll be back with anything else we hear out of that. Scott?
Angelica, all right, I appreciate that very much. Thank you for the update, Angelica Peebles. Back to the conversation we were having, Lauren, where Mike left off, the idea of the market, its patience or lack thereof, when it might become lack thereof, at the Fed dragging its feet before it has that first rate cut.
I think that Mike is absolutely right, because the tightrope that the Fed is on is that data have been relatively resilient, but we're also starting to see signs that some of the staples of the last 2 years' economic environment, including the inverted yield curve, are really weighing on bank lending. They're weighing on the real economy. And so the question for investors becomes, at what point does the policy mistake of a potential overheating, keeping rates tight to avoid that, become the potential policy mistake of a prolonged slowdown? And it is our expectation that this Goldilocks period of stability, even a little bit of boredom among investors over the course of this summer is likely to turn into a slowdown. Challenge for investors, the labor market doesn't turn until the very, very end of that. And so I don't expect that we'll see a definitive recession signal until unemployment claim clips pick up.
For the 2-minute warning there as we approach the close here in what looks to be yet another record closing high, Mike, for the S&P 500. 5360 is where we are now. 5354, the old level to watch, so we are nicely above it as we approach the close here. We're talking about the patience of the market. Absent a spike in yields, which is really what you were talking about earlier, is that where the impatience is going to be reflected if we have another spike in yields?
I think that would be most immediate, yes. That seems to be the pressure point. Again, it doesn't have to be at some magic level. We don't have to have bonds rally much from here. But, you know, we were recently up around in the 460s. Market had a little bit of a wobble, not that big a deal. We have a lot more Treasury supply again this week. It seems like we're absorbing it okay. So, you know, I think we're alert to all those risks. I think the issue is much more about, okay, presuming the Fed comes out and they cut from 3 projected cuts this year to 2, that's pretty much what everybody expects. That's not a big deal.